All right. Few minutes early. Excuse me. We are still about 8 minutes away from the start of this thing. But day 2, rounds 2 and 3 of the draft should be starting very soon. And we'll get to it. So real quick though, look, I made a video, and I included, the press conferences that were done, with the video chat press conferences that were done with, Brian Flores and Chris Greer. To me, it didn't sound like they really said much of anything. Personally, it just sounded like a bunch of vague whatevers. Which some of it makes sense. Like, you can't exactly, like when they asked if Tua was gonna, start the season, it is hard to say for certain, and that is a good answer in that regard, but everything seemed really vague. I did enjoy listening and watching the interviews though with Tua, Austin Jackson, and Noah, man, Gainey. Man, I'm sorry, dude. I'm trying to like get this dude's name down. And it's tough. It's a tough last name. Anyway, but they were good interviews. They sound like, smart, hardworking kids. They sound like good kids. And honestly, I do think that, again, I wouldn't personally take a bet on Tua. If I was going to take a first round quarterback, even though that's not my philosophy, I would have taken somebody else. But he's a talented kid, that is for sure. He's got a lot of the attributes you want, and it sure is exciting. I mean, when was the last time that we had this, whether you like Tannehill or not, that would be the last time. And then obviously prior to that, it was, there was lots of hope on quarterbacks, but nothing really since Dan Marino. So, hopefully he can be that. Hopefully, like, I'm really rooting for these guys, and there's certainly a ton of potential, right? One of my biggest issues with this from Jump Street, and I've said this entire time that I hope that they prove me wrong, and that I hope that they, make this all work and stuff, right? But man, I lost my train of thought there for a second. I forgot what I was gonna say. I want them to fucking prove me wrong. I forgot what I was gonna fucking say. Damn it. Oh yeah. I remember what I was gonna say. So, look, I want them to prove me wrong, and there's a ton of potential, right? Like on paper, they have made massive strides, right? I mean, they got their quarterback, they have certainly revamped the offensive line. We don't know yet if it's going to be successful, but we expect that Austin Jackson will probably be the left tackle. I just saw a report that Laramie Tunsil just got a new deal from the Texans to make him the highest paid left tackle in the league, and he deserves it because he is absolutely up there. And but hopefully Austin Jackson can be that, but we don't know. He seems to have a high upside. He has a lot of potential to him. So I hope so. I'm not sold on the Eric Flowers thing. The Ted Karras, I did like that signing, although that's probably only going to be for a couple years, maybe, because, he's probably going to be a bridge player. We'll probably end up drafting somebody at some point over the next couple years. And then we still need to see what's up on that other side of the line. And there's still tons of holes to fill. I like the corner, Noah, whatever his last name is. He sounds like a good kid. And if he's as good as people are saying and etc., then it's great, if we have three elite level corners back there. But they could have taken Xavier McKinney. They said in their press conference, they were like, well, he was the best player available on their board. But Xavier McKinney was there, and you need a safety really badly at this point, because you got rid of one that was phenomenal. And then, of course, another one that was phenomenal, but obviously had a high price tag and was getting old and had, injuries now. But yeah, so, and that, that confused me, especially since they had, they have two of the highest paid corners. So we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. But look, unfortunately, there is a ton of potential, but with all of that potential boom comes potential bust. And that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried that this thing is not going to gel like they all hope it is. Or, worst case scenario, something happens, knock on wood, whatever, to the effect of Tua getting injured or something again, because the offensive line didn't pan out like they had hoped, or what have you, right? That worries me. I do have those concerns. So, that is obviously stuff that is going to have to be monitored going forward. How did the Dolphins handle it, right? So, first of all, we got to still wait and see if there's going to be an NFL season to begin with. If there is, then how do the Dolphins handle it? Do they redshirt him? Do they let him sit behind Ryan Fitzpatrick for his first season, or do they throw him in early or right into it, right? That's going to be important. If there is no season, then they kind of get a break there, because then they're kind of forced into it. I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting, to say the least. So, we'll see how it goes. I'm anxious to see. I want to see. I was wrong, though, real quick. I was saying yesterday that we had the 36th, or the 36th and the 59th. It's the other way around. I keep getting that confused. It's the 39th and the 56th overall picks. But hopefully, I would like if we could get one of those, Dobbins or Swift or one of those running backs with that, 39, and then another lineman with that 56. Personally, so we'll see what happens. We shall see what happens. All right. Let me see here. Let me make sure. Here we go. All right. Let me make sure this is up. Here we go. All right. It is coming on. So, by the way, the draft is day 2 of the draft is about to start. I am about to make a sandwich, so don't mind me. Give me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. But here we go. We are set to key off. I need to trim my nose hairs, man. Not that anybody cares about that, but they're tickling me. All right, so we have pick 39 and pick 56. As it stands right now, we did pick up another 4th round pick. So, who knows what the Dolphins do? Maybe they trade around a little bit. Maybe teams, I think it's probably going to be likely that we see more trades in the mid to later rounds than the first rounds, because teams will be a little bit more willing to take, some risks, since there's obviously inherently less risk in the later rounds to begin with. Yeah. So, well, we shall see. Shan't we? See how this goes, man. This song that they play is an older song. It's a good song. I have it in my Spotify playlist. This Hopeful, right? I think that's what it's called by Twista. I think somebody else too. I can't remember. Where is the fucking? There it is. Yeah, baby. All right, here we go. Day 2. Look, man, like I said, I am rooting for them to get this right, and I am excited about Tua. Like, I hope it works out for him, and you know, I hope that Austin Jackson is what they hope he is. I hope he can, you know, fill in that you know, left tackle spot. I'm hoping that, you know, Eric Flowers does step it up. I hope they get another tackle that can come in and start at that right tackle spot. I hope they get one, you know, in round 2, because then, you know, they could feasibly start at the right tackle spot and be good. You know, I want to see them take a running back here in round 2. You know, one of the top end running back talents, because they're still there. I mean, safety, right? Xavier McKinney's still there, right? So, I mean, depending on how things fall, but I would like to see them, you know. Look, man, I want to see them. I want to see them take, you know, top talent, but I want to see them take top talent where it's most needed, you know, like, and if they do things smart, they can do that. You know, I'm not sure that we'll have to wait and see, but I'm not totally convinced that they've done that through this draft. Although I am excited for the potential that, you know, does exist with, you know, Tua, for example. Okay, well, they are going to a commercial. Like, you know, last year's draft class, the 2019 draft class. I mean, you know, my grade for them on their first season is, I mean, I can't give them better than a D grade for season 1, because there's, you know, Isaiah Prince isn't on the team anymore. You know, a couple guys were injured half the season. You know, a few of them spent a good portion of it like inactive, whatever. Michael Dieter was garbage. Christian Wilkins, their first round pick, was just underwhelming at best. So, you know, but that's season 1. I'm hoping that Christian Wilkins in particular will step up. Hopefully some of those other guys as well, you know, in advance in their development. You know, I would love to see that, especially with these other, you know, veteran guys that were brought in, like Lawson and Van Noy. I'm not convinced that they're going to live up to the contracts. I have to see it to believe it, the contracts that they were given. But with those guys around him, he should have an opportunity to, you know, develop and take his game to the next level. And I'm hoping that happens. I'm hoping Devontae Parker continues the path that he's on. I'm hoping Preston Williams comes back and can, you know, pick up where he left off. I hope that Vince Beagle does turn into something that, you know, I mean, the funny thing there, though, is, you know, his comparison is Kyle Van Noy, and then they went and got Kyle Van Noy. So, I mean, I can get it if it's like, you know, short term, and this would make sense, you know, short term stopgap, whatever, and like a mentor for the young guy, and eventually the young guy takes over and takes his place, whatever. But we'll see, man. I mean, they got to develop. There's a lot riding on this. Like I said, there's a ton of boom. There is a ton of boom potential. I mean, the Dolphins, you know, I don't agree with a lot of their approach, a lot of the way that they've handled this, and a lot of the decisions that they've made. But like I've said this entire time, man, they have an opportunity. They can prove me wrong, and I hope that they do prove me wrong. I want them to prove me wrong. And like I said, I am excited for the potential of, you know, Tua, for example, right? And so if they do, man, I'll be so happy. I want to see this Dolphins squad fucking get back to being great again. Certainly in my lifetime, for sure. You know, I want to see them be able to fucking win championships and shit, especially now that guy right there in the middle, Tom Brady, is no longer in the division. It certainly does open up, opportunities for the rest of, the AFC East. So who's going to take advantage of that? The Bills are definitely in the lead right now. We shall see. We shall see. Come on, let's get this rolling. Put the Bengals on the clock already. Like, that shit last night was hella long, bro. That shit was fucking 4.5 hours almost. Let's get it. I mean, the picks themselves at least should be a little bit more fast-paced. Although this is usually day 2 is usually the day where they have like fans and shit announce them. Or like, former players or whatever, or like Hall of Fame players or whatever. I don't know that they're going to do that. All right, Roger Goodell speaking. Well, he doesn't look like as much of a mess right now as he did last night. To be fair to him, though, he looked worse as the night went on. So I'm guessing he just got fucked up. I'm pretty sure, especially after like those boos and shit that he was getting, I'm pretty sure that motherfucker went and got sauced. He was like, fuck these motherfuckers, man. I'm not really a Goodell fan, but I feel him. I feel him on that. Hey, man, everybody got haters. I got my haters. You just got to say fuck them. You can't let them affect you. So I can't hate on that. If he's, if he was, I mean, he's got a job to do, but he is home, so it is whatever. So now it's officially time to open round 2 of the 2020 NFL Draft. Round 2. Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. Bengals on the clock, baby. Here we go. I mean, he still sucks at his job, but whatever. Whatever. True story. Yeah. I mean, let's see how this rolls out, man. Let's see how this rolls out. I'm finna grub out on this sandwich, though. I need to eat something. Come on, baby. Let's see some good shit, for real. I want to see the Dolphins pick up at one of those top running backs, man, or one of the top safeties. Look, they pick at pick 39, so that's only a few picks away. They could feasibly get, DeAndre Swift, Jonathan Taylor, or God damn it, all of a sudden I'm forgetting the other one. Who's the other running back? Swift, Taylor, and what's the other one? What's going on, Bijou? What's the other one? Anyway, they could get one of those guys. They could get Xavier McKinney. Dobbins. That's the other one. I mean, I want one of them. I'm not totally convinced that the pieces that they are choosing are going to be the right ones, but they are, at least on paper, filling holes. And, some of the holes that they need to fill now, and this is part of the reason why that corner, Noah, is a little confusing to me. I watched the interview, and I like the kid. He seems smart. He seems like a good kid. Seems like a good athlete. And, if we have 3 elite corners, I won't hate on that for sure. But the top safety in the draft was still there. The top 2 safeties in the draft were still there. No safeties had been picked yet. They could have got Xavier McKinney, or they could have got Xavier McKinney or Delpit. They could have got Josh Jones, who's still on the fucking board, right? They could have got one of those running backs if they really saw fit. They could have got any of those guys, and they go with a cornerback, like, who is supposedly a really good press man corner, which is awesome, and which the Dolphins obviously want, but is not particularly great at causing turnovers, which is a little concerning. And we already have that on the team in Byron Jones, who just got paid fucking massive amounts of money. So it's a bit confusing to me, but whatever. We'll see how it goes.
The talent is great, but David Pollock, a lot of us like that tackling part of football too. How about the best defenders still left out there?
About to say, we're done with the prima donnas. Let's get to the real guys that make the money. Let's go, baby. I mean, you talk about the defensive side of the football. How about Xavier McKinney, a safety that can do everything?
Yeah, they're talking about Xavier McKinney right now.
Antoine Whitfield Jr., one of the best players in the draft. So fun to watch. AJ Epinesa, by the way, was killing folks all year long. Powerful guy. And
yeah, I mean, Gross Matos is still out there. Epinesa.
During college football, because I messed it up like 30 times.
We need a pass rusher. Like, there were definitely no disrespect, but this is kind of how I felt about Christian Wilkins, too. Like, nothing against Christian Wilkins, but they decided to take him after there was a run on defensive linemen. Like, why? Building for next year push. Jackson needs development. Yeah, I mean, that's what I hear too. And Noah is really new to the cornerback game. He was a track guy. Yeah, he was a track guy, and he was also a wide receiver to start his career. I'm not so worried about that, but yeah, I hear you. And less experience and stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the potential. The potential problem, right? Or where issues could arise, or where some of the bust potential comes from, is some of these guys are really developmental guys and chances, right? Like, I think it was a bit of a reach to take Noah, where they took him. So we'll see how it pans out, man. They got to prove it. They got to prove that they know what they're doing.
Des just mentioned as well, and last evening we've seen AJ Green now have injury concerns the last 4 years. So maybe finding a big weapon and target, maybe a T. Higgins.
Yeah, we'll see.
To match up with Tyler.
Like I said, man, they got to prove it.
Still a couple of minutes left on the clock for the Bengals as we see more.
Bengals pick is now in.
Target. Kirk, if a team takes a franchise quarterback first, would you like to get him a new receiver to break them in together? Maybe a Denzel Mims, who's a terrific, explosive guy from Baylor.
Yeah, and because of the questions and concerns about A.J. Green and his future,
let's see what we got. Who the Bengals going to be taking?
But I would not be shocked at all if you want to get the young quarterback, a receiver to work with, not just because it would work out because they can work together at the same age, just because that's a need. That's a primary need when you look at the Bengals. And what better
looks like the analysts think it might be a wide receiver for the Bengals.
Since we started this two-night draft format in 2010, this has been a pick that oftentimes has been on the move. 3 times the 33rd overall pick had been traded, and our NFL reporters at ESPN were saying the Bengals were listening to offers, but up to this point, they haven't taken any of those, still opting to maybe get the first guy overall and the first guy of the second night.
Just remember, this is an important pick for the Bengals. It's not like Joe Burrow is going to.
Bengals are getting ready to pick. I mean, it looks like it says their pick is in.
Earning the first pick of the first, second, and third rounds. There's a lot of holes to fill.
Agree with both being a reacher. At least could have gotten them with lower picks. Yeah, I mean, the Dolphins are known for that under Stephen Ross and the people that he chooses, and Chris Greer. They've done shit like that quite a bit. We'll see, though. Like I said, man, look. Hang on. Bengals are about to pick, so let's see who they take.
Bengals select T. Higgins, wide receiver.
T. Higgins, Clemson wide receiver.
We saw T. Higgins in his home.
So, look, man, like I said, I care about facts. I care about, the truth. I care about data. So I want them to prove me wrong. I'm a Dolphins fan. I love this team. I want it to be great again. So, should be careful with that phrasing. But, I want them to rise back to prominence, right? So, but they got to prove it, man. Like, I can't give them that until they do it. And I got to be honest about, the potential issues that I see that could arise. Let's see.
He's got a guy that can do that, get separation. He's got great speed to be able to get away from those smaller corners, go up and make plays. So this is
Colts are up next. I think this is their first pick so far.
picking up a quarterback.
And it looks like their pick is in. They're eager to take somebody. They see all this talent going off the board. They're like, all right, we need somebody.
He's gonna have to wait for the buy-in for Joe Burrow. He saw it up close and personal in the national championship game going against Joe Burrow. But the thing I love about T. Higgins, he's got all the physical ability, the height. But you talk to Dabo Swinney and those guys, he talks.
All right, so T. Higgins is off the board at 33.
Just wants to work. Good for him. Congratulations, because now Joe Burrow's got a #1 target.
And that he does. You know, he didn't always see himself as a football player for a long time. As Maria Taylor is back with us, he thought of himself as a basketball player. But man, he has a chance to have a great NFL career.
You're so right, Reese. He was so athletic, in fact, that in 2016 he was a runner-up
T.
for
Higgins.
Mr. Basketball. But then his football coaches explained something. It's a little bit harder to make a 15-player NBA squad than it is a 53-man NFL roster. There's another strange reason why he loves football.
When I was younger,
These little stories are
I
entertaining.
didn't like being outside and being in the pads in the heat. My aunt, she brought me with Hot Wheels cars, you know, because she knew I love Hot Wheels cars. She said every touchdown that I get 2 Hot Wheels cars. So I have to go out there every game and try to get at least 5 touchdowns. Growing up, you know, I was always interested in cars. Those Hot Wheels cars, you know, it turned into, you know, liking real cars. So it's like I'm a car fanatic. I'm real interested in those crazy cars.
Well,
Now I'm
kid,
in the NFL.
carry it to the NFL, baby. Make that bread, and you can get whatever car you want.
You know what? He's earned himself a new set of wheels. Be careful there. Don't put too much in there yet. Let's go slowly. Can't wait to see what kind of new ride he's got. I'll tell you what, the engine is revving now for the Cincinnati Bengals with Joe Burrow and T. Higgins. So revitalizing that offense. The Indianapolis Colts are now on the clock. The great Philip Rivers.
Colts pick is in. Let's see who they take.
A little help. The next pick in the second round.
Pick of the draft.
Mark from today about Dolphins and having a wide receiver. They better not. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like,
The Indianapolis Colts select
they need.
Michael Pittman, wide receiver, USC.
Like, the Dolphins are not in a position to be able to just simply take the best talent on the board, right? Like, they're not able to take the best player available on the big board of all the players overall. They have to take the best player available at to some degree, at least, at positions that they need, because there are so many fucking holes.
Extremely hard worker. He's not going to be the fastest guy on the field, but he's going to try to outwork everybody who he goes.
Lions are now on the clock.
Because of injuries to the quarterback position, Michael Pittman has
This Colts pick should be coming in like any second.
He caught passes from 3
Lions only got fucking 3:10 on the clock.
11 touchdowns at 6'4". He's a great possession receiver.
All right, hold up.
He's gonna hide
I'll be right back.
the ball. I think this is a really, really good pick, guys.
Yeah, Desmond, he's really a great combination of size and speed. He's 6'4", he's 225 pounds. He still ran a 4.5 240 at the combine. He's a guy that's a matchup problem. He's just too big and physical for smaller corners, and he's too fast and athletic for safeties and linebackers to cover him when he's in the slot. He really excelled in Graham Harrell's air raid offense at USC last year. Philip Rivers is going to love this young weapon in the Colts offense.
Michael
Something
All
to
right.
think about here,
I want some of my leftover
we had
popcorn
6
from yesterday, so I'm gonna have some of that too.
First round last night. We came into this
I'm wondering about the remaining defensive tackles. I didn't get a chance to look to see if the top rated ones, if they were legit nose tackle prospects. I wish I could tell you, brother. I wish I could tell you. I mean,
now they're starting to fall. There's already 8 of them.
we didn't see many go off the board yesterday.
Really think about which guy do we want, and we better go get him. Something to keep
If I'm
an eye
not
on.
mistaken, we only saw maybe like 1 or 2 D tackles yesterday, right? So there should still be some of the top, talent at that position.
He was caused by allergies, which disrupted his hearing.
Only the top 2? Yeah, so there should still be some talent available. Honestly, though, I do like Christian Wilkins. He's not the guy that I would have chosen, not how I would have handled that draft, but I like him. I like Devon Godshaw a lot. I've really loved him since he got picked by Gase. No, Jalen Hurts has not got drafted yet. But I really like Devon Godshaw. Gerald Willis was supposed to be in that rotation, but they let him go. So they do have some tackles to work with. They do need some help for sure. But pass rush is what I think we probably need more on the defensive line. I mean, unless you can get a defensive tackle that can get you some of those, pressures. Lions pick is in. Oh, the Colts pick came in. It was a wide receiver, Pittman, huh? I totally missed that.
Use some help on the interior of the offensive line. They lost Graham Glasgow, their starting center, to the Denver Broncos in free agency. But we talked about.
So let's see what the fucking Lions do here.
Worst pass defense in the NFL. So
well, we're not far from the Dolphins pick, so.
Jeffrey Okudah, maybe stay on defense, whether it's a pass rusher or someone else on the back end. A lot of good DBs, a lot of good safeties. Xavier McKinney from Alabama, Antoine Winfield Jr. Minnesota, Grant Delpit from LSU.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
these
some difference makers there that can help out Matt Patricia.
These safeties are just not coming off the board. Wilkins and Godshaw are solid D tackles, but not no tackles. Need like a huge monster there in the middle. Yeah.
The first round behind you. Now you reevaluate and you look at what's remaining.
Yeah, I hear you.
Where you thought you might go, Reese, all of a sudden you may change your mind because you see a big name at a skill spot. You may want.
I have no idea who is available that could fill that role. So we'll see. If they take somebody, we'll evaluate them. The Lions are taking.
Detroit Lions select DeAndre Swift.
Oh, they just took DeAndre Swift. All right, there goes one of the running backs.
And DeAndre Swift, Maria talked about him at the top of the show from the city of Philadelphia, went to Georgia to play.
Come on, baby. I want one of those fucking running backs.
Hey, look, this guy can get outside. He can catch the ball, David. He can do a little bit of everything.
He can do it all, and he's only 5'8" and 212 pounds, but super fast. It's kind of cool about him. Even as a freshman, that Georgia
Giants are on the clock.
Run, and they had Sonny Michel and Nick Chubb, who are starting NFL.
Pick is in.
Right now. He's still got
They took Andrew Thomas with pick number 4.
He is compact. He can get the tough yards and make people miss, and he can catch it out of the backfield.
Come on, man. I want one of them fucking running backs.
Running backs push down the list. So now you see him fall in the
Swift is gone.
Make no mistake. He's a starter. He's a super.
I mean, I haven't personally seen Taylor's tape, but if you've seen it and if you say he fumbles a lot, I hear you. I don't know about that personally, but I certainly don't want somebody who's fumble prone.
Always be in his heart. Now, listen, before the days of being drafted, he had to make a commitment video to announce
once in a while. As long as New England doesn't get in the way, we have a straight shot to Dobbins.
Create something that's very special, but he wanted to do something that,
as in nobody else needs a running back. I hope so, man. Let's get that motherfucker. Yeah, the Giants don't need him. They got Barkley. New England is after that. Yeah. We'll see. Carolina. Yeah, they got McCaffrey, who they just signed to an extension. So, yeah, I hear you. I mean, but look, New England needs a motherfucking quarterback. This could be where they take their quarterback. Maybe they like Jalen Hurts. They need a guy because Brady's gone.
Anything like that, I would love to be involved. When new smartphones are expensive, the family has to share.
You know what I thought was funny, though? I think it was earlier this morning. I saw a report about, what was it?
Step up with Boost Mobile. 4 lines for $25 per line per month.
Like teams. Teams are like accusing the fucking Tampa Bay Bucks or Tom Brady of something. I can't remember what it was, damn it. But Tom Brady's already getting in trouble in fucking Tampa Bay. Supposedly did something against the rules. That being said, Howard is a solid running back. His totals dropped because he was splitting carries with Cohen in Chicago, then was on pace to do well in Philly, got banged up and jumped with their rookie. Yeah, we'll see, man. I mean, he's going to have an opportunity, that's for sure.
May America take control. American Idol, new Sunday on ABC. Idol makes history. We're determined to stay on the air with unprecedented performances from across the country, and your vote decides who makes it into the top 10. May America take control. American Idol, new Sunday on ABC.
Wow.
For Hyundai and its dealers, the health and safety of our local communities have always come first. And right now, we're all safer at home. But should you need a vehicle, we have options to shop online.
There was just an American Idol commercial. They're like, we're going to keep this shit going. Our singers are going to sing from home.
Together, we can create a safer, better car buying experience.
Get 0% APR for up to 84 months.
It's like, all right. They probably actually like that because they can get prepared. They can be super comfortable. It's like they're a YouTube singer all of a sudden. Well, they were probably already that. Can't believe all the DE's still on the board. It's been a weird draft. Super deep wide receiver, yet they're getting snagged hard early.
It's about taking care.
Yeah, people,
because
because man, these GMs, man, this is why. But that's why I don't agree with strategies where like you're chasing guys, because then you're like reaching, you're over committing, and like it causes crazy shit like that doesn't make any fucking sense.
You may even shop online and get anywhere at home where available. It's just our way.
And then, you know, oftentimes it doesn't even work out. So it's like, what's the fucking point?
Yeah, that's my favorite team growing up too, man.
Is that right? Great.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's a great football town, great organization. They love their Bengals there. So,
I'm glad I can call myself a Bengal now.
yeah, now you got a new quarterback to throw the ball.
Oh,
to,
get out of the shot, dude.
We had a little bit of a run on people going to their favorite teams you think they were close to. There's DeAndre Swift, who was just selected by the Detroit Lions, and Maria joins us again.
That's right, Reese. And DeAndre, you clearly were emotional as soon as you heard that pick. Describe what was going through your mind
Come on.
after you received the call.
Let's get Dobbins.
Just thankful that we just shook hands and did it. I'm ready for it.
Well, congratulations, DeAndre, and we look forward to watching you in that Detroit Lions jersey this season.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Reese?
DeAndre, Maria,
Go ahead,
thank
kid.
you very much. New York Giants
Come on, man.
on the clock right now, about to make a second round pick. Before we announce the next selection, we have some very special guests we'd like to introduce. Hope you'll join me in welcoming members of the 104th Military Battalion of the New York National Guard. They are currently in New York City as part of the Unified Command at the Javits Center, New York Medical Station. Among them, Specialist Smith. We're honored to have him introduce the Giants pick.
Thanks for having us. We're here at the Javits Center assisting with the Javits New York Medical Station, providing medical support to the residents of the metro area during the COVID-19 epidemic. We are proud to be here today, and thank you for inviting us to be a part
Come
of
on.
the New York Giants announcement. We love you, New York. Go Giants!
Let's get to this Giants pick. Yeah, it's in right now. They're about to go to it.
Thank you, Specialist Smith.
Come on.
And thank you to all our service members, both here and around the world. We cannot thank you enough for what you do.
All right, you fucking robot. Let's get to it. Come on. Read the fucking card, jackass.
With the 36th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select
Who are they taking?
Xavier McKinney,
There goes Xavier McKinney.
Alabama.
He is now off the board.
Alabama became the first program in half a century to have an offensive guy go in the first round last night. A program historically built on defense. This is the first defensive guy drafted. It's Xavier McKinney, who is first team all.
Damn.
And Alabama just pumps out.
Well, there goes Xavier McKinney.
Brandon Collins and Clinton Diggs, Eddie Jackson, Minka Fitzpatrick, and now Xavier McKinney. I love his versatility at the safety position, guys, because he can play back in center field. He's got great ball skills and speed. He's got unbelievable coverage ability, which you see there in the slot, but he's also an excellent
Damn.
defender.
All right, well, there's the Patriots are on the clock and their pick is in. If they don't take Dobbins, the Dolphins fucking better snag him, dude. Seriously. If the Patriots do not take Dobbins, they need to fucking snag him.
However, safety's athletic ability going to translate in the NFL. Don't forget, this guy's like the
Come on.
superstar every night. Plus, he played for Nick Saban. That means he has a high defensive IQ in football.
Yeah.
I think that he's
Winfield.
going to be a superstar from day one.
Yeah, I hear he's pretty good too.
You can cover tight ends.
But damn it, if Dobbins is fucking there, especially now that Xavier McKinney is off the board, and so is Swift. Taylor and Delpit are still on the board, but Dobbins is. Josh Jones is still on the board too. I would not dislike that as a pick. My first choice would be Dobbins. My second choice would be Josh Jones.
These are becoming one of the hottest commodities in today's modern football in the NFL, and Xavier McKinney will help the Giants.
One of those guys should be there. If the Patriots were to take Dobbins, we should take Josh Jones. If Dobbins is there when we pick, we should take him.
With the 37th pick in the
Let's see who they take.
The New England Patriots select Kyle Duggar.
Kyle Duggar.
Lenore Ryan.
Safety, Kyle Duggar.
This
All right.
is a sensational pick. He played for
Sensational
the
pick,
North
apparently.
team, coached by Drew Chronic, who's
Kyle
at
Duggar.
University.
All right, man. Dobbins is there for the fucking pickings, literally, because this is the draft.
140. Now, 62-20. Ran a
And that's what you do.
ran a sub 4.540. Lenore Ryan
Come on, baby.
North Carolina, beautiful part.
Please take
It
Dobbins.
was founded in 1891. It's a small school, about 2,700 students.
Rebound from the head scratcher of taking a fucking cornerback. I understand he might be like really good,
Your basketball friend, our good friend Rick Barnes.
and if he works out, then it'll make it less of a deal. But Panthers are on the clock.
Huge hands,
But if
great size,
you know,
everything you'd want to say.
if it doesn't work out, then it'll be even more confusing.
He's bigger than everybody else, and everyone who has the ball looks like they're afraid of him. It seems like every time he makes contact with someone, the ball comes loose.
Panthers pick is in,
Added value on special
and then we're on the clock, baby. Come on.
Punt return touchdowns over the course of his career. You get great value on defense and on special teams. I think this guy, Kurt, is a home run pick for Bill Belichick's defense.
And speaking of Bill Belichick,
Come on.
was that a husky in that chair that I saw? We were waiting for a glimpse inside the mind of greatness. And there he is. Where?
Get it? Look at Bill Belichick. Oh, his dog is adorable. That husky is beautiful. He just fed it.
He's a hoodie with all the sleeves cut off like he is.
That is a gorgeous husky.
And the pick is in.
I'm not a fan of Belichick, but his dog is beautiful.
With the 38th pick in the 2020 NFL
All right, Panthers take.
Carolina Panthers select Ettore Gross-Matos. Defensive
Gross Matos, defensive end.
Yetur Gross-Matos is an
There goes Gross Matos.
rusher, really insightful guy. He had 3 games this past season with at least 2 sacks, second most by a Big Ten player this season.
Same Dobbins and Jones. Yeah, you don't like Delpit. He was star-studded defense this year and didn't look nearly as good. Yeah, I hear you.
We feel your pain. It's a hard name to say.
Gross Matos. Dolphins are on the clock, baby. Come on, pick is in. Please take Dobbins, dude. Don't fuck this up, man. Please take Dobbins.
Plays with a lot of energy. In 17 and
Come on.
sacks in the last 2 seasons, one of 8 players in college football.
If they take Dobbins,
The game is changing now.
I mean, if they passed on Dobbins and took Josh Jones, I still wouldn't hate it at all. Either way,
Yeah, RD, when was the last time you saw a fierce defense?
either one of those players definitely will improve the draft class stock. Their stock will go up. The draft class stock will go up for sure if they take one of those 2 players.
His versatility and how he approaches his game. Very different kind of young man.
Come on, baby.
Carolina Panthers head coach Matt Rule at Penn State, guys, where he went to school. He gets to Penn State defensive end who has a deep, rich backstory, Tom.
Reese, one of the great stories in this draft, with his impressive size and skill, Yetur Gross-Matos has certainly made a name for himself on the football field. But it's never been about honoring his own name. It's about honoring others.
Come on. We got to hear his story first.
Watching videos of my father interacting with me. And I know he loved me a lot.
Give me a kid.
When I was 1 year old, family went on a boating trip. I ended up falling off the boat. My father dove in the water to try to save me. He ended up drowning and dying.
Oh,
If I could do anything, I'd probably go back and just meet the man. Probably want to give his wish.
P-Man, say hi.
I mean, these stories, they're heartfelt, man. Like, dude's dad died trying to save him and shit.
Step on any court, still best player out there. Always the guy I looked up to, always the person I wanted to be myself. When I was 10, I had a baseball game with my older brother, 12, and he got shot by lightning and died.
What? What the fuck?
He got drafted by the NFL, living up to my brother's legacy.
And then his brother got struck by lightning. Go ahead, kid. Get it for the fam.
With the savings rates offered at some banks, your money almost feels like it's frozen.
And then, of course, they go to a motherfucking commercial.
In about 5 minutes and earned 5 times the national average.
Before the Dolphins disappoint and pass on Dobbins and Josh Jones, they decide to go to a commercial. They better not, dude. Come on, bro.
Your head wants to do one thing, but your gut says, not today. If your current treatment isn't working, ask your doctor about Entyvio. Entyvio acts specifically in the GI tract to prevent an excess of white blood cells from entering and causing damaging inflammation. Entyvio has helped many patients achieve long-term relief and remission. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. PML, a rare, serious, potentially fatal brain infection caused by a virus, may be possible. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, experience frequent infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Liver problems occur with Entyvio.
Dude, I cannot stand. Like, I thoroughly hate with a passion pharmaceutical commercials. The drugs that they fucking pitch to people are just so terrible. The list of side effects is just ridiculous.
Love and respect you, which proves that you know nothing about parenting.
The Connors, new ABC Tuesday.
Damn these commercials. Let's go, bruh. The fuck? Stupid.
So, what's the plan? You jump in there, the drought ends, and then the crops grow. Okay, what if instead we just built something that would get the water from the river down to the fields, like with tubes or something? Well, everybody walked all the way up here, so in you go. No, here.
Eventually, somebody realizes there's a better way to do things, like a mobile service with the fastest overall speeds. Now with 5G,
What?
It's a better way to mobile. It's Spectrum Mobile.
For over 80 years, Nissan has been with you through thick and thin. And now is no different. We're offering payment options for current owners. Our service
Yeah, come on with this shit. Get back to the motherfucking, to the business.
no payments for 3 months. Plus, we'll cover your payments for up to 2 additional months.
Another fucking car commercial.
This is help when you need it.
Hey, I'm Chad Johnson, and I just want to take time to say thank you to all the doctors, the nurses.
Man, without y'all, guys,
I don't know what we will be in this time of need. So I just want to say thank you. I want to say you're doing a fantastic job. I also want
Devin
to
White in the
thank
motherfucking trailer park.
Healthcare workers that are sacrificing their lives. You are greatly appreciated, and we thank you.
All of us echo that sentiment, and all of us are in this together.
Come on.
Make a difference right now. Huddle up for COVID-19 relief efforts. Join the players, the teams, the fans, and the contributions the NFL will make tonight. And the NFL draft is on. You know who you're not behind the score.
Are we really all in this together? Because the people who have power don't seem to think so. All right, let's do this. Who they taking? They better take Dobbins, Brett.
Someone to protect him, and then a defensive player in the first round last night. So what will Chris Greer and Brian Flores do now?
I'm getting alerts, but it hasn't come up on the screen yet, so I'm going to wait.
With the 39th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Robert Hunt, tackle, Louisiana Lafayette. Tua's going to be happy. 2 new tackles.
What? Well, first of all, it says a guard. First team all Sun Belt.
Missed the second half of the season with an injury, but this is a guy that most scouts believe will be a stalwart on the offensive line for years. Robert Hunt going to the Miami Dolphins and charged with protecting Tua. Just before Robert Hunt was selected by Miami, Yetur Gross-Matos, the standout defensive end from Penn State.
I mean, I don't know. Texans are on the clock. I don't really know anything about him.
Reese, thank you very much. We shared the story of you.
I mean, they just said that scouts think he's going to be a stalwart on the offensive line for years to come. So I hope so. But apparently he's going to be the right tackle. So he's going to be getting Tua's blind side. So he fucking better be. That pick better fucking pan out.
Matt Rule, and hearing him, tell me that I was going to be a killer Panther. I knew they were with me, and I couldn't have done this without them. So, all credit to them and my family that started with me.
We could see your family.
The Texans pick us in. What the fuck?
A huge collective embrace.
They passed on fucking Dobbins, bro. Dobbins and Josh Jones. Yo, seriously though, that pick is important than the Tua pick, because if that pick doesn't pan out, then Tua's blind side is going to be vulnerable.
You wanted both of those names hyphenated on the back of your jersey. You honored them at Penn State, and you'll do so now again with the Panthers. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. At this point, it looks like you're right. Jackson, Flowers, Karras, Davis, and Hunt. I agree. That's how it's looking right now.
Done a bunch of Penn State games. The best part of my job is we get to sit down on a Friday production meeting and visit with coaches and the players. And when you sit down with the Penn State players,
that shit better fucking pan out, bro. We'll see what happens, man. We'll go over his scouting report in the
very happy for him to go to Carolina and play for Matt Rule.
Summary video.
Man, not just a great coach.
Commissioner with the Texans pick.
The 40th pick, the 2020 NFL Draft. The Houston
Texans are taking Ross Blacklock, defensive tackle. Blacklock is now off the board.
This is the guy that we've been waiting on. And not only because he's a terrific player for TCU, Ross Blacklock, but look at what his dad was a great player and is the coach of the Harlem Globetrotters. There you go. He can do a lot of the tricks with the basketball, but more brute force up front when it comes to football, David.
Yeah, Reese has been wanting to tell them.
Ross Blacklock off the board. Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see how that offensive line plays out. Robert Hunt, first team All Sun Belt in 2019, will turn 24 during rookie season. So he's a little bit older. He'll be turning 24, so he's a little bit older, like a year or two older than most rookies. Second round, number 39 overall, yeah. He's from Louisiana Lafayette. That's the school. Well, we'll see what the motherfucking scouting report says.
Vegas, and Aaron Donald has kind of changed that.
I feel like, look, okay, that's the thing. So here's a concern that I have, right? I'm not sure that Eric Flowers is going to live up to his contract. I'm not sure that he's going to be as good as they think he's going to be. Jackson appears to be a bit of a developmental guy himself, even though they took him high in the first round or midway through the first round. Hunt appears to be somewhat of a developmental guy as well. And he just came off an injury that shortened his season last year. So there's that as well. Right? And then you have a quarterback who's injury prone himself. I feel like they're not prioritizing properly, man. Like I get bad vibes, man. I don't like it. I'm trying to like it, but it's hard, bro. All right, Colts.
In the 2020 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Jonathan Taylor, running back.
Well, there goes Jonathan Taylor, so he's off the board.
I'm on a roll with my favorite stories right here because easily Jonathan Taylor, running back out of Wisconsin, could have been Jonathan Taylor, running back out of Harvard. This guy's really bright. That's on top of the show. You want a guy that can talk astrophysics, Neil deGrasse Tyson, philosophy, Immanuel Kant, and do it while he's doing hot yoga.
He's apparently very smart, Jonathan Taylor is.
Yoga stretch on the backside, all that.
That's cool.
Right, we can talk
So there goes another one of the top running backs. Jonathan Taylor's off the board.
He wants to deflect everything. Talk about his linemen. Talk about the fans. He don't want to take any of the credit. I find this pick interesting. Chris Ballard, the GM of the Indianapolis Colts, he played football at Wisconsin for Barry Alvarez. So he's probably been sitting.
Jaguars are now on the clock at 42.
He got a great 3-down back in Taylor. He can play first down, second down, and I really
Pick is in.
as a receiver this year to be able to be a guy that can beat those linebackers and
Man.
and provide the quarterback a chance to make plays in the passing game as well.
So Jonathan Taylor, out of Wisconsin, a two-time winner of the Doak Walker Award. That goes to the top running back in college football. This is where he ranked this past season. He carried the ball a lot.
He's won the Doak Walker Award twice, apparently. That's for best running back in a season.
In his career, ran the sub-4 at the NFL Combine.
So he's apparently really good.
Maria, don't buy, don't swear, don't cheat, and Richard Michael.
And now he's off the board, so. And we're still several picks away from the Dolphins next shot.
The entire facility. He knew every single nook and cranny, how, and
Hope we
why
use
it
some of
was
the
built.
5, 6,
And that's
7
why
rounders to
we
kick
did
back
it.
up into
He
extra
wants to
picks in
understand
late 2
why
and
we
3.
think, why we do
Yeah,
what
I
we
would.
do, and that
At
is
this
just
point, I agree with that, especially with the way that they're like that cornerback pick and now this offensive lineman. I mean, I hope they're right. Offensive line is definitely an area of need. Again, I would have taken Dobbins personally, but if I was gonna then take if I was gonna take an offensive lineman, I would have taken Josh Jones. So I mean, like they got to get this right, man. Like they got to prove that Hunt is the right pick over Josh Jones.
In particular, astronomy. I watch Neil deGrasse Tyson documentaries a lot. I think the biggest thing is this outlook on the universe and what the possibilities are there.
But yeah, Robert Hunt only started 7 games in 2019 because of his injury. He does have versatility though, can play at guard.
It's allowed me to handle things off the field well, and it's got me to this point right now.
I mean, there's upsides and there's downsides, man. So we'll have to see which way it plays out. He's solid, but it's also the run-heavy Wisconsin. Yeah.
As Jonathan Taylor will start his NFL career, being selected 41st overall by the Indianapolis Colts. Once he's ready to go, he's got the speed. We'll see how he meshes with that offense. Our buddy Todd McShay has these players listed as the best available yet to be selected. Jaguars are on the clock.
Man, I want Dobbins, dude.
People used to care. Heck, they come all out here just for a blurry photo of me.
That's a good one.
Wait, what's that?
That's just a battery.
Now it's all, check out my RV and let's go four-wheeling. Maybe there's a little part of me that wanted to be seen.
Well, Progressive helps people save when they bundle their home with their outdoor vehicles, so they've got other things to do now, Bigfoot.
Wait, what did you just call me?
Bigfoot?
My name is Daryl.
It's a familiar story. Allergies ruining your sleep and next day too. Taking Xyzal at night relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin, and on first dose provides the same relief as Zyrtec at nearly half the size. Be wise all. Take Xyzal at night.
At T-Mobile, we know that connection is more important than ever. So we're making big moves to help those who need it most. Introducing T-Mobile Connect, a prepaid plan to help keep America connected. Starting at just $15 a month, it gives flexibility.
Oh, commercials.
Visit T-Mobile.com/connect to learn more. You can also manage your account and make payments online. Stay connected with T-Mobile Connect.
Sister Brad.
Plans, man. All departments initiate a full facility lockdown.
Yeah, I mean,
Tuesday on ABC. Introducing Kia's Accelerate the Good program.
does the NFL like to pass a lot? Yeah, but you still need a run game. No matter how pass heavy the NFL gets, you're still always going to need a run game. You gotta have balance, man. You gotta offset.
We find a way through it. It's about taking care of each other. It's the small parts that make a big difference. At Chevy, we promise to do ours. We're offering current Chevy owners OnStar Crisis Assist services and complimentary Wi-Fi data. If you need a new Chevy, interest-free financing for 84 months with deferred payments for 120 days on many.
I will be right back.
Models. You may even shop online and take delivery at home where available. It's just our way of doing our part.
This is kind of a first for all of us.
So,
but maybe this is a time to put other things first, like being the first to check in, or the first to try your hand at the culinary arts, or all the arts. Be the first to volunteer, or the first to say it's all going to be okay. And when the day comes, where we're no longer looking at our wounds from the inside, it will be what we did in here that will make us stronger out there.
Introducing Kia's Accelerate the Good program, where we're pushing payments way down the road for new buyers, helping current owners keep the car they have, and providing other customer care programs.
All right.
College Game Day built by the Home Depot back here on ABC, covering rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL draft tonight. The Jacksonville Jaguars are.
I hope they get better, man. I hope they know what they're doing. We'll have to see. So why did the Dolphins hire the black old guy coach, the run coach? I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. I mean, he's a defensive coach primarily, so. Jags are taking Chenault. Laviska Chenault. I've heard good things about him. He's been rising up the boards recently, apparently.
Also versatile here. This guy, he had a core injury. He was operated on by the most prominent core surgeon in the country, Dr. William Myers in Philadelphia. Close to 100% now, David. He can be quite a weapon.
And that injury still couldn't slow him down. That's how tough he is. He's just a big, physical wide receiver. Look at that. Almost 230 pounds. That's like a linebacker, but just big, physical, plays all over the field. This is a guy that he's a wide receiver that he played running back. He's played quarterback. He does a little bit of everything, but the physicality.
Bears are on the clock, and their pick is in.
After the catch, he's a grown-up.
Brian. It's Brian Flores. Brian Flores.
Yeah, David, he reminds me a lot of Deebo Samuel, who had a fantastic year last year as a rookie for San Francisco. You see all the different ways they can use him and some of that versatility that you're mentioning. He's got very strong hands. He's a very strong runner at 230 pounds. But look, he can also separate. And it wasn't just the core muscle injury last year. This guy had multiple injuries the year before with a shoulder and a toe that also slowed him down. But if he can stay healthy, he could be a big-time weapon in that Jacksonville offense. You look at DJ Chark, D.D. Westbrook, a wide receiver. Now Gardner Minshew has yet another weapon to throw to.
They say that core muscle is right at 100% now. Look forward to seeing what Laviska can do. By the way, played high school football. Same place as Vaughn.
Come on, man.
Hopes he has the same NFL success.
We're still a little ways from our next pick, so unless we trade, we got a minute to wait. But Josh Jones is still there. Dobbins is still there for now. I mean, the Dolphins could trade up and go get one of those guys.
On fire at Wisconsin. You won the Doak Walker Award for the best running back in the country.
The Doak Walker Award.
Compared to everything you've accomplished in your college career.
I mean, it's a way above it, and it's nothing you can prepare for. You try and think about how it's going to feel, but until it happens, you won't really know.
We talk about you being a Renaissance man, and your approach is very mental. Talk to me about the approach
Come on.
that you're going to take into the pros that's going to help make you successful.
I mean, it's crazy because as I'm sitting here waiting to get on with you, I'm already thinking about things I need to do in order to come into the building already. So I'm very mental. I want to make sure that I'm in my best energy.
All right, JT, we'll take a moment to enjoy this moment just a little bit. Congratulations on becoming a Colt.
Come on, man. The Bears pick is in.
Hey, look at this. The Chicago Bears about to get involved in this draft for the first time. Ryan Pace.
Hashtag what, little girl? Why are you hashtagging?
Wasn't there Ryan Pace that during preparation when they were practicing, there was vacuuming going
What
on?
was she? What is she hashtagging? Why is she hashtagging? What is she hashtagging? Hashtag what? Why are you doing hashtag symbols? Little girl. I'm criticizing some little girl.
We now have a special message from Healthcare
Ryan
Workers
Pace's
Fighting
daughter.
COVID-19 and it's coming up, and they will help us make this pick for the
Not
Chicago
seriously,
Bears.
obviously. Although I am curious about what her hashtag is.
Right now, brought in Nick Foles and Mitchell Trubisky, the guy that they're going to stick with long term. What will the Bears do here?
Come on.
Special message from Healthcare Workers Fighting COVID-19 in Chicago.
Hello, my name is Linda, and I'm a simulation education specialist with
I'm pretty sure Chan Gailey is
I
white.
am proud to be on the front lines of this pandemic, helping our patients beat COVID-19. Team up by doing your part. Stay home and practice social distancing. Go Bears!
Yay.
Come on.
All right, come on. Fucking announce this shit. Let's go, Goodell.
Enough to our medical professionals taking care of our communities.
Damn, is he saucing up again?
All over the country. We are proud
It looks like he's moving in that direction again.
We will get through this together. Now,
Fuck you, Goodell. Hurry up.
in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Cole Kmet, tight end, Notre Dame.
Bears take a tight end, Cole Kmet.
Cole Kmet is a big target. He could have been a Major League Baseball player who could have been drafted by his home.
Looks like he's got giant hands.
Well, Lake Barrington, Illinois continues the theme of a guy playing close to home. Now,
That would be good for a tight end.
Really good athlete, 6'5", 260 pounds. He can run pretty well. He does most of his damage underneath and over the middle of the field in the seam, but because of that size and his ability to catch the ball in traffic, he's a big-time weapon down in the red zone, as you see right here. He's not necessarily a burner who's going to get a ton of yards after the
Browns are on the clock.
With that frame, he matches up really well against linebackers and safety to make plays. As last year, Chicago didn't have a tight end with over 100 yards receiving. They're going to bring in
Come
Joe
on.
Brady from Green Bay in his 11th year. This is a
Underlay.
nice pair up with Cole Kmet.
They got to do their little, their spiels, their little summaries on these guys.
Great radius. So what really jumped out at me is his physical running style. He seeks out contact. He's the guy who doesn't really body catch the ball a lot. Compare him to a guy like Jeff Heuerman. I think he's a real big threat in third down situations.
Who the Browns gonna take?
Jesse said in the red zone. He did a lot of damage underneath, but he can run the ball once he catches it. Cole Kmet is the highest position drafted.
Okay, Flexen wants McKinney or Delpit or Dobbins. Well, I mean, the Dolphins are passing. The Dolphins have had a couple opportunities to take McKinney or Dobbins now and have so far passed on them. So
And it's paid off. Browns are now on the clock when we come back.
Excuse me.
I'm 53, but in my mind, I'm still 35. That's why I take Osteo Biflex to keep me moving the way I was made to. It nourishes and strengthens my joints for the long term.
For the long
Plus
term.
vitamin D for immune support.
Skin Sin number 17.
Skin Sin 17.
Neutrogena Bright
You hope they pick somebody important.
Glucosamine boosts cell turnover by 10 times.
That's usually good, huh?
Brighter skin. Bright Boost. Neutrogena.
Let's read your book. Don't come behind the teacher's desk. It's gonna be so hard.
So what we're going to do is we're going to make our own hand sanitizer.
I'm going to teach you how to give yourself a self-isolation haircut.
I'll be making my first birthday cake from scratch.
Make 2 stitches all the way around.
It's cool, I guess, huh?
Also properly soak your nails off.
Ew, ew, ew. Today, we're going to talk about how to groom your dog.
Yeah, YouTube's great, bro.
In working at home.
Daddy's got a word. Today I'm going to show you how to plant some seeds. Grow things you're going to eat, you guys, okay?
Okay.
A simple loaf of sourdough bread.
I forgot to score the top, y'all.
That was cool. Yeah, no, I like I like these commercials, that do talk about community and coming together and stuff. And that's great. And we do need to promote that more. The problem is the people that fucking control everything. The people in power don't give a fuck about all that. They just want to continue to hoard wealth and fucking blah, blah, blah. They don't care how many people die, lose their jobs, go into poverty.
All Carvana cars come with a 7-day return policy. So if you need to keep moving, we're here for you. At Carvana, the safer way to buy a car.
Just wait, man. This shit's all gonna come crashing down at some point.
We're all in this together.
Idol makes history.
Damn, bruh.
To stay on the air.
New Sunday on ABC.
Fuck.
And welcome back to the 2020 NFL Draft.
About
Because
damn
all
time.
along at home, there have been plenty of viral moments. You saw this with Isaiah Wilson. Mom, girlfriend, not really agreeing who should be in front of the camera, so mom just perused the other one. You saw Javon Kinlaw get drafted and dad dropped to the floor. I talked to Javon today. He said he's used to stuff like that happening. His dad is definitely a fool for rolling on the floor. And we also saw a lot of emotion. Cesar Ruiz, you could see it instantly as soon as he was drafted because he was able to provide for his family. Virtual hugs coming in from the commissioner. It's so interesting to see.
Fucking weird, dude. Stop. That's weird.
Lives are changing and prospects are turning into pros. Well, now we are joined by Ruiz himself, and I want to go back to the virtual hug you were able to have with the commissioner. What was that like having a conversation with the NFL commissioner?
It was weird.
It was great. Being able to talk to the Commissioner Goodell, it was amazing. That's just the icing on the cake after you get drafted. So.
Well, now that you've had a night to kind of sleep on it, how do you feel as though the moment of getting the call is going to change your life forever?
Yeah, sleep on it. It doesn't feel like a dream anymore. And, I was able to wake up and basically just take it all in. Got to talk to some of my teammates and, it was go time.
Well, congratulations again. It's been fun to watch your story and see that emotion because you represent exactly what this draft is all about. Hope and new beginnings, Reese.
Thank you.
That was a great
I don't know. I don't know if he's meant to be Minka's replacement. I mean, he's a corner, not a safety. Minka Fitzpatrick is a natural free safety. This dude is a boundary corner. Does that mean he can't make the swap? No, but all right, pick is in for the Browns. They take And they get Grant Delpit.
LSU.
So Grant Delpit comes off the board.
So those college football award winners come off the draft board. We had the Doak Walker winner, Jonathan Taylor, taken earlier. Now the Jim Thorpe Award, which goes to the nation's top defensive back, Grant Delpit. He goes to the Browns. A lot of LSU guys there, including Greedy Williams and the OBJ Jarvis Landry, too. So familiar setting there for him, Kirk.
Yeah, great point. You know, we didn't have
Okay,
safety.
Grant Delpit off the board now.
Now we're starting to see the safeties fall, and Delpit would throw his hat in the ring to be one of the more talented because of his speed. You know, because of some injuries to that LSU secondary, they had to move him around and ask him to do a lot of different things.
Yeah, man, but look,
Players advanced and got to a point where they could trust him. They turned him loose like
you know me, man. Like I'm not a fan of taking quarterbacks in rounds 1, blah blah blah. If I was gonna, it wouldn't have been Tua, but I'm still willing to give him the benefit of the doubt there because he does have a lot of potential and it is exciting. Right, the Austin Jackson. Okay, I can see it. You know. But then you start losing me with the cornerback that they took. It just not an area of need, especially when McKinney's there, when, you know, Delpit's still there, when you got Josh Jones, when you got Dobbins and Swift and all these other guys, and you decide to take that corner and then they take Hunt. When Dobbins and fucking Josh Jones are still available, I don't know, man. They're losing me. They're losing me.
Going to the Cleveland Browns when he was at LSU, he wore that jersey.
And like I said, I hope that they can prove me wrong, man. I hope that they know what they're doing, and I hope that apparently the Robert Hunt pick got an A from Matt Miller. He's the kind of guy you want in front of Tua, apparently. Well, I hope so, because like I said, he's going to likely be the right tackle, which is going to be Tua's blind side. So, and I mean, look, if they go into the season with Jackson, Flowers, Karras, Davis, and Hunt, and Tua, and they put them all in there, because those are, you know, their first and second round picks, blah, blah, blah.
Antoine Winfield, defensive back, Minnesota.
Yep, there goes Winfield. There goes another safety to the Bucks. See, I don't know, man. The further we go through this draft, the less I feel like the Dolphins are prioritizing properly. But, dude, it's different, man. It's different. Like, I'm so tired. Look, it's important to take the things that happened in the past. It's super important to take what happened in the past and evaluate it and learn from it. The problem is those situations are way different. First of all, Tua has more injuries than Drew Brees did. His injuries are worse. The vast majority of them are to his lower extremities. Drew Brees, they're both small quarterbacks, so they're kind of even there. But Drew Brees came up in a time where there was a lot of running game. Quarterbacks were not expected to be as mobile as they are now. He's going to be expected to have to use his legs a lot. Like, the totally different situations, man. Totally different situations. Like, you can't say that, oh, you know, look at how the Dolphins passed on Drew Brees and how Drew Brees became a superstar. And because of that, that means that Tua is automatically going to be a superstar simply because they decide to take him despite his injury history. That is ridiculous. Because if the offensive line does not play up to standards and he gets mauled, then he's going to fucking get injured again and it's going to all be for naught. Or even if he's just scrambling one time, right? If he's scrambling to extend a play, or if it's a designed rollout, something could happen. Maybe he lands wrong and that hip, you know, takes another one. There are so many things that could go wrong.
This guy was An elite leader for Minnesota head coach PJ Fleck in this season. And
I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't. The Broncos pick is in now. It just doesn't make sense to me to be like, oh, you know, and not only that, but that was so many years ago as well. But like, I mean, it just, I can't use that as my reasoning for why Tua has to be the guy. I mean, I like the kid. Don't get me wrong. He seems like a good kid. He seems like he's pretty smart. KJ Hamler goes off, wide receiver to the Broncos. I mean, he's definitely got all the talent in the world. You know, but it just, I don't know, man. Like I said, look, at the end of the day, I am trying super hard to give him the benefit of the doubt as much as possible. I'm trying super hard to be like, okay, there's positives here. There's definitely a ton of excitement and upside to Tua, right? And I've said from the beginning, since I started this and since they started this whole process, I disagree with it, but I want them to prove me wrong. There's nothing more than I want than to be proven wrong. But, I mean, I just don't think that they're doing things right. I think that they're making decisions that will prove very costly down the way. But we'll see, man. We'll see, dude. This is it. This is the year, though. This is the year because they had the draft last year. They had their first draft. This is their second draft. But this is the draft where they're getting their franchise quarterback. Apparently, he's the only guy that they need to all of a sudden be the best ever or whatever, and be competitive again. So they completely revamped their defense by blowing through their cap space in the offseason. And they've done a ton of stuff on the offensive line. You know, they have 2 draft picks now, one from the first round, one from the second round. They took, 2 guys in free agency, one of which I think that they overpaid for what they're going to get. But, you know, we'll see how that plays out. You know, on paper, theoretically, this team is drastically better than what they were last year. But, you know, with the expectations, the pressure that's being put on, like they have to do a lot better. If the 2020 season actually plays out, if there is a 2020 season, the Dolphins can't win 5 or 6 games and count that as a win. They have to at least get, I mean, with the talent they brought in, with the money that they've spent, with, you know, the name recognition that some of these players have, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, they have to at least win 9 games. They have to get above 500 by the end of the season and at least be, like, sniffing the edge of the playoffs if they're going to fucking be able to consider this year a success. I don't remember when, but I don't think Ross was the owner at the time. We'll see if we trust the process. But I know for sure it's the Dolphins draft year. I mean, we'll see, man. You know, we'll see. Like I said, they have to prove it. They're not going to get, you know, I'm going to be honest about everything. So, like, you know, even if I disagree with it, like, I'll be honest. Like, you know, obviously Tua's got a ton of potential, et cetera, right? Like, I'll be honest about that stuff. But until they prove it, they're not going to get praise or recognition from me that they haven't earned. So until they prove that all of this shit that they did last year and, you know, all these players that they got rid of and everything that they did, you know, and all these players that they're bringing in, they have to prove that it's the right strategy. Yeah, it's progress.
Big plus.
Look, all I know is that Stephen Ross has a history of firing his coaches after approximately 3 to 3.5 years. That seems to be his breaking point with coaches. He's getting older, obviously. He's already really old, and he's getting older, obviously, and he's getting more desperate. That's also obvious because of what they have decided to do last year and this year, right? And so, you know, my guess is that even though Brian Flores has a 5-year contract, Stephen Ross is not going to simply be okay with just some progress. He wants to get to contention, especially with Tom Brady not being in the division anymore. So if we get to year 3, 3.5 of the Brian Flores, Chris Greer, so on and so forth era, and that's provided that he actually keeps the entire regime intact together the entire time, because let's also note that he likes to piecemeal shit. So he could fire Chris Greer in a year, keep Brian Flores for another year or two, then fire him. So that's always possible. But if they do make it all the way through, you know, if they haven't gotten to the point where, you know, they're going to be consistently winning the division or, you know, pushing for it, consistently pushing for the playoffs, then you could see a reset button hit yet again. I mean, if, you know, if God forbid the Falcons pick is in, God forbid Tua gets injured again, you know, and then everything just goes downhill from there, right? So if some, you know, tragedy like that happened, then it could be over. Maybe not in actuality at that moment, but that could be the, you know, the turning point. All right, so Falcons are about to pick at 47. They take Marlon Davidson. Another D lineman.
So we will continue the theme of a guy getting to play his professional football close to home. Marlon Davidson played at Auburn from the state of Alabama. Just an hour and a half or so up the road, he will go try to shore up this Falcons.
So Seattle will be on the clock at 48. We're still a few picks away from the Dolphins.
Listen, when you wear number 3 and you're a defensive lineman, it just looks good. You better be really, really good. For 300 pounds, you watch him. We're going to see him everywhere. He's going to line up inside, line up outside. But you look at the power. He's got great power in his hands. He's unbelievable.
Ah, man. All right, Seahawks are on the clock, and the pick is in. Dobbins and Jones are both still. But look, I mean, that's the thing, though, is at this point, do we really think that even if Josh Jones is on the board at 56, do we really think that the Dolphins are going to take another offensive lineman after they picked up 2 guys in free agency, took a first-round offensive lineman and a second-round offensive lineman? Are they going to take another one? So if Josh Jones is there, they're likely not going to take him. They could, but not likely. Dobbins, if Dobbins is still there, yeah, it's doubtful, right? If Dobbins is still there, they could take Dobbins at 56. And if they took Dobbins, okay. I mean, I can certainly dig that. I want Dobbins, so we'll see what happens. But there are a few teams that are picking ahead of us before we get there, man. So
I just want to make just a broad comment real quick. Things are moving fast.
Maybe Cam Akers.
Does this second round
Didn't Akers
almost like a first round?
Oh no, that was Ayuk. Never mind.
The ability to see players leave college and immediately go and play. I mean, the names that are coming off the board tonight, it feels as big as last night as far as the playmakers.
You know, Kirk, to that point, Adam Schefter remarked earlier today that a lot of the organizations had a very deep pool.
Seahawks are ready.
Much higher than normal. Seahawks are on the clock right now. The kick is in.
The New York Jets are
A.J. Dillon in the next tier. Seahawks are taking
2020 NFL draft. The Seattle Seahawks select
Darrell Taylor, defensive end. All right, Dobbins is still there for one more pick.
So the Seahawks go back to defense again, and there are high fives around for everybody. The home fan will be pleased to see that defense being shored up. Darrell Taylor is one of 8 players in college football with 8 sacks in each of the last 2 seasons. Had a run on strong defenders. Tampa Bay grad safety Antoine Winfield Jr.
Ah, come on, man.
He and his dad visiting with our buddy Tom Rinaldi. Reese, thank you very much. Just a few moments ago, we saw the great reaction.
Steelers are on the board.
Now we're joined
Pick
by
is
junior
in.
and senior and mom Bernice. Dad, I gotta start with you. It's one thing to achieve your own success in the National Football League. What was it like to hear your son's name called? I think we could see it there.
Oh, yeah, you can tell my reaction. I've waited for this day for 21 years. I mean, the absolute best feeling in the world.
Antoine Jr., you said that you had a turning point in your pursuit here when you.
Come on, I want Dobbins. I bet you the Steelers might take him. They have Connor, but
Yeah, I remember we were just out.
Dobbins would be fucking good in a Steelers uniform. But no, I want Dobbins. Don't take him.
That's how that went. Yes, it did.
We appreciate it so much.
Oh, apparently the Seahawks traded up to get that pick, too. It was the Jets pick.
Round 2, the 2020 draft on ABC.
But they gave the Jets pick 59 and 101 to move up to 48 so they could get Darryl. I forgot his last name already.
First NFL stadium.
Akers is a very strong running back from FSU. I think one of the best running back right now. He could break tackles like a boss.
Important thing. You.
Well, we'll see what they do, man.
So we will wait. The question is, can the rest of the world?
I mean, for me, there have definitely been some head scratchers for me. I'm not.
Literally everywhere business is done.
I don't know why they decided to take that corner
Not sorry.
at the end of round 1. I would have taken either Xavier McKinney or Josh Jones or Dobbins or Swift or somebody else. Pitt took a wide receiver. Yeah, I'm a little behind, I guess, because I'm on commercials right now. So.
The lead is proven stronger and longer on pay than time.
Hey, fuck.
A lead all day strong. Every financial plan needs a CFP professional. Confident financial plans, calming financial plans, complete financial plans. They're all possible with a CFP professional. Find yours at letsmakeaplan.org.
We're back.
Boy.
Most extreme mini golf course just got extremely early. Holy Moly 2, the sequel, premieres Thursday, May 21st.
The fuck?
ABC.
Come on. What are we doing? Fucking commercials, bro. Let you sub. You're welcome to. Appreciate it.
I just wanted to send out some encouragement to all the crew members.
Yeah.
You are doing a phenomenal job.
You're coming to work every day with a smile on your face.
The fuck is
You're working
this?
hard, you're having fun.
It's pretty amazing to see what a family we really are.
Without these teams and
Canes?
restaurants, we would not be able to be doing what we're doing and continue serving.
You're important to Canes. You're important to our communities and our customers. You guys are truly amazing.
Canes, baby, Canes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for all you're doing. Thanks for being the best crew ever. One love.
Okay. Mike Tomlin, Kevin Colbert. Steelers. What are they doing? Homie said they took a wide receiver. Do they take a wide receiver?
As always, if they get a little
Pick is in. Come on, let's get to it. Here we go. Come on.
pick is in. We go to the NFL Commissioner, Roger Goodell.
Come on, let's go.
You, come on, Goodell, you fucking clown.
With the 49th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Chase Claypool.
Chase
wide
Claypool.
receiver, Notre Dame.
Yep, it is a wide receiver, Chase Claypool.
Chase Claypool wants to be a wide receiver, but he is a big guy. But 6'4", 220 pounds plus, ran a lot of go routes last year, ran about a 4.4 at the combine.
And the pride of Abbotsford, British Columbia. Oh, Canada. Look at
Chase Claypool.
Look at the ballers, minus the guy at the top. Just look at the ballers down that list. You talk about Texas, Florida, California having great football. Just go north of the border, guys. Chase Claypool is raising our draft stock as well.
Bears are up. Pick is in at number 50.
Destroyed the combine. Ran a 4.4240. Jumped 42 inches. He was Ian Book's go-to guy.
Yeah, there are some weird commercials. Come on.
He's more of a possession receiver. He's a guy who's big and strong, runs good routes. You don't oftentimes see him run by people, but he can do that right there. He can climb the ladder on go routes, high point the football with great body control, and dunk on people. So Ben Roethlisberger, entering his 17th year, David, now has Juju Smith-Schuster on one side, and the big
No, that's good. The Steelers needed another wide receiver, though. They definitely needed a wide receiver. Wish they would actually pace this commentary with pick speed of the teams. Yeah, I know. They need to hurry the motherfucker up, bro. But nah, because, come on. Like, they want to milk this shit for as much as they possibly can. Did you see the reports that yesterday set records for viewership for the draft? By a lot, too. I mean, of course, because there are so many people that are staying home because of the fucking pandemic. But, you know, they're going to try and fucking bilk that shit for as much as they possibly can.
Now the parents going to come in and see Commissioner Goodell. Congratulations.
All right, I don't give a fuck. Let's do it. It's an interesting room. Yeah, the dude's fucking room. Talk about a fucking football-themed man cave, bruh. Yeah, so they can make money. Hell yeah. All right, Bears pick Jalen Johnson, quarterback out of Utah. Dobbins is still there, man. Come on.
They had a top-level defense. They did not finish the season as well as they played most of the time. And a huge reason for it, David, was the play of this guy played hurt all year, but a tough, aggressive cornerback.
And a highly recruited kid out of high school. He surprisingly chose Utah, but this kid, I'll tell you what, he's not one of those guys that comes in as a DB that tries to knock the ball down. He wants to make big plays every time the ball's in the air. Super aggressive from the DB spot. And if you've watched Utah over the years, always physical, always play tough, always
Come on.
tackle. This guy's a player.
Cowboys pick is in. They are on a clock at 51.
At the next level.
You should get yourself a man cave. That's not that easy, but yeah, I hear you. I wish I could have one too.
Over his career, 6 interceptions, took 2 to the house. But I love his toughness too. He likes to tackle. He's tight in coverage. Played last year with a torn labrum, but showed extreme toughness fighting through that injury. This is simply a playmaker. And by the way, the first cornerback taken so far today in round 2 had a bunch go yesterday.
Come on.
Johnson now hurt. He's the first.
Get to the Cowboys already. Fuck, bro. Let's go.
When Kyle Whittingham, the head coach at Utah, who's got as good a reputation as a defensive coach in the game, says this guy's the best guy we've had come through our program as far as locking people down and covering them, that kind of says it all about what this guy can do.
Yeah.
Johnson, 50th pick by the Bears. The Cowboys are on the
Yes, Cowboys are up. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, motherfuckers.
Cowboys are on the clock. All of us in the National Football League extend our sincere condolences to Dak Prescott, whose brother Jace passed away yesterday. Dak, our thoughts are with you and your family.
Yeah, Dak's brother passed away. I'm pretty sure he was of COVID. Interesting that they chose not to say that, though. Yeah, maybe one day I'll have a fucking man cave. I kind of need a fucking house first.
When you're home, there's nothing like enjoying a classic with a classic. Miller Lite, great taste and only 96 calories.
Why did we have to go to more commercials after that, bro? Like, come on. Can y'all, like, keep this shit rolling or what?
Thanks for sharing your
You
savage
greedy
moments,
fucks.
especially your awkward ones. Thanks for sharing your cute kids and your adorable pets. Now it's our turn to share with the Geico. A 15% credit.
All right, this commercial is kind of cool, though.
For both current and new customers. And because we're committed for the long term, we're ready to full policy term. So thanks again.
Stupid.
Deserves enough.
That's fucking dope, though. How you do that shit, I don't even fucking know. But that was fucking dope.
Another day here at the Cousins household. We're going a little stir crazy in the house.
But to share what I've been up to. Staying home and staying strong.
Yeah, that last commercial was cool.
As I'm doing right now, as we're doing a puzzle, me and my daughter Joy. Say hi.
You miss your friends, you miss your family. Just pick up that phone, FaceTime, call them. As an NFL community, one of the things we always do, we come through so many times, and we're better for it.
It's the time for all of us to come together.
Come on,
as a
Brett.
world, not just America. It's all of us collectively, like a great team.
I hope you're staying safe, protecting yourselves, protecting your families, protecting the whole world.
And I know we're going to get through this together.
We're going to be all right, baby. We're going to be all right. I promise you that.
We gonna be all right, baby. We gonna be all right. I promise you that.
There's never been
Yeah, we'll see, man. This shit ain't slowing down yet, though. It's fucking going fucking
Thursday. Will NSelect go all
Call
the
of
way?
Duty. Nah, I mean, the staying home part's not a problem for me. Like, I mean, it's, you know, nice to be able to fucking go out and stuff. And obviously, there's plenty of things that I enjoy doing outdoors. The problem is before all this, I would fucking have to work so goddamn much most of the damn time that I can't do all those things anyway.
So 3 and 4 coming up on Sunday night. Dennis Rodman, the key part of that. Remember the uncensored version.
Come on. All right, seriously, they better not have another fucking commercial until the Dolphins have picked. It's 6 picks. Come on.
CD Lamb reports are they had him in the top 6 in their draft board, and they got him at 17. So now, as the Cowboys wait to make their second pick in the draft, Jesse, what are the needs right now?
Because Mike McCarthy's gone. He's like, whatever. Offensive They're laughing it up, yucking it up. Now he's got one. He's nowhere to be found.
Hey, look, there's Jerry on the yacht. Jerry Jones, the owner, that's a $250 million yacht he's in there.
I think he's thinking defense with this pick.
Yeah, Jerry Jones sitting in his fucking yacht. What a fucking clown.
He was their best cover corner. This defense only had 7 picks a year ago, so I think help on the back end.
Fucking Jerry Jones, $350 million yacht. Kicking it on a fucking $350 million yacht.
One of those talented Alabama defenders that could make plays for Dallas.
Now let's see what the Cowboys have done. The pick is in.
All right, pick is in.
With the 51st pick in the 2020 NFL
They are
Draft,
taking
the Dallas Cowboys select Trayvon Diggs.
Trayvon
Defensive back, Alabama.
Trayvon Diggs, corner from Alabama.
There are some who say that at times Diggs would lose some fundamentals, but it is hard to find someone his size, with his athletic ability, and with his pedigree, Des, that can come in and play corner in the NFL.
Yeah, RD hit on his size at 6'2", 200 pounds.
Stephon Diggs' his brother, Trayvon Diggs.
Stronger receivers, unlike a lot of smaller quarterbacks. He's a lockdown guy. He handles vertical routes very well. He said he practiced against his brother a lot, so he knows how to defend a lot of different routes. He's used to NFL route concepts too. They work out together. And don't forget, again, another defensive player from Alabama.
Rams pick is in at 52.
With Nick Saban, guys, I think the sky's the limit for Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah, and he did everything back in his freshman year. He was a receiver, he was a corner, he returned punts, he returned kicks. He's got everything you look for in a shutdown corner. 6'2", long arms. He loves to press receivers. He can get their hands on him. He's got makeup speed. And great
So there you go.
He's just very raw. He only has 2 years really playing the cornerback position.
Come on, I want Dobbins. Let's see, the Rams are on the board. They still have Gurley, right? Or did Gurley go somewhere else?
People are having fun with it. Sean McVay.
Gordon went somewhere else. No, Gurley and Gordon both went somewhere else, right?
It's minimalism. I think that's
I don't remember. Yeah, the Rams. Yeah, Gurley with the Falcons.
To McVay.
Didn't Melvin Gordon leave the Chargers too, or no? I don't remember. But yeah.
You have a yacht. If the answer is no, then Jerry Jones wins, right? That's Belichick's kitchen. Matt Nagy.
Yeah, Matt Nagy's room is crazy. That's one football, like that's not just football oriented, but that's like football coach man cave.
The NFL draft is all about looking forward.
If you're asking me what college I played for, I didn't. I never played football.
State-of-the-art facility in Los Angeles.
I don't give a fuck about the Rams Stadium out here, bro. Fuck you. Get to the pick.
Rams player will call SoFi Stadium home. With the 52nd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Cam Akers, running back, Florida State.
Okay, there goes Cam Akers. So it is interesting, though, that Dobbins is falling and these other running backs are going ahead of him. That does actually kind of like, start to raise some questions about Dobbins. But he is still available.
If you ever felt bad for a superstar over the last 3 years in college football, it was Cam Akers. Not only the quarterback play, the offensive line play, the play calling. Other than that, he had a real shot in Tallahassee to have a great career. He's quick, he's compact, he's powerful. Love his lower half. David, you look at the way the NFL backs are
Weird.
built,
Way to
the
say
low
it.
center gravity,
Eagles are up. Pick is in at 53.
This guy fits the bill. He's going to really, I think, flourish when he has a scheme and some linemen to help him out. He did everything on his own, as I said, for the Knowles.
There's no doubt. Thick lower body can still make people miss. Go 0 to 60 in a heartbeat. We covered the ability.
Okay, there goes another running back.
Think about the Rams, guys. They traded away Todd Gurley, so apparently they think Cam Akers is the guy, and then this is the guy that can.
Yo, Gotti, I didn't even know that. You have like 15 channels, bro.
In this type of offense with Sean McVay, a creative guy, he's going to make
Come on!
do a really good job.
Josh Jones is still out there.
And David, he threw for 3,000 yards in high school as well. Florida State used him on a trick play here and there, so maybe Sean McVay might even put that somewhere.
And like I'm really starting to run out of names though of people that I actually know. So once we get to the mid and late rounds,
Oh, look who's on the clock. The Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Reagor was the first round pick out of TCU, a wide receiver. What direction?
I'm not gonna know like any of these prospects anymore. All right, Eagles are taking.
In the 2020 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Hurts,
Jalen Hurts.
Oklahoma.
There goes Jalen Hurts to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Star in college football. He finished his career at Oklahoma after starting at Alabama. Transferred as a graduate transfer, was a Heisman Trophy runner-up this past year. And he stepped onto the field and won the starting job as a true freshman at Alabama quickly. You see, in 2016, he took the Crimson Tide all the way to the national championship game. In fact, he had a touchdown run in the fourth quarter that put Alabama ahead until Deshaun Watson led a last-second literally drive to win the game. 2017, back to the national title game, but was benched at halftime. Tua Tagovailoa came in, saved the day, won the title. Jalen reacted with great class, which endeared him to Alabama fans, and certainly did the following year when Tua was hurt in the SEC championship game and redemption in the same stadium where he'd been benched in the SEC title and the national title game. He scored the game winner in the SEC championship game. Wanted to start, went to Oklahoma, played in the
Bills on the clock.
system, and then he got the Sooners to the playoffs.
Jalen Hurts is off the motherfucking board.
In his lone season at Oklahoma, that's third in program history. Behind a couple of Heisman winners, Sam Bradford and Kyler Murray. He's a project at the NFL level. You see the celebration curve.
I would argue that despite all of that, that's an incredible journey. I mean, that's a Hollywood script, right? And we're not done yet. He just got drafted in the second round by the Eagles. To me, this guy, you could say,
Bills pick is in at 54.
In the country, going over to Norman in his first year, playing for the Sooners. And the way the NFL is heading, David, with it, play action, run pass option, up tempo spread, there's a place for him. Philly obviously has.
Come on.
But they don't necessarily have a backup. You can put wrinkles in.
I feel like this is.
He's not Lamar Jackson. He's not twitchy.
I feel like this is a place where Josh Jones could go, or maybe like an AJ Epineza to replace Shaq Lawson.
With Wentz and the type of package that they want to utilize his skill set in.
Shit, the Bills could even take fucking Dobbins. Honestly.
We've covered everything about him. Here's what I'll say about
We're almost there, man. Couple more picks.
He's got something inside of his chest.
What's going on?
And when you watch Taysom Hill and you watch the New Orleans Saints have a guy that can do everything, if I'm the Eagles, that's how I'm using him. I think he's a great player.
Yo, when they get to round 3, they better fucking hurry this shit the fuck up. Serious.
It's going to take time because he's not ready to play quarterback right now. He doesn't have to with the Eagles. You saw really special in the Super Bowl a couple years ago. I bet you there'll be some special plays with Jalen Hurts in the playbook.
There will no doubt about it, David. And I think he does have a very unique skill set.
But you know what? That does go and show you, though. Yeah, they got Singletary, but that's about it, right? But that goes to show you, though, that Carson Wentz might not be the guy after all. First-round quarterbacks, man, they're not successful at a very high rate, dude. Not to the level that people expect them to be. People expect them to be fucking world beaters. They expect them to be like the entire team all by themselves, which is ridiculous. And that's why they fail so often, or at least perceivably fail. But that's why I say the majority of them either end up being, busts or just average or backups, because by the standards set for quarterbacks, especially first round quarterbacks, being average is a failure, which is ridiculous.
From where you started to where you are right now.
It's all been unprecedented. To sit here, have this opportunity to go to the next level, it's a blessing. Coming from the east side of Houston and going through the things that I had to go through, I learned so much from all those things and to have this opportunity.
Bill's pick is in.
Kirk Herbstreit just a moment ago referred to you as perhaps the premier leader in college football in 2019 for what you did. How has what you've been through shaped you as you arrive in Philadelphia, Jalen, for what comes next?
I think it's helped me. Done nothing but help me for what's next, and I'm looking forward to attacking it every day, being the best quarterback I can be every day.
Jalen, for those of us who've documented it, it has been absolutely remarkable. Congratulations and celebrate.
Let's get to it, bruh.
Thank you.
It's already finna be 6 o'clock and shit. And we're still not done with round 2.
I'm really impressed with this pick The reason I like it is because Doug Peterson, I played with him in Green Bay, very creative play caller. He's going to put Jalen Hurts in positions where he will be successful early in his career. This is a wonderful place for Jalen Hurts to land. He's a tough-minded kid. He's going to a tough-minded place in Philadelphia with the Eagles.
Dobbins played hurt his last game. Wonder if injuries are making him drop. Maybe, but the Dolphins obviously don't care about that, so not if they decided to take Tua at 5. Yep, look at that. I called that one A.J. Epineza. Bills took A.J. Epineza.
His dad played at Iowa as a walk-on. AJ was a highly recruited guy.
I bet you he's their replacement for fucking Shaq Lawson.
He's been a great rusher of the passer.
He might not have nailed down a starting spot, but you turned on the tape and you knew exactly who he was. I mean, he's got unbelievable strength, unbelievable power. He's a guy, he doesn't run around people, okay? He's not going to run around people, but he will go through you and slap your hands down and go kill your quarterback. That's what he does. A consummate pro, plays hard. I love this pick, especially in the second round. A guy that's going to always be relentless. He's got versatility too.
Baltimore is on the clock at pick 55.
Playing inside and being very, very successful. A productive, great player from Iowa.
Come on.
What you said is exactly right.
Curious to see Bills D-line. They lost their top-tier D-line coach to my Hokies. So much talent there, though. They are still going to be strong. Yeah. Well, see, and that's part of why I think that Shaq Lawson is overpaid, because he hasn't proven to be, like, I don't know, like he's never had double-digit sacks in his career. He's like kind of been up and down, and part of his success, the success that he has had, was on a team that had a lot of really strong guys on defense, a really stout defense. So, I mean,
his father Epi walked on at Iowa and lettered in 1997. Now, AJ says the lessons he's learned on and off the field have led him to this moment.
My dad was born and raised in American Samoa. He came over here to the Midwest and started his football career here at the University of Iowa. He's loved around our community. I mean, the way he's influenced people, I mean, he's called Coach Epi everywhere we go. I mean, we can't go anywhere without people really bumping into him, wanting to say hi, and he gives back as much as he can, influencing the lives of all the young people around. It's not just workouts. He teaches them about the different values of life, whether it's following God, doing well in school, and respecting your parents. And there's no words to describe how grateful I am to my dad and both my parents for just teaching me the value of a good work ethic. It's like that walk-on mentality. My dad was a walk-on. He just kind of instilled that in me from a young age, and to never be satisfied.
Get it. Getting it.
Unpredictable Crohn's symptoms following you? For adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease, Stelara works differently. Studies showed relief and remission with dosing every 8 weeks.
Damn, bro.
Ability to fight infections and may increase your risk of infections and cancer. Some serious infections.
Like, do they not realize, though, that, like, the majority of fans in between picks of, like, their team are probably like, yo, come on.
Alert your doctor of new or worsening
Especially with commercials and shit.
confusion and vision problems. These may be signs
Like,
of
most
severe
people aren't
Some
super
serious
pumped about every single pick, you know?
Talk to your doctor today.
They need to fucking hurry this shit up.
Support options. Remission can start with Stelara.
I mean, I enjoy watching and stuff. It's fun. It's exciting. And I can't wait to see what they're about to do at fucking, what do we have? 56? But there's so many fucking commercials, and then they're so drawn out, and like all of their commentary and shit's like, bro, get on with it.
Yes, the first word to any adventure. But when allergies and congestion strike, take Allegra D, a non-drowsy antihistamine plus a powerful decongestant. So you can always say yes to putting your true colors on display. Say yes to Allegra D.
Big Dave, closet organizing and jigsaw puzzling. Get Pizza Hut's Big Dinner Box.
Meh.
2 medium pizzas, breadsticks, and your choice of pasta or wings. Sealed for your safety, all in one box. Choose contactless delivery or new curbside.
How is that exactly supposed to keep people safe? Just because you put a fucking sticker on it that holds the lid closed? What? It's not like it's vacuum sealed and fucking... That was a stupid commercial.
Today we're making a spicy Mexican salsa. Start by accidentally rubbing your eyes. Then rub your husband's eyes.
Stupid.
When we face adversity, we find a way through it. It's about taking care of each other. It's the small parts that make a big difference. At Chevy, we promise to do ours. We're offering current Chevy owners OnStar Crisis Assist services and complimentary
Damn,
Wi-Fi
son,
data.
come on, bruh.
If you need a new Chevy, interest-free financing for 84 months with deferred payments for 120 days on many of our most popular models. You may even shop online and take delivery at home where available. It's just our way of doing our part.
How to make shrimp tacos. Postmate shrimp tacos. You made shrimp tacos.
Sign up today and get 3 months of unlimited free delivery.
Brr, 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 brr.
The draft.
There are still so many good players left on the board.
You know, I would pick an offensive lineman, somebody with a wide butt, square knees, and a strong hairline. What about combine stats? Man, numbers are for scientists and people who work at the store weighing deli meat. Hey, give me 9 ounces of that ham. You missed a piece. Thank you.
That was kind of funny. Or the worst of us. Damn, bro, there was literally like 8 straight commercials so far. Like, come on, son.
And CDC is doing some critical work.
Y'all gotta like fucking squeeze fucking
If you are able to help in this fight,
every damn
please
cent you can. Jesus.
/relief and contribute to our draft. Commissioner Goodell said the NFL would be able to double what was donated tonight.
Finally, fuck, come on. All right. Ravens pick is in, then we're up. Let's go.
With the 55th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select J.K. Dobbins.
Oh, god damn it!
Ohio State.
Of course, Dobbins goes right before we're on the clock. God damn it! God damn it!
Lamar Jackson leading the way, and he's got another guy to help him out here, Desmond.
Yes, yeah.
See, now that actually really pisses me off about what the Dolphins have done now. Now that, like, actually upsets me about what the Dolphins have done. They could have had fucking Dobbins forever ago, bro. God damn it, dude. And now they're probably going to piss me off with who they pick right now, too. Watch. Their pick is in, though.
No one's perfect, but when it comes to a running back who's going to run the gap scheme, I don't think there's anyone better in the country than J.K. Dobbins.
You know, Des, he had to share duties the previous year with Mike Weber. He got very committed. He was disappointed in his 2018 year. He went from 12% body fat to 9% body fat, and he gained 10 pounds of muscle. Incredibly focused and determined to have a monster.
God damn it, dude!
Not just as a player, what I really thought was impressive is the leadership that he provided for this team on their way to a Big Ten championship.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter, though, if it makes sense for the Ravens, because they just fucking took him, and now we can't. And there go all the running backs. Taylor's gone. Akers is gone. Dobbins is gone. Swift is gone. They're all fucking gone.
Who showed up on campus just 6 days later.
I mean, Josh Jones is still there, but at this point, it wouldn't fucking really make sense.
But J.K. Dobbins could, because he had to confront tragedy head on.
God fucking damn it! God!
Me and my father had an amazing relationship.
What a fucking bunch of assholes, man.
My father was a pretty athletic guy. Texas. He taught me a lot about football, from playing side to the mental side. When I was little, he started getting into a little bit of trouble, hung out with the wrong crowd. And
Fucking clowns, bro. Man.
He started going to prison and stuff like that. And he passed away in prison. And that was tough for me because that was the last time I got to see him, incarcerated. But it definitely
Sucks.
made me mature a lot faster than normal. Everything happens for a reason. And I know he's with me every step of the way.
God damn it!
And J.K. Dobbins' mom has been with him every step of the way as well. They're celebrating in their house. He learned hard work from her. She would travel 100 miles to the University of Houston to get her graduate degree. And now they can celebrate their son being drafted to the NFL, David.
Now you'll be able to take the next
Fucking
step.
clowns, dude.
Heisman trophies and more career rushing yards at Ohio State than Dobbins. Dolphins about to make a pick.
With the 56th pick in the 2020.
All right, well, who the fuck are they taking?
The Miami Dolphins select Raekwon Davis, defensive tackle, Alabama.
I mean,
So the Dolphins go back and take another Crimson Tide product. They took Tua Tagovailoa to start. Now look at this. They must have a
okay, I guess, but again, like, priorities, bro. Priorities, man. Do you need a defensive tackle? Yes, you need a defensive tackle for sure. But you guys could have fucking prioritized this so much fucking better. Because, I mean, you got Wilkins. You just took a first-round defensive tackle last year.
It's everybody else fighting for second place. He is the most fit defensive lineman they've had at Alabama. Plays hard consistently. I mean, he's very strong at the point of attack. He's got to develop in his pass rushing ability, no doubt. But you look at the physical gifts. I mean, you can see it. It's a beauty.
Oh, my goodness, dude. Like I'm saying, bruh.
I mean, he's 6'6", 311 pounds. He's the most.
I mean, good if they got their fucking nose tackle, I guess. Like I said, dude, they better fucking, like, they better be right about this shit. Because if they're not right, like, there is no situation that epitomizes boom or bust like the Dolphins. Because if they are not right about what they are doing, then it's just
in their national championship run 2000
fucking catastrophe. So they better be right about it. Look, I'm gonna give them. I'm a fucking, again, not how I would do it. Last season, I said the entire time, this is not how I would do it. This is, and I gave examples of how I would do it. A lot of the players that they got rid of went on to have, good years in the places that they went to. Frank Gore did well for a little while with the Bills. He was, battled some injuries, but Minka did well with the Steelers, Tannehill with the Titans, Tunsil and Stills with the Texans. And, like, I mean, Kiko Alonso with the Saints. He was injured a bunch too, to be fair, but
it's just,
and then,
Yes, it is. It's for men.
Their first fucking draft class from 2019 is like not very good, and now they're like I said, bro, they better get this right.
High protein, low sugar, birthday cake.
And try Pure Protein shakes with 24 vitamins and minerals.
They better get this shit right, dude. Because if they
can't do it on your own, but time will show. Don't you know how bad we need each other? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, well, let me start off by saying I don't know 100% for sure. But Greer and Flores that are obviously the ones that are on camera, the faces of the draft. They appear to be the ones that have the most say. However, my guess is that any input that Stephen Ross gives them will be strongly advised or strongly heated, excuse me, right? But there is also Marvin Allen and Reggie McKenzie who have input as well.
But at the same time, I was very blessed to have only experienced mild symptoms throughout my diagnosis. I just want to remind everybody we're all in this together. I just encourage everyone to be there for each other. Be there for your friends, for your family, your neighbors. Just help any way you can.
God damn it, man.
All the essential businesses that have made these tough times a little bit easier for all of us going through it, especially the doctors and the nurses who are risking their lives. So thank you.
For Brian Allen, the Rams offensive lineman, former Michigan State player, tested positive for the coronavirus, and that's when this situation becomes real and people you know have to deal with it. Huddle up for COVID-19 relief.
Why does it become real only when you fucking experience it yourself, man? People need to learn to have some fucking empathy.
We really appreciate it. NFL.com/relief.
God damn it, man.
AT&T is keeping you connected. Showing the best.
Anyway, the point of that whole rant that I was going on though is I was saying during the draft last year that they are mishandling it, they're doing things wrong, and that the 2019 season is going to be a fucking disaster, even though at the time, everybody or the majority of people were like, the Dolphins are going to be super competitive with Brian Flores being the fucking head coach, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, dude, this shit is not going to turn out well. And it didn't turn out very well. So, I mean, let's see what happens, man. Let's see what they how it turns out. Just like I said then, I'll say it now. They have an opportunity to prove me wrong and prove that the picks that they chose are the right ones. I mean,
the Los Angeles Rams select Van Jefferson, wide receiver, Florida.
Rams just took Van Jefferson, wide receiver. You're done watching the draft. I mean, we're still not even done with round 2. We still need to finish fucking round 2. Literally, though, I swear to God, they better not have this much fucking commentary for every single fucking pick, bro. They need to pick up the pace going into fucking round 3. We're already, 2 hours and 15 minutes in, and we still need to finish the first round. It'll be at least probably like 2 hours and 45 minutes for like just round 1. Nah, they need to pick this shit up. Vikings are on the clock at 58.
I think if you're Jared Goff and the Rams, you've got a patient route runner with straight line speed and a guy that can help this offense.
I think his dad.
I mean, what the fuck are y'all doing, man?
But also a coach. You could see the route running because guys, look at the board. All these
because like they have
look at all the receivers that they had going.
They have some defensive tackles, man. They just took a fucking first round defensive tackle last year. So what are they saying that they don't believe in him anymore? I mean, they have
He's going to be isolated a lot. He's going to be
Godshaw. They got rid of Gerald Willis, even though everybody expected he was going to be in that defensive tackle rotation.
Their 2 picks here in the second round, going with Cam Akers, a running back out of Florida State, and Van Jefferson, wide receiver from Florida. He was a guy, these guys mentioned his versatility and how well schooled he was. There's some receivers in college that just run a particular set of routes. He ran every route on the tree right there, and Van Jefferson was productive in all of them. Minnesota Vikings are on the clock right now with the 58th pick overall. Mike Zimmer, the head coach, and Rick Spielman. Pollock is clapping in the background. They've taken speed, took a receiver in the first round, Justin Jefferson. Go. Bring it home for Pollock and Jeff Gladney.
All right, well, their pick is in. Let's see who they take. Vikings.
58th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft. The Minnesota Vikings select Ezra Cleveland, tackle, Boise State.
Ezra Cleveland now off the board.
In that household, they think that nobody is better than Ezra. He carries out the assignments, David. 377 run blocks last year, and he blew exactly one of them.
Yeah, I tell you what, I love the nobody's better than Ezra. The drop right there, Reese, that was really solid, made me laugh. When you look at this kid, not highly recruited out of high school, took time to grow into his frame, but just watch him. This is a 6'6", almost 300-pound guy, just very, very athletic. Obviously, with Boise State, you're not playing against the best competition, but you watch him use his techniques, you watch his feet, you can tell he's got some serious ability, and I think he'll be a great starter at the next level.
And David, he was an outstanding wrestler in high school, so he's got a lot of natural upper body strength, and it's almost like someone in judo. He just knows how to sort of use his body and use his leverage.
God damn it, man.
Some of these defenders, there's the athleticism.
All right, Jets are on the clock.
He ran a 4.9340 at the combine, and he's a guy with a ton of experience. 40 starts at Boise State. In those zones.
Yeah, I mean, they're losing me, man. Like I was trying to go into this with, giving them the benefit of the doubt. They didn't trade up to the number 1 pick or the number 3 pick, so I started giving them a ton of credit for not trading a ton of draft capital to move up to chase a guy. I still wasn't super excited about the Tua pick simply because I am concerned about his injuries, but I am excited because he is, a young, high upside quarterback, and it's exciting and all that stuff. So I'm like, okay, whatever. Then they took an offensive lineman, certainly not the guy that I would have taken, but okay. I mean, you get a tackle and you really need a tackle. Then they take the corner, and I'm like, all right, what are you doing? Then Hunt, and now this fucking Raekwon Davis dude. Like, I'm just. And look, I admit, man, I'm in no way, shape, or form an expert. Am I a GM? No. Am I a scout? No. I didn't even play football in high school or college. I didn't do any of that. I played a lot of backyard football almost every day growing up, like with friends in my neighborhood, but that was it. I just love football, and I consider myself to be a logical person. And I just don't see it, man. It just doesn't make sense to me. But like I said, I could be wrong. They proved me right for the most part last year. But let's see what they do this year, man.
Rated mature.
He was a 3-time All-SEC honoree. So that means he, unless I'm mistaken, that means he didn't actually win anything. He was just like one of the players that was in consideration for an award.
Call your local CVS pharmacy to learn more, so you can be prepared. Stay on track with your medication.
I mean, he's one of 3 Alabama players that's had a 4-sack game. I mean, is that going to translate to the NFL? I mean, I don't know. He's 6'7", 306 pounds. So he is a big guy. He would be a nose tackle-ish, type player. So he does fit into like the Dolphins scheme or whatever.
We're open and ready to help your small business any way we can. Everything for small business. And of course, shipping. TheUPSstore.com.
And he does come from Alabama, so I mean, he could, he could be good. Let's see. Like I said, I mean, they're definitely starting to lose me. I mean, but I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, and we'll see. I care about the data at the end of the day. So if they produce on the field, and if this team, turns things around and gets good again, then I will be so happy to say it. Hashtag fucking prove it. Hashtag prove it. That wasn't. Leave the fucking part out. Hashtag prove it.
What are you watching? Only the most important sporting event of the year, the NFL draft. Why is he wearing a horribly fitting suit? You gotta go big. I'm going white tux. Sword cane. Wait, you think you're gonna be drafted? I'll be drafted, all right. I know all the positions. I can throw it, catch it, and coach if they need. I don't know. Hello, Eagles or possibly Chargers. Mom? Yeah, he's here, but he can't talk to you. I gotta keep the line clear. The NFL draft is on.
Let's see. 10 tackles, 2 sacks, 1 interception in the Tides playoff wins. He's apparently a great steal for the Dolphins. And it's an ideal situation. So those are some things coming from the experts, the so-called experts. So let's see. Yeah, man, hashtag prove it. Anytime I tweet out about the Dolphins, that hashtag goes with it. So the Jets pick is in.
They need a playmaker. You've watched the Jets. You got your quarterback of the future. You got your offensive line with the big behemoth in the first round. So they got to find somebody. Denzel Mims is next on Todd's board, and obviously we've seen him big playmaking, fast wide receiver that could do some damage.
Who's Gase and Joe Douglas going to take? I like Gase, man.
That's really the big area of concern right now for the Jets is a wide receiver, David, because Robbie Anderson's gone now to Carolina in free agency. So
I don't care what anybody says. I like Gase. I liked what he was doing with the Dolphins.
A lot of people thought could be maybe a late first.
I like his coaching style.
Long arms and elite speed is very sudden. That to me would be great.
Whatever, man. I don't really care.
Yeah, there's still some great names, obviously, this early in the draft.
I'm really tired of people that like go out of their way to just be hateful. So I don't really give a shit.
Quarterbacks that are out there maybe aren't the guys that can instantly help you, but there's some big names. So be interesting in these next few picks. See what the Jets do here.
The pick is in.
Come on, Jet fans. I'm in a hurry. Jet booze. Let's go. Come
There's
on,
one.
let's go.
That's Jet fans. That's good.
What an asshole. God, Roger Goodell sucks.
2020 NFL draft. The Jets like Denzel Mims, wide receiver, Baylor.
So they took Denzel Mims.
So there is an opportunity for a playmaker, Denzel Mims from Baylor. And the Bears on their bowl trip, they'd rented out an entire bowling alley. So Miles Webb and his dad came in, couldn't get a lane, so they thought, well, we'll just leave and go home. Instead, Denzel Mims saw them and said, hey, man, you can come jump in with us if you want to. He did, and he made a big fan. I'll bet you now that young Miles and his family, they're big Jets fans and Denzel Mims fans, Desmond. No doubt about that. I'm telling you what, Denzel Mims is a guy. I'm actually surprised it took him this
You spelled
long to
Goodell's
go, because
name
he's
wrong.
such an elite athlete, a four-star,
By the way.
athlete in high school, 6'3", runs legit.
But yeah, he sucks.
340, 210
All right, Patriots are on the clock.
He plays the ball extremely well. He tracks the ball very well too. He's a guy that makes explosive plays look simple. So he's going to be Sam Darnold's favorite target, especially in the red zone. This is a real good pickup for Adam Gase.
Yeah, and Des, I love the fact that Denzel Mims is clutch. When Charlie Brewer needed to make a play on critical down and distances this year, this was the guy that he was looking
Patriots
for.
pick is in.
Game, double overtime, 4th and 6.
And we're finally almost done with the second round.
Triple overtime, throws him a fade for a touchdown. He ran a 4.38 at the combine, so elite speed, like we mentioned.
I'm pretty sure Roger Goodell is stepping down after the 2020 season. So as far as I know, he's not going to be the commissioner next year. One more landmine to avoid, Lynn Bowden. I have no idea who that is.
Philadelphia with Rule and said it was a little bit of a scary place. A lot of people running around that looked scary in the big city. Said, I guess I'll get used to a big city if I end up living there.
Man, I'm so pissed that they fucking missed on Dobbins, dude.
Playing for the Jets.
They could have.
Patriots are now on the clock as Denzel Mims is on his way to the Jets, and I'm sure he's going to get used to big city life quickly. We have a trade right now to put the Patriots on the clock. The Ravens.
Oh, so the Patriots traded up. It was the Ravens pick. It is now the Patriots pick, and they are on the clock. Pick is in.
New England
There was a trade.
to make the pick.
I think they're going to take a quarterback.
Apparently, Bill Belichick.
Maybe Eason or Fromm.
Brain trust, pretty good idea of what they would like to do right now.
Quarterback.
We'll see whether the pick is on its way in. They have 7 minutes between picks. And now I think the pick is in for the Patriots. They pull off the trade. Let's see what direction Belichick will go.
Pick is in for the Pats.
The Baltimore Ravens have traded the 60th pick to the New England Patriots. With the 60th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Josh Uche, linebacker, Michigan.
Josh Uche, linebacker. So they moved up for a linebacker.
Sacks for the Wolverines. That's the most on the team.
I need more water.
He is the guy who really he got mad at Don Brown, the defensive coordinator of Michigan, thought he wasn't playing enough, and then he elevated his game, Kirk.
Yeah, and he really was a specialist for Don Brown in that system. You see, he doesn't have the length that you'd
You really may bail from football if they draft him. I'll never root for someone other than the Dolphins, but couldn't ever pull for him. Who's Lynn Bowden? I don't know who that is.
And really, the suddenness off the edge, trying to use his speed to get around a tackle. I think where you'll see him.
All right, Tennessee is on the board. At 61 with 3 minutes on the clock. This is the first time that they've actually had a clock for the first time in a while.
With that speed in that Don Brown system.
But Kirk, how fitting is it you go to the New England Patriots?
Titans pick is in.
The versatility kings who do so much and find roles for different people. And Josh Uche, he had a role at Michigan. He was to come in, rush the passer, come in and be speed. He can cover. This is a perfect prototypical New England Patriot type guy that you're going to see deployed in perfect situations where he can rush the passer and they can use his athleticism.
Yeah, David, he's a one-trick pony, but it's a pretty good trick. He's got that sprinter stance, an explosion just coming up. He is
Titans pick is in.
Upfield, and at 6'1", 245 right now, I don't know if he has the size necessarily to be an every down guy holding up.
So, bro, I mean,
but he is a great athlete.
I know you guys are super excited for him getting drafted, but the Patriots are not going to be the Patriots anymore.
They lost Jamie Collins dead, so there was a big hole at the edge rush position in that 3-4 defense, and with Josh Uche's speed,
They're all recording the TV with their phones.
And you guys did a fantastic job talking about his attributes. Don't forget, though, when you
She's a cute girl. A girl next to him.
What can he do well? He's not concerned about what he can't do. He finds a guy that can do a certain thing well, and he puts that guy in winning.
I mean, yeah, but if Bill Belichick wants him, then
I can't wait to see how he uses Josh in his defensive system. Family moved to the United States from Nigeria. Now Josh Uche.
4 more picks in the first or in the second round. Titans pick is up. It is in. But we're gonna go to more fucking commercials.
Hey, mama, what's up? I'm confused.
Okay.
Oh, what, everything okay? Yeah, I only see one price on my phone bill. That doesn't sound confusing, mama. You're on T-Mobile. Taxes and fees are included. Oh, come on. It's always extra.
Was a wide receiver for Kentucky. They got crushed by injuries, and they shifted him to quarterback. Basically a wildcat permanently, but actually punched a D lineman before the Belk Bowl with zilch repercussion. NCAA changed the rules based on his actions. Is he in this draft? Lynn Bowden, and he's a quarterback? I'm all for Chippy playing, being tuned into rivalries and talking trash, but punching goes too far. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, if he's a quarterback, then I wouldn't expect them to take him. Not with Tua. Oh, he's a receiver? I mean, honestly, they shouldn't draft a wide receiver at all because that's definitely one of the deepest positions on the team. So that means they will probably draft a wide receiver. Probably more gadget type player. Yeah, well, like I said, the Dolphins should not waste a pick on a wide receiver, so they likely will. So we'll see. Maybe they get your guy, Lynn Bowden.
At times like these, connection has never been more important. For staying in touch with families, working and learning remotely, or being able to reach out and help others. Spectrum is helping in whatever ways we can.
So according to Matt Miller, he says that the Bama defensive lineman Raekwon Davis is a stonewall type player, which is good. That's what you would want from a nose tackle, right? That's what you would expect. And he says that he's an ideal 3-4 defensive end. So he thinks he's a 3-4 lineman, but a defensive end, not a nose tackle. It's interesting, I guess.
Night 2 of the NFL Draft, the first ever virtual draft here on ABC. College Game Day, built by the Home Depot, giving you the personal side.
All right, bro, y'all need to really hurry the fuck up with this shit. Y'all are fucking like dragging this shit on so long.
Now, 61st pick overall.
Titans are up on the board.
They took Isaiah Wilson, a tackle out of Georgia, in the first round last night at the end, and now this will be their second pick of the night.
Well, they lost Jack Conklin in free agency, so they get Isaiah Wilson.
Who are they going to take?
To shore that up. I think they've got to look on the defensive side of the football now, guys. We talked a little bit about Zach Bond earlier. There's some pass rushers, maybe some players in the back end to help out on D.
Todd McShay's best available. Could it be the Titans will pick from one of those players?
Come on. All right, who are they taking?
61st pick in the 2020 NFL Draft. The Tennessee Titans select Christian Fulton, defensive back, LSU.
Christian Fulton, a corner from LSU.
5 players taken in the first round. This is the second defensive back taken here in the second round as Christian Fulton from New Orleans. Now we'll go and play for the Tennessee Titans, Desmond.
Yes, sir. I tell you what, when I watched Christian play, man, the first thing that jumped out to me is that there's no...
It's getting hot up in this bitch again.
He's a patient technician. He can stop on a dime and explode out of his back pedal. Here he is wearing number 22. But last year at LSU, the championship season in 2019, he wore number...
All right, Packers are up. Pick is in at 62.
Christian does not have that problem. He does well on double moves because, like I said before, he never panics. This is a really good draft choice for them.
And Dez, as a quarterback, I used to hate playing against corners like this. Watch this play. He teases you because he has makeup speed. Watch this. It's going to look like there's a receiver outside, an inside slot receiver making a break outside, and you're thinking as a quarterback, no, he's dropping back into a deep zone coverage. He breaks off of that and picks the football off. He's got really good makeup speed. There's receivers that beat him deep. He has the catch-up speed to knock the football away. He might not even be the most talented DB at LSU this past season. Derek Stingley Jr. is a true freshman, was sensational, but I thought throughout 15 games, Christian Fulton was more consistent. So good pick here by Mike Vrabel in Tennessee.
Now, Fulton is overshadowed by Stingley and also by Grant Delpit to a degree. He is now the 7th player picked from LSU as Ed Orgeron's national championship team.
Come on.
Certainly.
So basically, Wilkins, Gottschall, and Davis are all 3-4 defensive ends.
The NFL teams,
I guess.
Christian and his family there. As you look at this pick right now, you see what the guys think of it. Kirko, what do you think about Christian Fulton? He played with talented guys in front of him during his time at LSU and certainly with him on the championship team.
Well, I think it addresses a need for the Titans. You know, the first couple picks that they've had, they needed a tackle. They went out in the first round and picked up a great tackle with great size. Needed to get a corner. And
all right, come on, bruh.
Because of the depth at that position, they were able to go out and get a guy.
Dude, I swear to it's gonna be hard to fucking sit through round 3 if they do this for every player in round 3.
These first 2 picks.
So the Green Bay Packers are on the clock right now as we get close to the end of the second round. They traded up in the first round last night and took their quarterback of the future. Much to the chagrin of some, it would
Matt
seem,
LaFleur's kid is fucking digging at his crotch, picking a wedgie. All right, here they go. Come on.
With the 62nd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select A.J. Dillon, running back, Boston College.
Well, there goes A.J. Dillon. So they're missing. Dolphins now miss out on yet another running back.
He is a load, and you see what kind of vertical he has. His grandfather, Tom, gave him the college football.
His last name is spelled like my first name.
Notre Dame history, and now A.J. Dillon is going to start his career running the football for the Green Bay Packers.
And I tell you what, Reese, if you'd have told me
Well,
this draft about 8 years ago, this guy would be
it looks like Dolphins are going to miss out on all of the top talent for running back, all of the top talent for safety. It looks like their offensive line choices might be a little bit of a reach.
He's just a big physical hammer. The backs of old that you used to watch, man. He's an old school.
They're missing out on all the top pass rusher talent.
He's a big fan. He sort of made himself a little cult following because he loves applesauce.
I mean, unless maybe fucking, you know, that defensive tackle can get some pressure up the middle.
Before the Green Bay Packers, and perhaps it is A.J. Dillon running and Jordan Love at quarterback, their first-round pick, who eventually will be the future of the Pack. Maria Taylor is with us.
For AJ, would hope that Jordan has the sauce. Either way, Jordan is joining us now. He had one of the more extraordinary stories from yesterday. Jordan, you were a guy who had one offer from a major Division I school, and now you are a first-round draft pick. How do you describe the journey that you've been on and the moment that you're living in right now?
Man, it's been a crazy journey for me. One with a lot of ups and downs. And it's just an exciting time for me and my family to be able to experience this.
Well, the next experience will be hanging out with Aaron Rodgers. The question is, have you had any conversations with him already?
My top 10 players of all time? I don't know, man.
I was able to.
I hate when people ask me top fucking top 5, top 10, anything. I'm terrible with that kind of stuff.
What do you hope to be able to learn?
Because I like a lot of different shit. So it's hard for me to like pick favorites.
I'm just trying to take it step by step. And, just trying to.
Because sometimes my favorite will be like based on my mood, or maybe it'll be like a, you know, something I'm digging for a couple months.
Well,
Or
congratulations, Jordan. It sounds like you got some dogs to feed outside, so I'll let you get back to that. You're a first rounder and a great story. We'll be watching you all season long.
All right, thank you. See you.
Reese.
All right, Maria, Jordan, thank you very much. Jordan getting a running back who probably pressed into service a little quicker than he will. A.J. Dillon, running back at Green Bay out of Boston College, going with the third to last pick.
and especially too, man, because they spent so much of their money in the offseason on the defense, and then they take a defensive tackle, they take a corner at the end of round 1. Then a defensive tackle there at the end of round 2. Chiefs are up, pick is in.
When you heard your name called.
I can't believe it to just having the family keep me up like a good time. Just hearing
Christian, it's a very difficult time, and it has touched you most directly with your grandfather, Lewis, who passed away just a couple of weeks ago from complications of the coronavirus. How is he with you as part of this night?
I feel like he was watching me the whole time. It's just his job. He knew where I was going to be at. He's just going to travel with me. Especially with Tennessee. And I definitely will pay my respects to him when I touch the field. So,
what would your message be to your grandfather tonight, Christian?
I love him. Rest peacefully. Enjoy faith. Congratulations to you, Christian, and to your whole family. Celebrate the night.
Thank you.
Reese. All right, there is Christian Fulton out of LSU. I had a chance getting into Christian's dad the night before the SEC championship game in Atlanta.
You're about to get a little teary-eyed there. Yeah, they are definitely focusing on tragedy in this draft, aren't they?
In the second round, including the Super Bowl champion.
That does seem to be an ongoing theme.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Christian Fulton's team.
Damn, bruh.
Final pick of the first round last night. So now the Chiefs and Andy Reid are set to add to their embarrassment of riches. Here's Commissioner Roger Goodell.
Man, you would think that they'd be able to fill up their screens with fans.
With the 63rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Willie Gay, linebacker, Mississippi State.
Willie Gay, linebacker from Mississippi State, the Chiefs. So there's
Family Star. Don't tell me what happened in the finale. Still on my DVR. I catch up with it with the entire family. Huge Chiefs fan and celebrating getting a linebacker there. Willie Gay going to Kansas City.
some of those fans are getting up and leaving and shit. They're still on national television. They're just getting up and leaving. And like you would think that they'd be able to find enough fans to fill up each panel. Or do something so that way you don't look like idiots because you don't have fucking every spot filled. Panthers are on the clock at pick 64. Wasn't the there might have been a trade because weren't the Seahawks just on the clock? I don't know. Anyway, this will be the last pick, I think. Second round pick is in for the Panthers.
I probably shouldn't make light of this, but in football, sometimes teammates do get into fights, and at least he won the fight with the quarterback, which is something that could be important as a linebacker. But we would encourage not to do that, particularly with the quarterback that we're playing with in Kansas City. As Willie Gay is going to Mississippi State, and now the final pick of the second round is coming up. And as I look at my monitor, it's the Carolina Panthers who are now on the clock.
Panthers on the clock. Oh my God, are you really about to go to commercials before the last pick of the second round? Are you serious right now? God, you motherfuckers suck, dude. Why do you suck so bad? You fucking money-hungry capitalist fuckheads.
Free delivery on over 1 million items. We have the essentials you need, the know-how you may need to do it yourself, and low prices that make it all possible. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
To all the people questioning right now, is now a good time for us to invest? Should I refinance my house? Do twins mean twice the insurance? How can I get my credit score to go up? Can I afford to do this? Can I afford not to? Are there credit card perks for pizza? To all those simply questioning, where do I go with all these questions? We've got your back.
Yeah, bro.
All your money questions. Learn to the nerds.
And let's get started.
Oh, we get together, the more we get together.
What the shit, man?
My friends and my friends are your friends. The more we get together, the happier we'll be. The more we get together, the happier we'll be.
Since 1926, Nationwide has been on your side.
We've been there in person during trying times.
Today, being on your side means staying home.
Nationwide offers us around you, but we can still support you and the heroes who are with you. We're getting
Like, okay, so there's this tweet. There's this tweet that I'm reading from Barry Jackson, and this is what he says. Dolphins have had a very good offseason. That's debatable. But certainly nobody could logically say that they are going to definitively have a great season this year because it hasn't happened yet. You don't know. There are a million things that could happen. But all right. But they're not going to fill every need this offseason, nor was their expectation to. Well, first of all, the reason why there were so many needs on the team to begin with was because they created those needs by getting rid of everybody. Secondly, there was no expectation to fill them all because there were so fucking many and it's impossible. Third, they set themselves up to do it, though. They spent fucking huge in free agency and have a ton of picks, so they should be able to fucking fill a lot of it. And fourth, the expectation is for them to be like a million times better than they were last year. So, okay. But then he continues, can still use smarts or get lucky with running back, wide receiver, and tight end in rounds 3 through 7. But we don't really need a wide receiver. Tight end's not that high, although we could probably use one. So you should really use those picks on like safety, maybe offensive line again, just to hedge your benefit or hedge your whatever. Definitely running back, maybe another pass rusher. But I suspect offensive weapons for Tua to be priorities with the 2021 resources. So they're gonna wait that when they could have gotten the things that they need now instead of taking a corner, which wasn't really a need considering they have the 2 highest paid corners in the league or 2 of the top 3 highest paid corners. Like, like that doesn't really make sense. Just saying. Doesn't really fucking make sense.
Traded the 64th pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 64th pick in the 2020 NFL draft,
Panthers are about to pick.
Panthers select Jeremy Chin.
And there goes Jeremy Chin. So another safety off the board. So the Dolphins are missing on all of the top talent at the positions that they need top talent, the most talent at. And they're
Steve Atwater. Jeremy can hope to have that kind of career.
I'm just telling you, I didn't watch a lot of them during the season, but you turn on the tape when you're doing this process and you want to watch somebody have fun in football, go turn on his tape. He flies all over.
I mean,
number 2 is everywhere. Coming from deep safety to hit you in the mouth, plays linebacker. He is a blur on tape, just flies by everybody, makes plays with the ball. I really think he turned heads the most when he went to combines. And he's a guy that's that big and that physical that runs a full.
Yeah, well,
that proves what he was. And
I mean, the Dolphins are just fucking all over the place, bro.
Just look at these hits. These aren't tackles, all right? Jeremy Chin strikes you, and he makes wide receivers think twice about running over the middle of the field, much like Steve Atwater used to do as well. So a 6'3", 225-pound body that runs a 4.45 40 and jumps 40 inches, he's going to have an impact. He's going to leave his mark. I think receivers in the NFC South, they're going to find out pretty quick. Make sure you identify where Jeremy Chin is because he's going to try to knock you in the chin.
At FCS, you saw there stands for Football Championship Subdivision. It is the second part of the highest level of college football, a little bit smaller level than the elite level. He was the final pick of the second round, was Jeremy Chin, and now we're ready to start the third round with the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock.
With the 65th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Logan Wilson, linebacker, Wyoming.
Oh, Bengals get Logan Wilson with the 65th pick. So we are now in round 3.
The mustard and dreamed of growing up to play for the Wyoming Cowboys, and boy, had 306 tackles over the last 3 years. That's tied for the top 5 in college football.
And he can do it all. He's a very, very versatile linebacker.
Motherfucker.
Outstanding leader. He's a 3-time captain. But at 240 pounds, he can run and he can go sideline to sideline. He can beat linemen to the point of attack. He's got good instincts.
Yeah, I can tell you this much. My theme for this year is going to be hashtag prove it. They just got to prove it, man.
Two of those he took to the house. Look at those natural hands catching the ball.
I'm not really convinced, bro. So they need to prove it.
Offense with Cincinnati early, and now defense with Wilson.
Really light on his feet. Went down to Mobile in the Senior Bowl. Opened up a lot of eyes with the NFL scouts, and I think that's where he created a ton of momentum, not just on his game film coming out of Wyoming, but I think going up against some.
I mean, their choices are just getting more and more confusing as we go along.
And not only can pressure the quarterback, you saw some film there where he can get into space and make a lot of plays. He's got again another guy with a great future because of that versatility, being able to do a lot of different things.
We'll see. I mean, a lot of these picks, dude, you know, the national media and the draft analysts and the experts are giving the Dolphins pretty good draft grades, though. I don't think I've seen anything less than a C.
Running back, Memphis.
He said running back. It says wide receiver. Antonio Gibson.
Offensive attack. You see him listed as a wide receiver, but Gibson has done a little bit of both. He can return safety. He's just a versatile tool for him.
Yeah, kind of a jack of all trades. Another one of these guys that can do a lot of different things. That game that you're seeing the highlights of.
Yeah, so it does look like they are at least going to fucking speed this up a bit. The Lions are now on the clock. That's good.
Because of what he's able to do on the perimeter. But they'll line him up like this, right in the backfield, and show some natural instincts as a ball.
What's our pick in this round? We have one. As of right now, we have one pick.
Usually you can motion him out, create a matchup against a safety or a linebacker, and the guy that can do a lot of damage.
Mike Norvell, who's the coach of Memphis at the time, since moved on to Florida State, has Antonio Gibson picked, and he will go to the Washington Redskins. The Detroit Lions are on the clock. Todd McShay has these gentlemen list his best available.
All right, Lions are on the clock.
Feed a healthy lifestyle with pure protein.
High protein, low sugar. Tastes
High protein, low sugar.
High protein, low sugar. Birthday cake.
Pure protein. That's a combination to help you stay fit.
In a draft like this, technical difficulties are bound to happen. So if you get picked by a team you don't like, just hang up. Support the NFL Draftathon for COVID-19 relief.
When new smartphones are
Oh, goodness gracious.
Step up with Boost Mobile and get 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones when you switch. Or don't and prepare to lose some furniture. Step up with Boost Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 per line per month. Or don't and remodel the living room. Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super reliable, super fast network. As an essential service, Boost Mobile is committed to keeping you connected by remaining open.
Idle makes history. We're determined to stay on the air with unprecedented performances from across the country, and your vote decides who makes it to the top 10. American Idol, new Sunday on ABC.
I'm Martha Stewart, and today we're making Thai chicken wings. First, set the oven to broil. Then remember that's where you keep your sweaters. You know what? Just post-made it.
All right. So, what is our pick? Where do we pick it? All right, we pick soon. Hope all this works out. Yeah, me too. Like I said, I'm not convinced, and they got to prove that shit. But the Dolphins will be on the clock shortly.
Look, it's Malik from Frontier, and this is how we sped up the quintuplets.
And then that'll be our last pick unless we trade back into the third round.
They need more speed or nothing will fly. Frontier gave them Wi-Fi that'll scream.
I will be right back.
Happy, like a dream. Hat, bed, cake, Sue. And don't forget Maureen.
Count on Fios by Frontier's 100% fiber optic network for the speed you need.
You've got a friend on the digital frontier.
How to make Thai chicken wings. Postmate Thai chicken wings. I make Thai chicken wings.
Sign up today and get 3 months of unlimited free delivery.
Hey, listen, everybody out there in the NFL draft, it's your man, Steve Harvey, and I'm wanting to say congratulations to all of you. You're heading for a dream come true. You've been working your entire lives to get to this position, and you finally made it. So listen, brothers, take care of yourselves. Congratulations, and don't blow it. Congratulations for being in the NFL draft. You deserve it.
Yeah.
Blessings and prayers to everyone as we're all affected by this virus. And I want to send a special shout out to all the frontline workers.
To everyone, want to say stay healthy, stay inside. I want to say thank you to all the doctors and nurses, all the healthcare workers. We know you guys are down this thing for us, and we really appreciate you guys. So, for myself, I want to give love to everyone. I love you guys. Take care.
Really want to encourage you to huddle up for COVID-19 relief. Every dollar that you can contribute significantly helps those who've been negatively impacted. NFL.com/relief.
Okay.
With the 67th
Lions are about to pick.
20 NFL draft, the Detroit Lions select Julian Okwara, linebacker, Notre Dame.
Julian Okwara, linebacker. I watch clips from it sometimes, but that's about it.
Julian Okwara out of Notre Dame at 4 last year. He is going to
What are you
the Detroit
doing?
Lions with the 67th overall pick. Brother Romeo, also an NFL player, as we check in now with Tom Rinaldi.
Well, we're going to explain why that reaction was the way it was, Reese. Almost 6,000 miles. That's the distance from where Julian Okwara was born
Jets,
in
sir.
Nigeria to where he went to college at Notre Dame. And for
Jets are
Okwara,
on, pick is in.
appreciation is in the journey.
My name is John Okwara. I was born in London, United Kingdom. Lived in Lagos, Nigeria for 8 years. Moved to Charlotte, North Carolina when I was 8 years old. Started playing football when I was in the 8th grade. Fell in love with it ever since. Knowing how far I've come, I'm just grateful and thankful for my parents and the sacrifices they've made for me to be in this position. So Romeo was my brother. He lived in Nigeria with me while my oldest brother and sister lived in America with my mom. He's just taking the same path.
Kind of looks like Kenyon Drake a little bit.
I just look forward to making more memories and hopefully make some more with him, play against him with him. That is, being the younger brother, you kind of look at your older brothers and you want to be like them, if not better. Hopefully we can look back on it and kind of pat ourselves on the back and tell the story of the way we've handled our business. Coming from where we've come from, it's been a great honor to come be here in this position. I'm just grateful for all the opportunities we've been put in front of us.
So is he playing with his brother?
Well, you heard Julian say the younger brother wants to be like the older brother. Talk about a night of fate for the Okwara family. Why? Because Julian will directly follow his brother Romeo, a defensive end at, you guessed it, Detroit with the Lions. That was one of the reasons why
That's
the first
cool.
person that bolted across gave his brother that huge hug. What a night for the Okwara family, Reese.
Well, reunited in
That's
Detroit,
cool.
That's going to be an awesome
Jets are about to pick again.
to the commissioner.
With the 68th pick in the 2020 NFL draft, the New York Jets select Ashton Davis, defensive back, California.
Ashton Davis, another safety off the board before the Dolphins take one.
may not be overly familiar with this guy, but he is an elite athlete. He walked on at Cal. He's a finalist for the Bruce Sports Trophy. He was first a track guy, but just loved football, Kirk, and he is a tremendous athlete.
Yeah, he's just got to work on consistency. What I like about him is he's got some corner in his background. Going back to early in his career, they put him out there on an island and see if he can hold up. Eventually, the guy ended up moving to safety. Reason, obviously, that comes in handy when he goes to the next level. He's a center field safety. But with that skill set, they can put him down and line him up over the slot and put him in some other areas. So that versatility will pay off for him for sure.
All right. Come on.
Yeah, he has incredible.
Seahawks are up, and then we are
Really the
next.
strength of throwing lanes with the speed and change of direction. And guys, like we said, he had the opportunity to get a track scholarship, but he walked on as a football player. How can you not root for a guy who bets on himself and he comes up big? This is a great selection right here at the safety position. I like Ashton Davis a lot.
Yeah, you know, I think that versatility for him obviously is going to be very big. Just going to need some more reps. But listen, anytime you're at Pac-12,
Put him up there with Jamal Davis or
something that you can't coach, and he'll just learn to trust his eyes,
Jamal
trust his
Adams.
technique. They can use him in some different subgroups on third down and move him
Provided
around.
they don't trade him.
Jets have done now. Physicality up front with
Although that could be the guy that they got to be able to get rid of him.
in the second round. And the Jets, who have another third-round pick still to come, go Ashton Davis first, with an opportunity to keep building here before the round's over.
When Ashton Davis first started playing football for Cal as a walk-on, the coaches didn't know his name. They kept calling him Jake. There was another kid on the team named Jake Ashton. I think everybody knows Ashton Davis's name now. Could have gotten his way paid if he'd given up football.
All right, come on, let's roll with these picks, bro. Let's fucking go. What's wrong with y'all?
With the 69th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Damian Lewis, guard, LSU.
All right, Damian Lewis, guard to the Seattle Seahawks at pick 69.
Damian Lewis, the 8th LSU Tigers selected in this draft. Big fella, played in the interior offensive line.
Dolphins are up.
Game of the year, reported one against Alabama when he created a perfect 79 for 79 in his assignments. Dolphins are on.
Josh Jones is still on the board, although they took 2 offensive linemen already. It wouldn't exactly make sense. That would be doubling down now on a position that they fucking have invested heavily in. They got a guard and a center in the offseason and 2 tackles in the draft.
Take me to the river, drop me in the water.
Secure mobile banking from Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Da, 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 da. Okay, but 3,000 jobs and $15 million ain't gonna do shit, bro. What do you mean? These corporations are fucking clowns, bro. They sit there and they fucking promote these messages like we're really thinking about the average person and we're all coming together. But then their solutions are so milquetoast or fucking inadequate. Like, you guys are fucking jokes. Bro, can we get to the motherfucking Dolphins pick, like, straight up? Can y'all quit fucking off? It's not crying, it's flexing triceps. What the fuck kind of stupid shit is that? I think it's fine to cry. I enjoy a good cry from time to time, but really,
Doing the things
is it necessary to be like stupidly cheesy?
provides targeted relief. Works in midnight.
Just flexing our triceps? Bitch, get the fuck out of here. Fucking stupid.
Pain happens. Aleve it. Aleve is proven stronger and longer on pain than Tylenol. When pain happens, Aleve it. All day strong.
Jimmy Kimmel Live from his house. Weeknights, 11:35, 10:35 Central.
Janet.
Will it be a hot weekend? Your forecast.
Whoa.
Holy Moly 2, the sequel, premieres May 21st on ABC.
Happy draft day,
to see who the Chargers are going to draft in the 2020 draft.
Hopefully the Chargers go after a quarterback in the draft this year.
Charger fans, get up and make
Yeah, well, they got Justin Herbert, so I'm sure you're happy. There, guy.
Draft is all about Los Angeles Chargers. They took Justin Herbert with the 6th overall pick in the first
Did he
round
just
of
get
the
out
draft
the shower?
yesterday,
What the
and Justin
fuck?
Joins us now. An incredible story for you, Justin. You grew up going to Oregon games, you play there, you win a Rose Bowl, and then you get selected at your home that you grew up in. What was it like when you see your coaches with a car parade outside and you're celebrating in your high school home?
Yeah.
It was an awesome experience.
All right, Dolphins pick is in.
For as long as I can remember, and to be able to spend it in Eugene with my family, my friends, my two brothers, it's been great so far.
You already mentioned that you're interested in proving everyone that you belong in the National Football League. What's the first statement that you want to make when you get an opportunity to play?
I just go out there and compete. I want to be the best quarterback that I can be. Go have fun and be a great teammate, be a great leader, and do everything right on and off the field.
How would you describe this?
He kind of reminds me of Ryan Tannehill
major way
right
in
now.
this first round of the draft?
Justin Herbert does.
I'd say exciting.
He kind of looks like him, honestly.
People get to go through, and I've done my best to.
And he sounds a bit like him too in the way he talks.
So that's all I can ask
Like,
for at the end of the day.
That's all we can ask for too, Justin. Congratulations, and you will be great at the next level. Now let's check in with Tom Rinaldi.
Interesting.
Maria, thank you very much. We love to see the scenes that unfold in the living rooms all across the country as we watch from our own.
All right, Dolphins about to pick. Let's see what they do. Is some garbage or some fucking...
You understand you're going to be playing alongside your brother in the National Football League. That's the situation, and that's the reaction for the O'Gora brothers. Julian, who's drafted tonight, now play alongside Romeo. An extraordinary night for the family as they waited to hear where they would seemingly see if they could possibly play together. They now join
That's cool.
together right now. Let me begin.
The Aquara brothers.
When you first heard
But of course, they are taking as long as possible before the Dolphins pick.
I really couldn't believe it. I mean, it's always something both teams know about to play together, never patient with each other at any level. So it's something that's amazing. I can't explain it.
Julian, you've said often that you've tried to follow everything that your brother has done. How has he helped to make this?
Dolphins take Brandon Jones, safety out of Texas. 2018 honorable mention for something, so he didn't win it, but he was an honorable mention. Well, at least they finally got a safety.
Always thought about playing with him, but he was always kind of running away from high school and college. I was coming in, so now it's kind of cool to the same role with the to make sure things get aligned.
Sibling rivalry now taken to the National Football League. An extraordinary night for two brothers and for your entire family. Congratulations to you guys.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool that they get to play together.
Julius and Melda, now they don't have to pick which stadium they're going to go
Don't
to.
the Griffin brothers also play together in Seattle?
Brothers will play together. Another pair of brothers now.
Shaquille and
Though not necessarily teammates. Trayvon Diggs.
something. I forgot the other
The
one.
Bills. Trayvon got drafted by the Cowboys.
Shaquille Griffin, right?
Well, you're a big proud of your little brother, aren't you? That's pretty cool.
It was a moment that we'll never forget. We were anxious for a while, but when his phone started ringing, I was like, "This."
Yeah, you see, your big brother had to teach you to answer the phone. See if the Cowboys could call it up.
It was ringing one too many times. I was
Okay, Goodell, you're a moron. Fucking let's go. You suck. You are like a fucking prickly fucking robot, dude. You're so awkward and shit. Shaquille and Shaquem, yeah. So I mean, at least we did just draft a safety. Brandon Jones.
Today we're making a spicy Mexican salsa. Start by accidentally rubbing your eyes. Then rub your husband's eyes. Just post the image.
Stupid fucking commercials. Damn, bro. And especially because now we like, if the Dolphins don't trade up, then we're done for the rest of this round. But there's still a bunch of picks. Look, and Cameron Wolf just tweeted out, Dolphins prioritizing the trenches and secondary thus far all offseason in the draft and free agency. So on one hand, that's cool, and the trenches are definitely where you want to start. Looks like my shit froze up. My stream for the draft. What the fuck? But you don't want to like triple down and quadruple down. You want to fucking spread it out. What's going on? Yo, is this shit for real supposed to be 4.5 hours long? God damn, son. Another hour and a half of this shit. Looks like the Cardinals. Damn, what the hell? Come on. Refresh. Cardinals took Josh Jones.
Crossing the 10 o'clock hour in the East, we continue in our coverage of the NFL draft. We've moved our way into the third round. Here are the most recent picks. The Brandon Jones and Justin Madubuike picks are significant because of this. 11 of the top 40 picks in this draft played high school football in the state of Texas. But it took until pick 70 to get one that played at either Texas or Texas A&M. And Brandon Jones, a defensive back, was the first one the Longhorn taken to.
I'll tell you what, when you start looking at this point in the draft, these are really, really good football players, Reese. And Brandon Jones, you see a safety at the position, comes up, strikes, plays in coverage, extremely smart. Look right there, that's a great play. You get to the sidelines, you're allowed to push people out of bounds, intercepts Jalen Hurts. Really, really good.
Well, I hope he fucking does well, man. We need these motherfuckers definitely to step up.
Well, I think one trend we've started to see now here on day 2 is a lot of safeties now coming off.
So there's this one tweet with the 70th pick, the Dolphins select Brandon Jones. Jones has the versatility, range, and play speed to become a solid player in the NFL, but he lacks the consistent physicality and instincts to be a full-time starter. The consistent physicality, that's a thing that can be worked on. If he doesn't have the instincts, though, that's not so easily worked on. We'll see.
Madubuike, the defensive lineman from Texas A&M. Madubuike was a guy that Jimbo Fisher cooked. You and I did a game at A&M a couple years ago. He said, "Let me tell you something right now." Jimbo said, "He's going to play in the NFL forever."
Of course he said that. You know, remember the days of like Big Mount Cody in the inside? Those days are over in the NFL. These are the guys that they're looking for now on the inside. Because of the way the college or the NFL game is changing offensively, spreading you out, playing more on the edge, you need defensive linemen who can run like defensive ends, defensive tackles that have that kind of quickness. Guy ran a 4.83 at the combine. It gives you an idea how quick he can be. He's a playmaker, really good strength and leverage. This guy's going to make a ton of plays in the NFL.
And can get to the quarterback. You watch him, he pressures the quarterback all the time. You think about the Ravens, traded for Calais Campbell, physical, hyperactive. You saw them in the playoffs get pushed around a little bit. This guy right here will put pressure on the quarterback on the inside.
All right, now Arizona went with Houston offensive lineman Josh Jones, 6'5", nearly 300 pounds.
Yeah, and very athletic at that size. He can pull, he can get into the second level. You go back and watch
My Twitter is just at my name, Dylan Tartaro. I put it at the end of all my videos, so you can find it there.
playing in Dana Holgerson's offense, that air raid system and a tackle, you don't get a lot of help. You don't get a lot of tight ends lining up beside you. You don't get running backs chipping you. You are on an island. And remember, with the Arizona Cardinals, Cliff Kingsbury runs a very similar system. He and Dana Holgerson coached together at the University of Houston. So I think for an athletic tackle like Josh Jones, he's going to come in day one. I think he's going to have a pretty good understanding of what they're trying to do offensively. Kyler Murray was sacked 50 times a year ago, and that's Kyler Murray. And of course, some of that is on him because he likes to scramble a lot, but Josh Jones, he's going to help out the pass pro.
Josh Jones going to the Cardinals, 72nd overall pick. He was very proud of his home city of Houston, Texas. Obviously played his college ball there. You know, he's got a tattoo, an Astros tattoo on there. Asked about it and said, hey, you know, I'm not going to talk about anything else about the Astros right there, but still sporting the tattoo.
There's this CBS report that says the Dolphins reach for Texas safety, so that seems to be a common opinion for several of these players. Bit of a surprise at this spot. They have a lot of needs. Safety is a need, though, so apparently he had off-season surgery as well. Yeah, I noticed. Appreciate it, man. So, I mean, they apparently keep taking guys with injury histories. They keep taking guys that seem to be a bit of a reach for the spot that they take them at.
Maybe they make no. I heard they hit the trash can. They never red shot. All right. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock right now. The Jaguars started their draft by taking C.J. Henderson out of Florida in the first round. Also got a pass rusher in Calebon Chason from LSU in the first round. And tonight, they took Laviska Shenault in the second. Now, guy out of Colorado, a little bit of a late bloomer, had some injury problems.
We'll see how this kid does, man. Like I said, the Dolphins this season is all about hashtag fucking prove it. They got to prove this shit.
Guys like Russell Wilson, Kirk Cousins, Alvin Kamara, Jason Witten. These guys were all.
I want to see them fucking trade back up into the motherfucking third round, bro.
And as you're watching at home, it's going fast and furious. You know, this 5-minute clock, it goes quick. These picks are coming in.
That's a good point, Jesse.
Yeah.
Good. They need to fucking start flying through these picks.
Third round pick? Yeah. Big Foles too. So all you guys, there's another third round pick. Joseph Montana from the University of Notre Dame. Very true. Very good call. You know, if you kind of take the draft historically and say what would have been a second night, if we had this 3-night format since 2010, been 35 Hall of Famers, it would be second day type draft pick. So you can get the face of your franchise and cornerstones in the first round. Sometimes you also find some big time stars in the second and third rounds here, Kirk, for sure.
Yeah, I'm shocked Zach Vaughn is still out there. You know, he's as far as his size, but just such an incredible year this year as far as making plays on the other side of the line of scrimmage, not only rushing the quarterback, but involved in TFLs, tackles for loss against the run game. Just another typical Wisconsin outside linebacker. Little surprised he's still out there. Wouldn't be shocked to
Brandon
see him go here at some point.
Jones.
The Jaguars about to make that next pick. And of course, at the end of the third round, too, there will also be some compensatory picks because of various trades and deals that have been made over the course of the year. So you'll not only get the full 32 picks here in the third round, which is moving a little bit quicker with 5 minutes between picks, but also some extra picks at the end. And all 255 players will have their name called before this draft comes to an end on Saturday evening. So the Jaguars have picked 3 players so far, about to make their 4th.
Yeah, so Dolphins are still not fucking.
With the 73rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Devon Hamilton, nose tackle, Ohio State.
Nose tackle, Devon Hamilton goes.
Another Ohio State defender, and guys go 2-3 there, and now Devon Hamilton is the selection for the Jaguars. You see what they've done, and they've been able to upgrade it now to really all 3 levels of their defense with college stars, Kirk.
You know, I've talked to Larry Johnson. All the attention always seems to be on the defensive ends with Ohio State, the Bosa's, and of course this year with Chase Young.
Saints on the clock at 74.
And how important he was on the inside of that Ohio State defense. And really good instinct. Just the ability to locate the football, gets off blocks, really productive. If teams were spending too much time worrying about what was happening.
Yeah, bro.
on the edge,
This year is seriously just all about fucking prove it. They just got to prove it, man. They got to make sure they got to prove that the fucking choices they made last year and the choices that they made this year are the right ones. I still have significant concerns, but like I said, man, it's a brand new year and they got the opportunity ahead of them to fucking prove me wrong. And I hope they do.
The Cleveland Browns have traded the 74th pick to the New Orleans Saints. With the 74th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft,
I'm going to be doing my, by the way, I will be doing my summary video like right after the draft. I'm going to do it like immediately after so I can knock it out because tomorrow's draft, day 3 of the draft, that shit's early as fuck for me. That shit's at 9 o'clock in the morning. So
Zach Bond being selected by the Saints.
Yeah, 6'2", 238
Let's see.
pounds. Again, that 4.65 off the edge. I mean, just to be able to put that in perspective, that's a blur for an offensive tackle to have to deal with a guy that can come off the edge. You can see he's a little thin. You know, in the NFL, David, that's the one question about him is he's not T.J. Watt coming out of Madison. You know,
Lions on the clock.
He's going to have to be used in a way where you can create matchups against backs and maybe keep him where he can win one-on-one in obvious situations. But those big maulers.
come on, Dolphins. You got a bunch of picks still.
Level because of the lack of real size at 238 pounds. He's going to have to play and drop and do different
I think they have like 3 or 4 picks in like round 4 or something. Trade up and get back into round 3.
I know he's not big, but he's quick. He knows how to set up pass rush moves.
And get a fucking running back.
He didn't just come on the scene and destroy it at Wisconsin. He's been through some troubles, came in as a quarterback, struggled, wanted to give up the game, but slowly, a couple years ago, you saw flashes, and then this past year, he just started taking names and kicking people's butts. So I definitely think he's developed throughout his career to improve every single year, and is a versatile guy that will go with the Saints, another guy that can put pressure on the quarterback.
Zach Bond going to the Saints, Maria.
Yeah, Reese, and you heard David talking about the adversity he had to battle through to even make it here. He even dealt with injuries, which we all know can be very tough for athletes. The good news for Zach is he had man's best friend right beside him the entire way.
The reason my dog has his own Instagram page has everything to do with my girlfriend. If you want to follow him, it's Chancellor the Yapper. The name really came from what we were listening to at the time, which was Chance the Rapper. We got Chancellor a few years ago. Our family was trying to give him up, and we scooped him up. I was hurt my 2017 season. Unfortunately, missed the entire season. Thankfully, I had my best friend beside me.
Come on.
To come home to a happy, smiling face to you every day. I'm very appreciative of Chance.
Okay, so I'm going to need everyone to go and give Chancellor the Yapper a follow, but I do believe that the dog of the draft, Reese, is going to be Bill Belichick because he's literally taking over every Twitter timeline right now.
Bill Belichick's dog has gotten a lot of treats tonight.
Lots of
We've
treats.
seen the softer side of the Patriots head coach. Now, you wanted everybody to follow Chancellor the Yapper. The real question.
Bill Belichick does have a nice husky.
No, I haven't. No. I'm going to give him a follow. I'll keep you posted.
Okay.
Look at it.
Yeah, you know what's great about that though is like look at his digs though. I mean, you talking about 8 Super Bowl rings. You know what I mean? Like 8 world championships. And look at his digs. Look at where he's.
Yeah, you know what's funny about that? What's funny about that, Daz, is that he gives the dog the treat. He just drafts Kyle Duggar at the start of the second round. He's like, all right, I'm not on the clock again.
Come
for
on.
2 hours. Here, enjoy. I'm gonna take a nap. I'll be back. Just keep an eye on the draft. See if anyone's willing to trade. Take some calls. Let me know.
Yeah, the Lions look at where he's staying compared to where Kingsbury's staying. And the Lions just made a pick. It is Jonah Jackson, a guard from Ohio State, who is a graduate transfer from Rutgers, did a great job for the Buckeyes there. So he is the latest pick from the Lions.
Oh, come on, man. Can you guys fucking move this shit along, please?
The next pick is 76th overall, the 12th pick of the third round. It's the Buccaneers. Took Tristan Wirfs last night in the first round. Whitfield out of Minnesota with their second round pick tonight. So with Tom Brady, Rob Gronkowski, and the Bruce Arians offense, we'll see if Jason Light gives them a little more help on that side in terms of.
Yeah, Tampa Bay is going to be an interesting team to watch this year. That's for sure.
I know some of you they're still within reach, and they are getting lower. I promise you.
With the 76th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Keyshawn Vaughn, running back, Vanderbilt.
Keyshawn Vaughn, running back. There goes another one.
So Tampa Bay takes Keyshawn Vaughn, started his career at Illinois, transferred to Vanderbilt. Now, Friday, September 27th, his son Keelan was born around 7 o'clock, and then just a few hours later, Keyshawn went to the stadium for the Commodores and put up 138 yards and a touchdown in their first win of the season against Northern Illinois. Became a dad, got a win in less than 24 hours.
And he is explosive with the football. He can get himself into the open field. He's got some wiggle. He's got a burst.
So Dolphins are missing out on all the running backs in this draft. They missed out on the top fucking safeties.
Earlier in that game, he runs over Patrick.
The one they took might be a little bit of a reach according to some people. Same thing for their tackles.
He gives you a big time weapon for Tampa Bay.
Several of these guys have injury histories.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. You know, you played on a team that the productivity wasn't as high as some other running backs in this draft. But you're looking at a guy who has a great understanding of the offense. He doesn't turn the ball over.
Broncos are up. They're about to pick.
I think he has really good football speed, great instincts, knows how to find the hole, runs well and strong behind his pass, and great vision.
Third round of the NFL draft is rolling up, and we are just drinking it all in with you with the Broncos on the clock.
Yeah, well, can y'all hurry the fuck up? Like, for real. More fucking commercials.
Don't bring that mess around here, Evan! Oh.
Don't do it. You dare.
I don't think so! It's okay, big fella. We're gonna get through this together. Nice rip, Robbie.
When you bundle home and auto insurance through Progressive, you get more than just a big discount.
I'm gonna need you to leave.
You get relentless protection.
Okay. Look like Flo's starting to get a little chunky. Oh, yeah. Ah. Oh, that's a nice chair. See, that would be cool for eventually when I get my own motherfucking. Whoa!
Teams
Damn.
given us the possibility to continue to innovate, to continue business, and to react, and to decide action.
Bringing up video visits and accomplishing 14,000 visits in a matter of a few
Yeah,
weeks.
L'Oréal since Thursday has decided to convert.
Yeah,
its
so we're
facilities
just
to
waiting.
I can bring them in. I can actually share my screen and show the x-rays.
More commercials as
The
always.
university is not only teaching, is research, is building up projects, is creating culture.
We care about keeping London safe, keeping the police service going. We're living on Teams. It's as simple as that.
We welcome you to NFL Total Access.
It's one of the best things about the National Football League.
Free agency frenzy is finally here.
There's always a fresh piece of news.
That's cool.
Refreshed
He's back with Tom Brady.
Always something to find out.
A massive trade involving one of the best wide receivers in the league.
As it unfolds right in front of our eyes.
He's got the speed, he's got the length, he's got the strength.
We know the league better than anyone. And we're there to make sure you do too.
Kansas City, you got a champion!
NFL Total Access, only on NFL Network.
Hope everyone's staying safe. We know times are super tough right now, but that's not going to stop us from cheering on our team.
It'll stop you from cheering on your team if there's no football this year. Just saying.
They had the cannonball, and then they had the one. Felt better of it. Watch all you guys get wet and not me. I want to remind all of you, if you can, to go to NFL.com/relief to donate and help us with the COVID-19 relief. And we've got these cameras all over.
Wait a second, this camera's never here in our living room.
They're watching. That is Booger McFarland's house. So, buddy Booger, here with the family watching and utilizing the camera. Broncos are on the clock. Yeah, the Broncos have had some offensive line trouble. They've addressed wide receiver. They've drafted 2 so far. See what Elway and company do here.
With the 77th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft,
Broncos about to pick.
The Denver Broncos select Michael Ojemudia, defensive back, Iowa.
Michael Ojemudia, a corner. Look, they got the cheerleaders for this one.
The Broncos do indeed address defense. Their top 2 picks, wide receivers, and then they go with Ojemudia out of Iowa. Guy who developed and well-schooled. Iowa. Been there for a long time and also has an NFL background. Been very productive in putting offensive linemen and defensive backs in the National Football League. And now the Broncos make the pick 77 overall. Falcons now move on the clock. Falcons with the 14th pick here in the 3rd round. And have taken A.J. Terrell, a cornerback out of Clemson in the first round. It's considered a bit of a reach, at least at that high part of the draft. And then Marlon Davidson, the defensive end from Auburn, went in the 2nd round. Here are some guys, the best available players according to Top and Shit.
And I think we see here with Jordan Elliott and Evan Gallimore at the top of that list. It's just pass rushing defensive tackles. And
Falcons are up. Pick is in.
It's funny, looking at this draft on defense, there weren't a ton of elite, pure pass rushers coming off the edge, a defensive end or outside linebacker, but there was a lot of athleticism at the defensive tackle position, and still some guys out there that can help Dan Quinn in this Atlanta defense. Maybe a guy lining up beside Grady Jarrett at defensive line and help out with the pass rush.
So there is Dan Quinn, Arthur Blank, Thomas Dimitroff, the general manager, as they prepare to make the Falcons pick, which will be their 3rd of this NFL draft. Falcons getting ready to make this pick, and we are preparing to see what Atlanta will do. They've got the new uniforms, but before we get to that pick, we want to get some encouraging words from the doctor who is working on the front lines in the battle against the coronavirus and COVID-19 in Atlanta.
Hey, Atlanta. This is Dr. Eileen, Grady Maid ER Doc, here to tell you we got this. We have the best public health departments in the entire country here in Atlanta. We know what to do. Be safe, please. Stay home. But there's hope. From the donated supplies to the cheers coming from the city towers, we do feel the love. Thank you. Though we've been burned before, we always rise up.
All right, that was fun.
Thank
Falcons
you,
pick.
Everyone working in Atlanta and beyond to take care of our most vulnerable. You have our full support. And now with the 78th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Matt Hennessy.
Matt Hennessy, center. What is he, a tackle?
And what the Falcons are getting here is
A Temple.
real tough
He's from
guy.
Temple.
He wears the single digit on his 30.
He's a center.
Only the toughest
Center
guy
from
to
Temple.
get that awarded on the Temple team. You see what all he's done. He's a man who's a little bit A little bit beyond football with some of his interests, Tom.
Well, Reese, for Matt Hennessy to move from Temple to Atlanta may not be that difficult. In fact, he welcomes new experiences and credits some of the trips he's taken for shaping his view of the world.
In May of 2018, a few of my teammates and I from Temple University headed over to Japan in an effort to help Japan expand its intercollegiate athletic experience. Seeing the passion that the Japanese players had for the game was incredible. I saw so many players who were so willing and excited to learn, which I think is like one of the most important qualities you can have as a football player. The game's definitely growing internationally. 3, 2. Being exposed to Japanese culture was incredible. The way they work together for the common good, the kindness and willingness they all have was incredible as well. It was pretty cool to see them as a country, and that's obviously a common theme in football, is working as a team and as a unit.
Feed a healthy lifestyle with Pure Protein.
High protein, low sugar, tastes great.
High protein, low sugar, so good.
High protein, low sugar. Birthday cake.
And try Pure Protein shakes with 24 vitamins and minerals.
Saturdays happen. Pain happens. Aleve it. Aleve is proven stronger and longer on pain than Tylenol. When pain happens, Aleve it. All day strong.
Some banks, it seems like they're going at the speed of yesteryear, but not here. This is Capital One, where you can open a new savings account in about 5 minutes and earn 5 times the national average. This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? We're back! The most extreme mini golf course just got extreme.
Like, it's hard to fucking. So I know I'm all like quiet and shit now. You can see my cat sleeping in the background.
Is returning to that most precious sanctuary.
I'm kind of like just browsing on like
And so we offer this
on I was gonna say on Twitter, but I'm not really on Twitter. I'm just online and stuff. But I'm looking for, because I'm trying to fix up my my background, you know, with more dolphin stuff. So I'm trying to like get some ideas and stuff.
Hi, this is my friend Jane from Frontier, and this is how she fixed the fixer-upper. The McGee's just moved into a house they plan to DIY, but what in the heck did they buy? They called Frontier, soon Jane was here. Gave them lots of speed to stream how-tos and ditch those money pit blues. Now it's home sweet, high speed home.
Count an R100.
See, like they're literally just trying to make sure that they fucking they push this shit straight through and make it 4.5 hours long.
So El Pollo Loco is here to help. The $20 Familia dinner with free delivery, however long is necessary, only through the Postmates app.
But like we might not even fucking pick again. So you just gotta like sit around for an hour just because.
Our mentality was to go out and win at any cost.
Man, can y'all get back to it? Why do you have so many fucking commercials?
Joseph Dennis Rodman has moved from Detroit's bad boys over to those champion Bulls. Jets about to make a pick. Their
Jets are up.
draft. Here's the commissioner, Roger Goodell.
With the 79th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Jabari Zuniga, defensive end, Florida.
Jabari Zuniga or something like
The
that.
Jets are getting a guy that, when healthy, can really put pressure on the passer. He just kept trying to get through a high ankle sprain this past year, and Jabari Zuniga joins these guys, the top 3 picks from the Jets. Will have 2 picks going on defense.
Really was kind of a late bloomer.
Jabari Zuniga, defensive end.
Football, he was 5'11". All of a sudden, he had a 4-inch growth spurt. At 6'3", all of a sudden became a big prospect. So the Florida Gators gobbled him up. One thing he does have is a lot of speed. Ran a 4.65 40-yard dash, and you can see the quickness and the explosion right out of his stance. He's already in the backfield. So Kirk, for an Atlanta defense that needed help in the pass rush, you've got a former Florida Gator and Dante Fowler Jr. coming in via free agency. You already got Grady Jarrett inside. And then you drafted Marlon Davidson. Now you've got Jabari Zuniga. It's looking a whole lot better in the pass rush standpoint in Atlanta.
I love the fact he's got a hoops background, hoops player, only 1 year high school football. Gives you an idea of still how much more he can grow as a football player. Reese, you made a good point about the high ankle. It would have been fun to really watch him turn loose along with Grenard if they were both healthy. Jonathan Grenard, who will eventually get drafted as well. But kid's a game changer, can play inside and outside. The Jets, Jesse, you talked about some of the players that they have on that D-line. What they're trying to do.
So Zuniga goes to the Jets, the 79th overall pick in the draft. Now the Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. 16th pick of the 3rd round, 80th overall. Gruden and Mayock trying to get together to get things going. They took a wide receiver and a cornerback with their first 2 picks. Before we announce this selection, we have a very special family from the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, TAPS, which offers care to those who are grieving the loss of a military loved one. Now, before we hear from the Las Vegas Raiders and their pick, we'd like to introduce the mother, stepfather, and brother of a fallen hero, Petty Officer Rico Peavy Jr.
Let's see.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us here at the NFL Draft. We are very excited to be here, and we're here in honor of our son, and he is very happy to see the Raiders come to his hometown, and we're just all so excited to welcome the Raiders to our city. Go Raiders!
Nice.
Thank you to the Pruitt family. The entire NFL family joins me in honoring we join you tonight in honoring Rico's memory by making this next pick in his honor. With the 80th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Lynn Bowden, running back, Kentucky.
There goes Lynn Bowden.
And Lynn Bowden is a
Bowden.
tough guy. He was a wide receiver, but he moved to quarterback and really transformed Kentucky. Kirk, I know you know the Stoops brothers very well. Mark Stoops from Youngstown, as Lynn Bowden is, gave this guy a chance, and man, did he deliver.
I think there's a couple things there, Reese. Toughness, number one. No matter what position that he's going to play, he's going to bring that to the offense. You know, along with Henry Ruggs, you can tell what John Gruden are trying to do. Another team in the AFC West trying to keep up with Patrick Mahomes. Unselfish attitude, moving the quarterback, playing 8 games, didn't throw the ball a lot. People knew he was going to run it like this. Still couldn't stop it because of his quickness, determination. You know, David,
can y'all please move it along, man?
Kid's a playmaker. He's just one of those guys that's going to find a way to win because of that competitive spirit.
Yeah, unbelievable. It says running back, play quarterback, play wide receiver. You saw him in the bowl game, basically do everything possible. It's just he's got a versatility to his game that fits really, really well in today's NFL. You think about today's NFL, it's starting to be more positionless, more guys that can do more things. By the way, punt returns over 20 yards of punt return, kick returns over 20 yards of kick return. This guy can do it all and did it all at a really high level, guys.
Yeah, what Isaiah Simmons was to the defense, Lynn Bowden was to an offense. I mean, this guy can do anything and everything from the offensive side of the ball. Put him in the backfield as a running back, he's going to excel. Quarterback, he's going to win games for you. Wide out, he's hard to cover.
Come on, man. I want to see them trade back into the 3rd round or something.
Put John Gruden and those guys. Great.
At least make it worth fucking sitting through all this.
Maria, he won the Paul Hornung Award that goes to the country's most versatile player this past year.
Yeah, Reese, and he's proven his versatility on the field. But before a lot of these players take that step into the professional ranks, they want to use this moment to remember the people that have inspired them to get here. For Lynn Bowden Jr., there are 2 people that he's most grateful for.
Growing up on the north side of Youngstown, Ohio, my mom, she's a single mother of four. We stayed at my grandma Dorothy's house a lot. It was like 15, 17 of us in the house.
They just gotta like,
you know, out in the yard all the time with the older kids.
they just gotta drag it out.
Drug activities. And I have my son. I knew I always wanted to be in my son's life. I ain't have my dad in my life, so that gave me an extra edge just to go hard for my son. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today, going to college, you know, having the success I am, playing so hard, and it's because of him. You know, I want to thank him, and you know, thank his mom for having me in here. And last but not least, the most important piece to me is my mom. She sacrificed a lot, and you know, she's been through a lot. And I just want to say I love her, and I thank her.
So right now, Lynn is celebrating with his mom and, of course, his son. And he feels as though for Lynn III, he continues to pave the way, which every step that he's been able to take. And, of course, this step into the NFL is something they'll be able
Cowboys
to
up.
Maria, that's the truth. Now, Lynn Bowden Jr., he had a great belt bowl against Virginia Tech, had that little scuffle where before the referees had jurisdiction, he punched a guy there, apologized to his teammates, still ended up getting out there and being able to win the game. The Raiders are going hard to improve that offense. They took Henry Ruggs, they took Lynn Bowden, and then they took Brian Edwards just a moment ago, back-to-back picks from SEC receivers there, Kirk.
They took 3 receivers.
Yeah, you have to. If you're going to live in that division,
What the fuck?
it's not about getting games and winning like the Ravens and the Steelers in the snow, 17.
Why are you taking so many receivers, though?
Andy Reid changed the game when he went out and got Patrick Mahomes and changed his offensive style. I mean, and now they've got Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I mean, these guys are going to be scoring 45 a game. And if you're the Chargers or the Raiders or anybody out there, you're going to have to be able to try to score with them. So it makes a lot of sense to get all hands on deck, give the quarterbacks as many weapons as he can get. And this is back-to-back picks by the Raiders to prove that.
Well, and we knew coming into the draft the wide receiver was going to be a position that they had to address. Just Tyrell Williams.
3 though? Did they really have to draft 3 of them?
Darren Waller. And I think what they're doing is they're finding different guys that can do different things. So Henry Ruggs brings the speed. You got Bowden that's got versatility. Now you get a big physical receiver and Edwards. Hunter Renfrow is already there. A lot of good receivers right now in that core unit for Derek Carr to throw to, Reese.
Cowboys about to make a pick in the 3rd round. Here's the commissioner.
Cowboys up.
With the 82nd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Neville Gallimore, defensive tackle, Oklahoma.
Neville Gallimore, defensive tackle.
The Cowboys have now taken 3 players in this draft. 2 of them are from Oklahoma. Neville Gallimore, look at this big celebration for a Canadian-born player. He goes in there, David. Neville Gallimore from Oklahoma going to the Cowboys.
Yeah, man.
And this guy is an athlete. I just saw a video of him the other day, actually.
Broncos are up.
304 pounds, only 6'2", dunking a football. But you watch him in the interior and you watch him spin and use his hands really quickly. I mean, you talk about a guy that is big, powerful, strong, quick. He has all the tools. Now, listen, the production has not been there consistently throughout his career. But there is no doubt when you watch the tape of Oklahoma, number 90's athleticism stands out. His strength, his balance, he's got the tools.
Come on.
Rare athleticism, David. He ran a 4.79 40. He's 305 pounds.
Come on.
You know, a lot of these big, heavy guys, they make an initial effort, and they don't get there. They're like, oh, okay, I'm just going to shut it down.
Oh, goodness.
Will get after you. From another Canadian from my hometown, the great city of Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. Neville Gallimore makes plays. I mean, this list is just getting prettier and prettier. I think it's getting more athletic as you move down the list.
At the risk of continuing and boosting this up, here's the Canadian Press Football Academy, something that has really been able to find some great talent. There are neighbors to the north. It's Tom Rinaldi joins
Reese, as if Jesse wasn't insufferable enough. I mean, my goodness sake. Some players take a lot of pride repping the region or town they come from. But for Neville Gallimore, he comes to the league repping an entirely different country.
It means the world to me, not only to represent Canada, but to represent my city, Ottawa, Ontario. Ottawa's my city. That's where my heart is.
It's cool.
I got 2 older brothers, and my parents were born and raised in Jamaica, who came to Canada in the 90s. As a kid, started playing football around the age of 9 or 10. As I got older around high school, I wanted to play football in America. I got that opportunity my junior and senior year. Went to Canada Prep, played a full U.S. schedule, have an opportunity, to take my, my ability, my talents, and have an opportunity, to do that in the NFL. It means everything.
Dana. Good for you, man. And more commercials. Shocker.
Bud Light Seltzer, available for delivery.
I mean, it's supposed to be 4.5 hours, apparently. That's what the stream says. The stream says that we are 3 hours and 45 minutes through a 4.5 hour stream.
Las Vegas Raiders players. It's just missing the most important thing. You. So, we will wait. The question is, can the rest of the world?
Shishito, burrito, roquito, frashito, pork chop, soda pop, sour sop, hot pot, scallop, kiva, Brussels sprout, sauerkraut, fresh cut trout, alfalfa sprout. We are America's Kitchen. DoorDash, every flavor welcome.
If you're over mac and cheese at PB&J's, we got good news for you. Right now, get Pizza Hut's best delivery deal. Large pizzas with up to 3 toppings for just $9.99.
I mean, that's not any different, bro. Oh, wait, did they just say 3?
You've been invited to a superb owl party.
How come we never see you guys during the regular season?
I really only see them at night. It's like they're vampires or something.
Today we're making a spicy Mexican salsa. Start by accidentally rubbing your eyes. Then rub your husband's eyes. Just toast meat it.
So, what's the plan? You jump in there, the drought ends, and then the crops grow.
Okay, what if instead we just built something that would get the water from the river down to the fields, like with tubes or something?
Well, everybody walked all the way up here, so...
In you go. No, you're right.
Eventually, somebody realizes there's a better way to do things. Like a mobile service with the fastest overall speeds. Now with 5G, it's a better way to mobile. It's Spectrum.
How to make shrimp tacos. Postmate shrimp tacos. You made shrimp tacos.
Sign up today and get 3 months of unlimited.
This shit is boring.
Our country has been so fortunate
to have a great team of first responders, hospital staff, and essential employees working
together to get us through this tough time.
We want to thank those that go out on the front lines daily
for their tireless work
and sacrifices
to keep our communities safe.
To the fans, thank you for your continued effort
to stop the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Let's be good teammates to one another. We got this.
We got this.
We got this.
We don't got this. This shit is running wild, rampant, and out of control. Thanks for the message, guys, but we definitely don't got this right now. And this shit is fucking, like, just long and drawn out.
In terms of its support of this battle that our country and our world is facing right now.
And it's all just to fucking keep people fucking tuned in. Just so they can keep raking in money. And at the same time, not only are they just sitting here trying to fucking bilk us all for as much as they possibly can by making this event as long as they possibly can, but then they want us to fucking donate to the fucking COVID-19 relief efforts, even though it's us, the average people, that are hurt most from it.
Only Jalen Hurts has been taken by the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay.
These guys, all of them very successful
Fuck you, NFL, and your goddamn capitalistic, greedy fucking bullshit. Get on with it.
Surprised personally. I think Jake Fromm kind of has the makings of a Chase Daniel type of guy, where he can be a very solid backup because of his knowledge of defenses and just a reliable old soul. Jacob Eason, to me, is a wild card. There are times when you watch him throw at 6'6", he's kind of a dinosaur. You know, in this day and age, quarterbacks are more mobile. This guy's going to sit in the pocket, stoic, and make throws downfield when everything's clean, when he has time. When he doesn't have time, things can get nasty. Decision-making isn't very consistent, and I think that's probably what's holding teams back from pulling the trigger at this point on him.
Yeah, I think Jacob Eason has the better arm, but what I like about Jake Fromm is, you know, from the head up, the shoulders
Which
up,
one's-
he's such a smart, cerebral quarterback. He's a game manager. He throws well with anticipation, and I think he'll win over the locker room, too. Of those two, I think Jake Fromm will go before Jacob Eason.
Those two guys were teammates early in their career at the University of Georgia after Jake Fromm won the job.
That's
when
Eason.
Jacob Eason was injured. Eason ultimately transferred to the University of Washington. They wait, and the Rams about to make a pick. Let's see who the Rams go for.
With the 84th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft,
So we're finally to pick
Los Angeles
84.
Rams select Terrell Lewis, linebacker, Alabama.
Terrell Lewis, linebacker.
Terrell Lewis, Washington, D.C. area, a guy who has high-level talent, Maria.
That's right, Reese. And remember, he had an elbow injury that cost him most of the 2017 season. So there was an entire year that we were like, what does he even sound like? What does he play like? But when we all saw him battling on the field and heard him speaking at the podium, some interesting comparisons began to spring up.
Okay. Colts are up and their pick is in.
I'm not joking around with it. I fight like them too.
How dare them even challenge me, these fighters? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? With their primitive boxing skills.
Me and my teammate Anthony, we was chilling at his house one day. We didn't know Mike Tyson had like a TV show. He'll mess with me and be like, Mike Tyson mystery.
I tried defensively because I've been in a lot of fender benders, okay?
Oh, shucks. I got into a fender bender. It wasn't really something big until Mike Tyson came to the school.
Roll Tide.
We tried to keep the laughs to a minimum, but people were definitely laughing, making eye contact, looking back at each other like, man, y'all hear this? Like, my bad. Oh, shut. Mike Tyson mystery.
I think this is a good impression of Mike Tyson, but I don't think he sounds like him. And by the way, that show, Mike Tyson Mystery, started in 2014. I thought, Reese, maybe it started when you or Tom were younger. It seems like a little bit of an older show.
I think it's a complete It's a complete mystery to you how young I really am.
That's what it is.
Mike Tyson. There is Terrell Lewis. Kirk, look, this is a guy that I envision having a Chase Young type impact this season. He did not have that. He's a good player, but he has elite athleticism and potential in the NFL.
I put a lot of that on injuries. I remember seeing him. We get these Alabama practices that are closed, and you see, I always like to go to the practice where the freshmen are. You got all these freaks, the superstars. The next wave. And I remember seeing Terrell Lewis and thinking, so I told Scott Cochran, who is 24? What is going on with this guy? And he's like, man, I'm telling you, wait till you see what this guy's going to do. And then he was hurt. 17, he missed most of the year. 18, he's hurt. Comes back at 19, he just wasn't quite 100%. So I think the only reason he slid to this point is that the injuries. Is he 100%? Because David, if he would have been 100% in college, Reese is exactly right. Skill set to be right up there with Chase Young. Not as big, but as explosive and quick, and has really strong hands for his size.
Bruh, this is taking so long to move through these fucking picks, man.
I see flashes and
Bills are on the clock.
I saw some flashes. I'm like, okay, he's starting to look healthy, he's starting to look dominant, but he also hasn't figured out how to play with his hands violently yet. He hasn't figured out, he's long and he likes to use his length, but I want to see him jack people up, and I want to see him
Like, I mean,
learn
it's
to be a little bit,
like, it's cool, I guess. Fucking getting the background on every single player that fucking is coming out in this draft, but Jesus Christ.
He's got the potential, the talent. He's just got to learn how to develop some of the smaller parts of his game to be really great.
Yeah, the potential is definitely there. I think the injuries has hampered his development. But when I look at him play, he reminds me of a guy I actually played with Kirk at Ohio State, played with me with the Lions. A guy named Alonzo Spellman, like a smaller version of Alonzo Spellman. Very athletic, big, strong, moves okay, not great, but well enough to get around the edge on stunts and slants.
Like, it's funny though. I wonder if these guys are listening to their evaluations live on TV and hear like, yeah, he's, you know, whatever, this, that, and the other. Fucking, he can't do this though, and he can't do that.
In the trade, I believe this is referred to as a high upside potential because Terrell Lewis, if he can stay healthy, could be a difference maker. Certainly a tremendous athlete. You saw in some of those highlights. He made a great play.
All right, Bill's pick is in.
At the end of the 2017 season against Jake Fromm. Buffalo Bills are about to be the team that makes the next pick. Sean McDermott, the head coach there. You see his setup. Brandon Beam, their general manager in this virtual draft. They took A.J. Epinesa, defensive end from Iowa, in the second round. The Bills about to make a selection.
Okay, Bill's pick is in.
NFL draft, the Buffalo Bills select Zach Moss, running back, Utah.
They just picked up Zach Moss. So there goes another running back. But that's I'm pretty sure that's Randy Moss's kid.
He was a third-team All-American this year, Pac-12 Offensive Player of the Year. Big fan of Zach Moss. Love what he brings to the gridiron. At only 5'9", he's 223 pounds, though. He runs extremely hard, extremely.
I think he's so the Dolphins are not going to get a fucking running back like ever in this draft. And they're just going to like, bro, I swear to God, if they take another corner in this draft or a wide receiver, like, what are y'all doing? If they do that, I'm saying. Like, they're just fucking, they're not just, like, doubling down a little bit is all right, especially, like, on the offensive line. They needed to double down. They needed to get a couple tackles. But it was like the guys that they chose and how they prioritized their picks overall, like, they reached a little bit, at least from some of the experts' opinions, they reached a little bit for those tackles.
He just runs angry. You can tell he doesn't like people. He's not going to the ground easy. If you're going to get him to the ground, you better bring your friends because he is short, stocky, compact, and quite honestly, just angry all the time.
Yeah, and David, not everybody in the NFL is lucky enough to have one feature back, whether it's a Saquon Barkley or whether it's a Zeke Elliott. You're seeing more and more the sort of tailback by committee approach, and it's important to have one guy play well off the other. You just mentioned Devin Singletary. He's more of that flashback, that guy that can make you miss, hit the home run. Zach Moss is excellent between the tackles, and you guys have kind of mentioned it. If you're a defensive back and you're going to tackle Zach Moss, you're making a business decision because he wants
Patriots are up. Pick is in.
He has had injury issues throughout his career. He's missed games each of the last 3 seasons because of those injuries. But I think if he can stay healthy, they've got a really good-looking 1-2 punch now in the AFC East division that is all of a sudden a whole lot more wide open. Now that Tom Brady is with the – is that weird for everybody to hear? Tom Brady is not a New England Patriot. That's still weird for me to hear that.
No question about it. It's going to be bizarre for as long as he plays for the Buccaneers or anybody else. The Patriots are on the clock. Just want to clean up one thing. Zach Moss.
Come on.
Utah players as the Colts have taken Julian Blackman, safety, also out of Utah with the 85th pick. They made that selection while we were talking the Rams pick of Terrell Lewis. So the Patriots now about to make their 3rd pick of the night. I really like what they did in the 2nd round, taking Kyle Duggar out of Lenore Ryan. Division II safety. His career, they took Josh Uche, and now Belichick and company about to make the pick.
Patriots pick is in.
Is that all you got? Oh, come on.
Like the one dude's blowing on his coffee and shit.
87th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, The New England Patriots select Anthony Jennings, linebacker, Alabama.
Anthony Jennings.
Still brewing.
You know about the relationship between Bill Belichick and Nick Saban, one of the top leaders that Alabama has had.
A linebacker. Patriots take a linebacker.
Anthony Jennings, David.
Yeah, and to quote one of the Alabama coaches, my favorite player of all time. So just think about that for a second with all the great players that have come through Alabama. He's tough. He's technical.
Browns on the clock.
You know what? You can tell he loves.
I mean, they got about 30 minutes left, so they really need to get this shit moving. They still got a lot of picks to go through.
He's going to be a guy that will set the edge with physicality, can rush the passer, will play with great energy, and just loves the game of football. Another guy New England will have a role for, Kirk.
Yeah, David, it reminds me, again, another Alabama guy that had to deal with a big-time injury. You know, it set him back, slowed him down, and, you know, I think if you watch the way he played this year, there are moments where he looked close to 100% healthy. He's very physical. You talked about the back being angry. This guy has that same edge to him, the way he plays. He can set the edge with the run. Very underrated potential, I think, in this New England scheme to be able to rush the quarterback. How many times does Bill Belichick...
So they took the Patriots took a safety and 2 linebackers.
Jennings from Alabama that fits in perfectly into what he likes to do.
Kirk, I know a lot of times it's difficult.
Those are they have had 3 picks and all on defense.
For Anthony Jennings, that knee injury that you mentioned that he had in the playoff in 2017 against Clemson, that was threatening his leg. And he's able to come back, play, and now is a New England Patriot. In fact, the Patriots have done some things that have drawn a lot of cheers, even in New York City.
Oh, damn, son.
Their contribution to fighting COVID-19.
We still got 18 more picks to go.
The Patriots were actually welcomed in New York as the team donated thousands of face masks at the hospital for patients sick with coronavirus.
There is no greater gift than hope.
Yeah, but we're still way behind. Congratulations, the Patriots fucking gave some people some masks. That was way not enough. We need to do more. Stop giving people fucking praise for the fucking crumbs. God damn it. Woo! She's cute, whatever her name is. I can't remember her name. The Good Morning Football chick.
We've all
She's
been asked
cute.
to spend more time at home. Please know that Mathis Brothers is here to help. Our stores are
Look at my baby. Even back there, all cute.
Our updated business hours
Huh.
are 11 to 7.
It's kind of
with
blending in
senior
with the
shopping
sheets.
Hour from 11 to 12. We hope we can help make your home a more comfortable, happy place. Whether it's a new bed, a comfortable chair, or a new living room, we can still provide you with immediate pickup or next day delivery. Only at Mathis Brothers.
Spectrum Mobile is a better way to mobile. First, we deliver the fastest overall speed and the most reliable mobile service, coast to coast. Now we're bringing you 5G.
It's already fucking 8 o'clock, bro.
We're extending our network every day so we can offer you the best experience.
11 o'clock on the other coast.
So you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, this shit's supposed to go to 11:30, 8:30
5G is here.
Pacific. So there's another half an hour. So this shit should be fucking wrapping up within the next 30 minutes.
Taking care of each other. It's the small parts that make a big difference. At Chevy, we promise to do ours. We're offering current Chevy owners OnStar Crisis Assist services and complimentary Wi-Fi data. If you need a new Chevy, interest-free financing for 84 months with deferred payments for 120 days on many of our most
Because I want to make my
You may
fucking
even shop online and take delivery when we're available.
summary video for day 2. I got to get a workout in still today. It's arms day for me. Boom. Right.
College game day guys here, letting you know the personalities.
Yeah, I mean, I live on the West Coast, so it's still early, you know, relatively speaking, but still, though, this shit is fucking going on forever.
Cleveland Browns on the clock at the moment. They've gone.
Browns are up. Pick is in.
First round with Jedrick Wills out of Alabama, and then Grant Delpit, the Thorpe Award winner in college football, as the best defensive back in the country, was their second round pick earlier this evening, 44th overall. And now Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry, the latest brain trust for the Cleveland Browns, will try to make that third pick as they try to put the pieces together. Baker Mayfield and company, and turn the Browns into a consistent winner. We've had a little bit of a run recently on some.
Can we get to it, dude? Jesus Christ.
Waiting for just the second quarterback of the night to be taken. Jalen Hurts has been the only quarterback drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles in the second round. So what are you expecting here as we start to get into this part of the draft? Kirk, is there anybody that hasn't been selected up to this point that you're really surprised is not off the board yet?
Not necessarily. I mean, I'm looking at Cleveland based on what they may need. I mean, if you look at a tight end, there's just not at this point those dynamic guys that would stand out at a big time program. We've talked about some of the smaller schools, the kid out of University of Dayton, a Troutman. I think they need help with defense. You know, I know they've addressed a few different areas so far with Wills and Delpit. They got that safety. It maybe be a hybrid type guy that can cover guys out of the backfield. But honestly, I still think they need to help that defense based on the way they played last year.
No doubt. And I think, Kirk, if you're looking across the board, Jordan Elliott's the next highest guy as far as rankings with McShay and interior defensive linemen, those guys that can, especially a guy like him from Missouri. You've seen so many flashes of him getting after the quarterback. You've seen the quickness, the penetration, the guy that you could see he's going to go surely in the next couple picks in the third round. He's got that kind of ability. A lot of people talked about him being in the first round, possibly late in the first round or second round. Definitely an impact player.
I think sometimes what you have to do, David, if you're a head coach and general manager at this point of the draft, is start looking within your division and see who you're going to be playing against. We know who else is in the division with them. It's the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson having to stop Mark Ingram and now J.K. Dobbins. All those weapons they have offensively, you need to find.
God damn it! I'm still mad that they fucking passed up on Dobbins, dude.
To try and disrupt them, you play them twice a year. They're going to be playing against Lamar Jackson twice a year, I think, for a very long time. So athleticism on defense, anything you can do to upgrade, I think, is a good pick.
So the pick is in as we check in with the commissioner.
Remember, fans, we've raised millions of dollars for COVID-19 relief, and we encourage you to keep them coming. We made a difference, and we've raised millions of dollars already, and we hope to do more. And remember, the NFL is matching all of your donations, so we hope you'll.
Oh, there you go. That's the first time I've heard them say that they're actually matching it. Well, that's better. That's the least they could do. Motherfucker sounding like Joe Biden right now, though, fucking slurring his words and getting all lost in his fucking train of thought and shit.
So the dog pound does exactly what the former
Jordan Elliott, defensive tackle, goes to the Browns, 88 overall.
Started his career at University of Texas, wound up at Missouri, David.
No, I mean, just a guy that flashes so much ability, and look at him, he looks really, really lean. He's 302 pounds, and he'll move up and down. But as a defensive lineman, first of all, again, back to the single digits, okay? You got that guy, that big boy on the inside wearing number 1. You know he's athletic. He used to be a receiver or something more dynamic. But you look at the hand use of a guy like this. He's big. He's physical. He knows how to combat those hands.
Vikings pick is in. Oi.
I like the athleticism, David, and his ability to use his speed to just jump across and fly across the face of these guards and centers. But he's got swing moves. He's got counter moves to get into the backfield. And again, we talked about having to go up against Lamar Jackson twice a year. You want to be able to get pressure in his face, make him run east and west, and get him out of his timing, disrupt him. And Jordan Elliott can certainly do that.
Jordan Elliott, we said he finished up his career at Missouri, and he has matured since he left Austin, Texas, while he was in school in Texas, he once had his car towed, but because he was able to walk around for the most part, he didn't bother to go pick it up for a while. And by the time he went to pick up his car, they had auctioned it off. Never saw the car again. That is a lesson learned. I imagine now that he's a draft pick in the NFL, that would be a more expensive lesson. Don't get your car towed. Let's go back to the commissioner. Go, baby.
All right, Vikings.
With the 89th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Cameron Dantzler, defensive back.
Cameron Dantzler, corner, Mississippi State.
Go, baby. Cameron Dantzler is picked, defensive back out of Mississippi State, going to Minnesota.
Yeah, he was coached by the great Terrell Buckley at Mississippi.
Texans are up.
Big, long, tall corner, 6'2". He's got long arms and a lot of ball skills. He played a lot of zone coverage at Mississippi State. Really good at watching the quarterback. What I like, he doesn't play the receiver. He plays the ball. You see that right there? Keeping his eyes in the backfield, getting the interception on Joe Burrow. With those long arms, he could press. He could get them on you. Now, he's only 188 pounds, so sometimes we'll struggle against bigger, more physical wide receivers. But he's got a lot of the natural skill. He doesn't have the same top-end speed as some of the other top corners in this draft as well, but he certainly got a lot of range, Des, that I think in zone coverage really shines.
Yeah, but believe because he's so long, like you said, he can play press. He doesn't have the recovery speed, so if you get a clean release.
Yeah, I feel you, man.
But if he gets his hands
I mean, they're just.
he's going to get the win. He can high point the ball. He's 6'2".
There's still like 16 more picks to go.
He's a guy who heard from a boy to keep
They're going so fucking slow, man.
He's going to take chances. He's going to
The Texans pick is in.
He's not going for PBUs.
I mean, like, they're waiting to announce picks just so they can fucking give you like super in-depth detailed analysis of every fucking prospect. It's literally nothing more than just a fucking tactic to keep the shit going.
So as you guys have mentioned, still a little bit raw and still learning that position. It was certainly very effective for Mississippi State. He would just continue. There's much more room to continue to grow there. Houston Texans are on the clock with a 90th overall pick. They took Ross Blacklock, the defensive lineman, earlier.
All right, Texans pick is in.
With the 90th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jonathan Grenard, linebacker, Florida.
Jonathan Grenard, Florida linebacker.
Grad transfer from the University of Louisville and finished his career. This is just a guy.
Yeah, fucking yet again.
Well, that's the thing I gotta love about him. And I know Todd Grantham, who was at Louisville.
Roger Goodell is looking fucking rough. Same thing last night. The motherfucker started looking real rough towards the end of the night.
And he loves him.
Real tired. His face is red. His eyes are red. Tired looking, that is.
As good as he's ever been around. And just a guy when he's healthy is relentless off the edge. And
The Patriots just moved up again, apparently.
He makes a name for himself with his ability to use his power and speed to be able to win on the outside and get pressure on that quarterback. And that's what he'll be asked to do in the NFL.
No doubt. And you said when healthy, Kurt, he started off this season. Remember the first game of the year against Miami, and he lived in the backfield. Now, listen, Miami proved they couldn't protect the quarterback the whole season, but this is a guy that's just hyperactive, penetrates, super, super tough. Not big. He's not big at all, Kurt, but he more than held his own in the run.
Patriots pick is in.
Definitely a guy that can get after the quarterback, get after the passer, in a relentless style, just like Kurt mentioned.
And the Texans' top two picks. You know, Bernard, when he was a teenager, he had great talent for singing. He entered this American Idol-style contest and finished fourth out of 1,000 guys. You mentioned how coachable he was. Wow. They hired a voice coach, a stage presence coach for him. He did great. This coach had helped the old group escape. But then he told his mom, more interested in football. And now what they need is for him to make sure he hits all of the right notes, mostly by hitting quarterbacks for Bill O'Brien and the Houston Texans.
Yeah, I don't think Bill O'Brien's going to last much longer as the fucking GM.
Desmond is also sometimes escape. You never know, right? Exactly. Very clever. Very good.
Patriots are about to pick again.
To make this pick the 91st overall. Let's see what New England does.
The Las Vegas Raiders have traded.
Man, this motherfucker is lounging now. Look at him.
And with the 91st pick in the
Motherfucker kicked back. He's like, yo, bro, I'm
The
hurting.
Patriots have selected Devin Asiasi, tight end, UCLA.
Devin Asiasi, a tight end. Yeah, this motherfucker looks like he's hurting, bruh.
Posture and body language are really important, Mr. Commissioner. Very relaxed in the Goodell basement. I love it.
Yeah, that motherfucker chilling, bruh.
You know how to speak body language. What does he say?
Down the M&Ms now.
Nice and relaxed.
Down the M&Ms.
Oh, man. Devin Asiasi finished his career at UCLA's really good blocking tight end. Really only blew one block last year for Chip Kelly. Started his career at Michigan, but ended up transferring and finishing up with the Bruins. So Devin Asiasi, as the Patriots have just absolutely made a cottage industry of finding ways to effectively use tight ends, and maybe this will be the guy.
For day 2, for our picks today,
Goes to Tampa Bay, retired.
what grade would I give us for our picks today?
Find a new weapon to try whoever ends up being that quarterback.
Considering they passed up on top talent at safety, at running back, considering it seems like they may have did some reaching for some of our tackles, or for the 2 tackles.
You know, I think he was a little bit of a late
Um,
this past year in Chip Kelly's offense.
I mean, look, some of these guys definitely have some upside for sure. I mean, you know, I've seen mixed reviews, man. I've seen mixed reviews on Robert Hunt and Raekwon Davis. I'm pretty much all of these guys. Some people are saying that, you know, the Dolphins are reaching to take, you know, Noah in the first round, the cornerback, and you know, the tackle we took in the, you know, Robert Hunt, and the defensive tackle Raekwon Davis, Brandon Jones. Some of these guys people feel are reaches, but I'm also seeing some things that are good. You know, they have some upside. I mean, we obviously needed to help fix the offensive line, so they did get a couple tackles. So they did finally pick up a safety. You know, so they are addressing some positions of need as well.
This idea that Jameis Winston would be there.
I don't know, man. Maybe like a C, I guess. I mean, because we have to, you know, we have to wait and see how it plays out. I mean, some of this stuff is confusing to me, though. Like, I don't know why they took the cornerback in round 1. We have so many other fucking holes that we need to fill. And in the press conference, they're like, well, he was the best player available on the board. But there was Xavier McKinney was on the board. And Grant Delpit was on the board. You guys really, really need a safety. The 2 best safeties in the entire draft are on the board. You could have taken them. At the time, they still needed another offensive tackle. They still needed a running back. They could have gotten Dobbins. They could have gotten Swift for running backs. They could have gotten Josh Jones at tackle. So, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I would have done, personally, I would have done this, like, way differently. This is, like, not at all how I would have gone about it. But after all, I'm not the one who makes the decisions. So, you know, look, I wasn't very impressed with their 2019 draft class. And, you know, I would have done that way differently. I didn't think that they properly prioritized. I didn't think that they made smart choices. And, you know, their first draft class, the 2019 draft class under Flores and Greer and them, it's underwhelming at best, you know, at best, underwhelming. So, you know, two of the guys from the draft class are not even on the team anymore. You know, a couple of them, they seem to keep picking guys with injury histories. That seems to be a common thread in this draft, guys who have injury histories. They're just like, fuck it. We passed on, even though it's really not even a comparable situation, we passed on Drew Brees because we were worried about his injuries. So to make up for it, we're going to draft a bunch of guys this year that have significant injury histories, including our first pick, our supposed franchise quarterback, and so on. So I don't know, but like I said earlier too, like I watched the interviews with the first round picks. They seem like good kids. They seem like they're hard workers. They seem like, like the cornerback, even though it's confusing to me considering they have two of the top 3 highest paid corners in the league right now. I don't know why they would take a first round corner, but they did apparently. And he's kind of like a carbon copy of Byron Jones because he's apparently good in press man coverage, which fits the Dolphins scheme and how they like to do things. But he apparently doesn't create any turnovers. So, do you think it's about character with Brian Flores and doing the Patriots way? I'm not convinced yet that Flores is going to get it done. In fact, I'm still convinced that things are not going to go as according to plan as they want it to, and Brian Flores is going to get scapegoated by Stephen Ross in a couple years when it hasn't, when the team has not met his expectations, and then we'll fire him. We'll have to wait and see. Look, I hope they prove me wrong. I hope they turn things around, and I hope they go in the right direction. I don't see it personally right now, but there's definitely some upside for these players that they got. But there's definitely some concerns as well. Titans are up. They're up to pick now.
It matters. I mean, the little details is what I wanted to be good at. So I did whatever I could to, get an edge over my opponent. Just making sure my hands stay right, stretching your hands to make sure I stay in tune. So when it comes game time, I'm not dropping it.
You got a booger, bruh.
I dedicate my draft moment to my parents.
This dude has a booger.
They're the reason I'm here. They're the reason I'm the man I am. They're the reason I came so far. My props goes out to them, and I'm very appreciative of them.
When new smartphones are expensive, the family has to share one. Step up with Boost Mobile and get 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones when you switch. Or don't and prepare to lose some furniture.
You don't think we're aggressive enough? No, that's one of the things that I personally gave them credit for. Well, we actually have 15 picks in total, which is a lot of picks. That's a lot of picks, man. You don't you realize the base amount of picks that you get, the base amount of picks is 7, right? That means 1 for each round minus trades, minus compensatory picks. So we have more than double, because we actually have 15 total picks in this draft, considering we traded back in the first round a couple spots. So we have a ton of picks. That's not the problem. It's about what they prioritize and do they use those picks smartly. But no, I thought it would be stupid if they traded away a bunch of those picks to move up to the number 1 spot just to chase a quarterback, or even if it was to move up to the number 3 spot to chase a quarterback. I gave them credit for not, mortgaging the fucking farm just to go chase one dude. So they deserve credit for that. They stayed put at number 5. I'm still not a big fan of the Tua pick for a couple reasons. One, because I think his injuries are way too concerning, his injury history. And 2, because my philosophy is to never take a quarterback in rounds 1 or 2 ever, but take a quarterback every year in round 3 or later, depending on how bad you actually need one. So there's those reasons. But he is exciting. He has a ton of upside, and as long as he stays healthy and the Dolphins do things right, he could be great for us, and that is exciting. So, you know, I was like, okay, I don't love it. It's not what I would do, but fine. Then they take Austin Jackson with their second first-round pick, and I'm like, okay, well, I would have probably rather have had Tristan Wirfs or Andrew Thomas, but okay, I'm reading some good things about him, and we need an offensive lineman, particularly a tackle. He's a tackle. All right. But then they take a cornerback after trading back, which I actually gave them credit for, trading back in the first round to accumulate more draft capital, even though it wasn't, you know, much, but still good. So they get credit for that. And then they take a cornerback after having two of the top 3 highest paid corners in the league. And he's like a carbon copy of one of those guys, Byron Jones, just younger. You know, and then they pass up, you know, between that pick and then their third or their second round picks, they passed up on J.K. Dobbins, Xavier McKinney, Grant Delpit, Jonathan Taylor, DeAndre Swift, Cam Akers, a bunch of running backs and safeties. The top talent at those positions, they easily could have got those guys, but they chose not to and took other picks, and including doubling down on picks like the defensive tackle we picked. Okay, yes, we do need some help at defensive tackle, but pass rusher is far more important if you're going to talk about the defensive line right now. And because we have no pass rushers that are legit at this moment, but we do have a couple defensive tackles. You double down at the corner spot, but that's one of the deepest parts on your defense right now. You waited fucking forever to take a safety finally. The tackles that you, or the offensive linemen that you took, a lot of people seem to think that they were reaches, and I'm not an expert by any means, but from my evaluations, they're definitely not the you know, the absolute top talent, and they certainly could have gotten the absolute top talent at offensive line if they chose to in the second or third round. I mean, they're, you know, I don't know exactly what you mean by aggressive. Like, if you mean like we didn't trade up, I guess not. I mean, we didn't. There hasn't been a ton of trades to begin with. You know, but look, man, I don't care so much about fucking being aggressive, because aggressive is not everything. This is one of the things that I said last year during the season, because Brian Flores and that coaching staff and this organization made a bunch of aggressive choices. Like, for example, the Steelers game, when they decided to fucking do a prevent defense at a time that made absolutely no fucking sense. Okay? Or no, I'm sorry. They did not play a prevent defense. I'm backwards. They decided to rush the entire defense when they should have been playing a prevent defense against the Steelers and allowed them to win that game. There were tons of examples of that over the course of the season, and everybody's defending Brian Flores like, oh, but we want a coach. We want a head coach who's going to be aggressive. I don't want a head coach who's going to blindly be aggressive. If you make aggressive moves and they prove to fail, especially when they fail miserably, blow up in your face, well, that's not aggressive I want. That's stupid aggressive, and not aggressive that I want on my team or in my organization. And so it's not about being aggressive. It's about being smart. Does that include being aggressive occasionally? Sure. But my philosophy would almost never to be one of those kinds of, you know, GMs that would trade up. I would almost never trade up. But I would trade back quite often or stay put. It just depends. But my philosophy would almost be to never to trade up.
Evans, I know he's from the Sun Belt. He's the offensive player of the year, but this kid at 4.41, big time speed, big time.
So the Titans take a running back. So there goes another running back. The Dolphins have still yet to address it. Of course, we don't have any more picks right now. So who knows if we will.
Earlier tonight, the quarterback out of LSU, and then, of course, Isaiah Wilson, the offensive lineman from Georgia. to get things started. The Green Bay Packers are back on the clock. We are now in the 30th pick of the third round. Remember some compensatory.
Packers are now up on the clock. Pick is in, 94th overall. Round 3 ends at pick 106.
Rooting interest. Jordan Love taken last night. A.J. Dillon, the running back from Boston College, went in the second round to the Packers, and now Green Bay about to make its third pick in this 2020 draft.
Do 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 do.
In the 2020 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Josiah Deguara, tight end, Cincinnati.
Look at this motherfucker. He is super just kicking back. Roger Goodell's like, fuck it, bro. Fuck professionalism. Fuck like energy. Fuck excitement. Fuck perception. Fuck all of that. I'm just gonna fucking sit back and just fucking kick it, bro. Okay.
Two running backs. You also have to have two tight
Broncos are up. Pick is in.
The Chicago Bears. He's got a good young tight end in Jay Sternberger out of Texas A&M. And now you get Josiah Deguara to come in, an athletic option that can help stretch defenses and really set up matchup problems for Aaron Rodgers, who, again, we mentioned is in his 16th year. So we thought earlier in the draft they would get a receiver. That never transpired, but at least they're able to get another weapon at tight end to help out this passing attack.
Okay, so that's the latest pick. Denver Broncos are now on the clock. Pleased to be joined by our NFL insider, Adam Schefter. And Adam, as we get late here in the third round of pick, what are you hearing about potential moves, about where some guys may land?
Well, we still got a couple of quarterbacks out there of note, Reese, at this particular point. We've got Jake Fromm, we've got Jacob Eason. Now, look, if you look at these quarterbacks out there at this time, it's not that unusual. You've got Jacob Eason from Washington, where scouts do some checking and they hear about some limitations. And then similar story with Jake Fromm, physically limitations. But again, if you go back and look last year, Gardner Minshew, similar story, slides later, comes in and helps. But also, take a look at the quarterbacks still on the market. Jameis Winston, no job. Cam Newton still without a job. And quarterbacks don't have a lot of openings right now. You're looking at quarterbacks that can come in and win a roster spot. In a draft this deep, with so much talent, where scouts felt that the talent could come in and help out in rounds 3 and 4 and so on and so forth, it pushes some of these other quarterbacks down the board a little bit when there are the question marks, as there are with Jacob Eason and Jake Fromm. I think that's part of why they're still out there.
In terms of talent, in terms of a value pick,
Yeah.
What are telling you about the depth of talent in this draft?
Listen, coming into the draft tonight, one personnel director told me today that there were 20 players.
Way too much fucking talking, man.
First round of the draft that will go in rounds 2 and 3 tonight. Normally there's 7 to 10. Felt it was the deepest draft in the second round in the last 25 years. That you'll see more starters in rounds 2 and 3 in this draft, or as many in rounds 2 and 3 as you'd see at a round 1. And so there's always been great depth in this draft. There's a lot of value in rounds 2 and 3, starting caliber players. And I think that's one of the reasons that you see guys like Fromm and Easton slide down the board a little bit, because teams see players that can help their rosters right away. And they don't view the quarterbacks in the same way right now. So they slide, the other quarterbacks move. And that's why I think personnel directors and scouts are so excited about this particular draft, Reese.
And because of that,
there's so much potential.
Senior NFL insider joining us. Shefty, always great to talk to you. Thanks for the good work.
Thank you, Reese.
All right, Adam Schefter joining us, giving us some reasons as why you might not have heard some of the names called that you would have expected. This virtual draft is unlike any in the history of the NFL. It has given us some neat moments with families being able to participate in family.
Wow, Gase's daughter and his son, they both look a lot like him.
All across Jets family in their front office getting in there, and then when you get to celebrate the pick, you don't just have to, celebrate it with your family there. And of course, hats off to the heroes for sure. You see all of the people, the Dolphins, have been able to.
Well, it depends on how you look at it. if you look at the roster currently, right? If you look at everything that they did in the offseason, all the big names that they signed, the guys primarily on defense, but also a little bit on offense. You see what they're doing in the draft and blah, blah, blah. They got the supposed quarterback of the future. They are, I would say, on paper, you would reasonably be able to say that they are a playoff caliber team, especially with the fact that the playoffs have been expanded to 14 teams. However, I would say that the Dolphins are still a bit further from making it to the playoffs than people want. I'd say we're still probably a couple years away from being a playoff contender, certainly getting to the point where we're going to be consistently vying for a spot in the expanded playoff format. So that was a long way of answering your question. The short answer is no, not right now.
Early it looked like they're going to go with the speed on the outside. We talked about how they want to be able to.
I do not think that we are in a position to. And look, I mean, I've been saying this, all day. The Dolphins are in a situation right now where they have a ton of boom potential, right? There is a very high, ceiling. There's a ton of upside and talent on this team now, et cetera, et cetera. They got their quarterback of the future, blah, blah, blah. But there's also a ton of bust potential. For example, God forbid the offensive line doesn't play up to the level that they want them to, right? Let's say Flowers is not what you expect and he ends up being overpaid like I think he is. Let's say, Ted Karras gets hurt or, isn't the long-term option, which he's probably not. Anyway, let's say, Austin Jackson takes a little bit of time to develop and get, his footing in the NFL. Well, if those kinds of things happen, they haven't taken a running back. They passed on all the top running back talent. If you don't have a run game that can help you, right? So if those things fall apart and then Tua Tagovailoa ends up getting, chased down a whole lot and then potentially injured, well, then you have serious problems, right? Now, theoretically, and what I would say is the smart thing for the Dolphins to do is to redshirt Tua this year and let him sit behind Ryan Fitzpatrick. But let's say that the offensive line doesn't play up to the level you want them to and Ryan Fitzpatrick gets hurt, and then you decide to throw Tua into the mix because the fans are clamoring for it, because he's your shiny new toy and your first-round pick. Well, then what if he gets hurt? Or they could throw him in right away because of all of those factors, that he's the first-round pick, the first-round pick. You took him 5th overall. They haven't done that in a long time, i.e., a quarterback in the top 5. We've been mediocre for so long. The fans want to see him on the field, blah, 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 blah. So, I mean, there's a lot of ways that this can go wrong. So, unfortunately, yes, there is a ton of potential for them to be great and to build something special, etc. But there's also a ton of potential for it to go horribly wrong. And unfortunately, from my perspective, that's probably the higher likelihood at this point. The probability is that something's going to happen, man, because look, in my life, one thing I've learned is that there's always something that's going to happen, man. Shit always happens. And so, there are just too many things that can go wrong that the odds are favorable that something will go wrong at some point. So we just got to hope it doesn't. All right.
Jacob Phillips.
Browns pick Jacob Phillips, linebacker out of LSU. This motherfucker is for real just straight chilling. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he grabs a fucking pillow, puts it behind his head, fucking takes a nap. Yeah, I mean, and to your last comment, win or lose, yeah, I cheer my team on no matter what. When we play on Sunday, Monday, Thursday, we don't usually have primetime games, but whenever we play, yeah, you know, obviously I'm going to be watching the game and cheering on my team, of course, without question. I'm a Dolphins fan for life. However, that doesn't mean I have to be happy about the situation, nor does it mean that I have to agree with everything that this organization decides to do, because I most certainly don't. Do we really need a running back that bad? I mean, we need a running back pretty bad. We don't really have anybody. I mean, you know, Kalen Ballage had like one of the worst statistical yards per carry averages in NFL history last season. What's his name? I'm blanking on his name right now. But the dude we got from the Bengals, the running back that we got from the Bengals, he got arrested and we cut him. Myles Gaskin, one of the draft picks from last year, spent a lot of time, you know, on the inactives list the vast majority of the season. When he got in, he didn't really produce all that much, and then he got hurt. They brought in Jordan Howard, but he's just kind of been okay overall throughout his career. Yeah, we need a running back.
Look at all the different positions, quarterbacks, linebackers,
and they could have had fucking the pick of the litter, man, at safety and at running back, two of the positions that we need to address the most, two of the most problematic positions that we have on the roster. They decided to bypass all of the top talent and just let them go. Just let them go. They still haven't taken a running back at all, you know, to this point. The offensive line picks that they fucking, you know, chose are, they have some concerns that come with them. And a lot of, like I said, a lot of the experts think that, or it's not a lot, I don't know if a lot is the right word, but some of the experts think that the Dolphins reached. There are some head scratchers like the cornerback pick.
Last night and tonight, it's clearly,
and to me, the defensive tackle pick as well, especially when you have so many other needs. But I mean, you know, I'm not the GM. I don't make these decisions, and generally speaking, the opinions and viewpoints and perspectives that I have, most people don't seem to like them because I point out things that make people uncomfortable, even though it's true. So, okay, I mean, I guess if you don't like to acknowledge the reality, then fine. But
Joe Brady, who was the play caller and offensive coordinator.
And look, you know, I'm not gonna like sugarcoat things or, you know, polish a turd. I'm not gonna do that. Like, I'm gonna be realistic and honest with you guys. If things are shit, if I don't, you know, if things do not look, you know, bright and sunny, I'm going to be honest with you. If that's my perspective, I'm going to be honest with you. If people don't like it, then, you know, I'm sorry. If I'll try and, you know, I try to do my best to be fair and objective. So I do try and make sure to do all the pros and cons. I'm not selective in the things that I decide to use as examples or as, you know, arguments for my point. I make sure to give you the full context. So, and unfortunately, you know, from what I can tell, things are not going to go as people are hoping they're going to go. I've also said very consistently that I hope that they prove me wrong. So we'll see. I don't know. We're getting there, though, man. The Giants are up, pick number 99. The pick is in. We're finally starting to get towards the fucking back end of this thing. They literally tried to fucking – they literally made sure to drag on this fucking this event as long as possible. I mean, it was supposed to end 10 minutes ago. They're actually 10 minutes over schedule right now because they just won't shut the fuck up. They literally are giving the most in-depth analysis of every single prospect that I've seen in a draft. Like, dude, really? And it's because they have to make up for the revenue that they're losing for not having a live audience. Fucking clowns. Clowns.
That's not his specialty, but that dude is not afraid to come hit you in the mouth.
So this is what the Ravens have done so far. Started with the linebacker from LSU, the most recent one from Ohio State, Patrick Queen and Malik Harrison. That's a pretty good pair of young linebackers
Ow.
to go there. And we've talked about the number of guys at LSU that selected. Ohio State is also churning out players with the great talent that they put together. The Buckeyes in Columbus. The 99th pick of this.
And then especially too, like if you look at the way things fell. So my philosophy is never take a quarterback in rounds 1 or 2, never chase players, trade back, don't trade up. But I would take a quarterback every year in rounds 3 or later. Depending on how they did things, they could have done things a lot different, right? They could have taken with the 5th overall pick and the 18th overall pick, they could have gotten 2 of the top offensive linemen in the draft. And then with the 26th overall pick, they could have gotten Jordan Love, one of the top 5 quarterbacks in this draft, a quarterback that the Packers traded up to go get. Then they could have gotten J.K. Dobbins, or actually, as a matter of fact, they could have taken Xavier McKinney with their first second-round pick, and then the top safety in the draft. Then they could have gotten J.K. Dobbins with their second-round pick, because I don't think he was – oh, no. He went off the board right before we picked. So the Dolphins could have traded up a couple spots even and then got J.K. Dobbins. They could have done things so much different. They could have shored up that offensive line and gotten 2 – they could have gotten their bookend tackles, including, a guy who's supposed to protect the blind side for your quarterback. They could have gotten the top 2 tackles in the draft. They could have gotten a top 5 quarterback. They could have gotten the top safety and a top 3 running back. Like, why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you do that? Like, oh my God. But no, okay, whatever. Should we tank for Trevor? No, absolutely not. I was never on board with the tanking philosophy. I'm not on board with it now. I will never be on board with it. To me, it is a disgraceful approach. It goes against everything that it means to be a competitor. It goes against everything that it means to be a fan, because I will never root for my team to lose. And again, I do not believe in the quarterback hype. I do not believe that you have to draft a quarterback and that's it. Like, I do not believe that a quarterback has to be your all-star and be the greatest of all time. I do not believe that you should chase them. I do not believe you should take one in rounds 1 or 2, but take one every year in round 3 or later. It's an important position, but there are 11 players on the field. The offensive linemen are just as important, if not more. The running back and the receivers and the tight ends you have, they are just as important to an offense, right? So he can't throw it and catch it all himself. No, I'm more about building an all-around team. Now, I would do things way different, than a lot of these other people, or than a lot of these GMs do. My philosophies are so different than, like, I would not be big spenders in free agency. I would supplement in free agency, and that's it. I would be very sparing with the guys that I sign. I would look for guys that are, when I look at the list of free agents that are available, I would never look at the top third. Never. They're going to be too expensive. Sure, they're going to have the name recognition and possibly even the stats, but they're also going to be way too expensive. And they're also probably going to be way too expensive for what you're going to get out of them. Because the reason why they command those contracts is because they've already had a few years in the league to prove themselves. Then they hit free agency after their, rookie contract or whatever. But by that point, they're already in the middle or back end of their prime. So they're already going to be 25 plus, over the age of 25 years old, going into the back end of their prime when they get that deal. And good for them for the deal, but it's not worth it to pay those free agents that are going to start declining and that you may not even get to see the entire contract lifespan come to fruition. So it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. And then you put yourself into cap hell, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, especially in a situation like right now. The Dolphins blew through their cap space, but now they have 3 first-round picks. They have 15 picks in total. If they, draft properly, if they evaluate properly, and these guys become stars, or if they become staples of your team, if they become foundational pieces, then you're going to have to pay them eventually, which means they're going to want big contracts, et cetera, et cetera. So then you put yourself in these tough positions where you either got to decide between fucking the player or the money. And it's just ridiculous. It's self-defeating, it's self-destructive, and it doesn't make any fucking sense. So, like, my philosophies on how to run a football franchise are vastly different than a lot of the franchises, adopt. Way different philosophies, and certainly way different than the philosophies that the Dolphins have adopted over, this course of time since Adam Gase was fired and the new regime was brought in. No, I totally disagree with the tanking philosophy. There will never, ever, 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 ever be a time that I will be convinced that, especially not only that, but especially when it comes to the NFL, because there is literally no example in the NFL of a team that successfully full-on tanked, i.e. implemented the basic philosophies of tanking. What are those basic philosophies of tanking? Strip your team of talent, leadership, etc. by shipping those players off to accumulate draft picks and cap space, but by doing so, you also make yourself less competitive, thereby also giving yourself the ability to get higher draft picks naturally because of your lower competitive ability. And then I forgot where I was going with that. I know I was talking about like tanking and stuff and why it fucking sucks.
The Patriots so far have gone,
but I would never do it. Patriots are on the board at 101. Yeah. No, I would absolutely never do it.
What are you expecting to see in the last few picks?
Well, I mean, we got to find some weapons too, don't we? I mean, I know Tom Brady's gone, but whoever plays quarterback, whether it be Stidham or Hoyer or whoever else they pick, I mean, you still got to find pieces around them. I wonder what the identity of the Patriots are going to be in the future, anyways. We wonder about the tight end position. They've already taken one. Are they going to be multiple tight ends?
Oh yeah, I remember where I was going. So what I was saying is that there are no examples in the NFL of teams that have done it, right? And what constitutes a tank? That's why people that are like, no, the Dolphins didn't tank. No, they did tank. Why? They stripped their team of talent, leadership, proven production, etc. They did so by either cutting guys to free cap space or trading them to get draft capital and clear cap space. Okay. And then, whatever. So those are the basic philosophies of tanking. Accrue cap space and draft capital by stripping your team down and then making yourself less competitive so you can also simultaneously pick higher in the draft as well. Okay, that is tanking. The Dolphins did it. The Browns did it. There are teams that did it in baseball. There are teams that have done it in basketball. There are teams in baseball and basketball that did it successfully. There are also teams that did it and failed. Okay. Some of the teams that did it successfully, first of all, the sports are way different, far less violent, far less impactful on the human body. You don't get CTE from playing fucking basketball. Not that I know of anyway. Baseball, maybe if you get hit in the head a lot, but they do wear helmets, and I don't think they get hit in the head a lot. It happens, but not a lot. Contracts are structured differently. There are far more games in the schedule for basketball and baseball. The seasons are way shorter. You know, there are just so many key differences. The drafts are designed differently. There are so many key differences that does not make the tanking philosophy in the NFL a plausible philosophy to use. Nothing about it makes any sense for the sport of football. And there have not been any legit teams that have proven the tanking philosophy actually works in football. And the prominent example that people use is the Browns. I know you're going to hate this, Auburn, but it's true. The Browns did it. They tanked a few years ago, right? And where are they at? They're in year 5 of their supposed fucking rebuild, and they've had a ton of problems. They have not achieved success. They have not made it back to the fucking. They have not made it to the fucking postseason. They currently have the longest drought in NFL history, 17 straight seasons. They have taken, it seems like 1 million first-round quarterbacks over that time, and pretty much every single one of them fucking failed. Okay, so it's like, I mean, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's stupid. If the Dolphins somehow manage to pull it off, they'll be the first one. But then at least I guess you could say that they will be the golden standard for how to tank and make it work. But I'm not sure it's destined for that, man.
Yeah, no, and he was a walk-on, and this guy was a terror. I mean, you talk about rushing the quarterback.
All right, there are only a few picks left. It does not look as though the Dolphins are going to be trading up, but you never know. I will be holding on until the very end, so we will wait and see. Although this stream has gone on now for 5 fucking hours because of these fucking capitalist pigs that just want to fucking carry on all goddamn day so they can fucking rake in more money. So having said that, once the draft is over, I will be calling it like immediately because I want to do my summary tonight, and so I want to get to that right away. I still do got to get myself in a workout for today, so I have some other things I need to get to as well. So as soon as this is done, I am going to hop out of here. So I'm going to tell you guys now that I appreciate you for jumping up in here, for chatting with me and hanging out and all that stuff. And then, yeah, make sure you keep an eye out for my video. I'm going to try and keep it as quick as I possibly can. Try and stay on point and try and focus on just day 2. Although I am going to tie in day 1 a little bit. Probably a lot. But anyway, look out for that. I'll do my best to keep it short. I don't know if there's going to be press conferences done tonight, but if there are, then I will get those for you as well and add those into my video so you can see what, Greer and Flores or whatever have to say about their picks today.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
He plays with is the speed. He doesn't have the size.
So because of that, though, I'm gonna have to wait and see if they do interviews. If they do interviews, then it's obviously gonna take me a little bit of time to watch them and to record them and then add them into my videos. So it may not. My summary video will likely come out either late tonight or maybe even like super early tomorrow. No, I'll make sure it gets out tonight one way or the other because that shit's going to be early tomorrow. The draft starts at 9 a.m. for me on the West Coast tomorrow. That means, and that's usually about when I get up. So it's fine. I mean, I'll have to get up a little early, but I want to make sure to get that out for people so they can watch it.
To a tweener at the next level, meaning he's going to be like a outside linebacker / strong safety. He just doesn't have the size or strength to be up in that box all the time at the next level in the NFL. So he's going to be a tweener, strong safety / linebacker type, outside linebacker.
Davion Taylor from Colorado, the most recent pick.
All right, Rams are up. There's only 3 picks left. The Rams, the Vikings, and the Ravens. Rams are up. Pick is in.
Fourth pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Terrell Burgess, defensive back, Utah.
Terrell Burgess, safety. Yeah, this motherfucker looks like he's struggling, bruh.
Defender being selected, converted from cornerback to safety during his time at Utah. And Terrell Burgess, part of the terrific.
Roger Goodell looks like he's fucking struggling to get through this himself.
We've seen on day 2 a string of guys that play outside linebacker in college, guys that can play safety.
All right, Vikings are up on the clock.
They're going to combine their skill set. We just talked about a young man. Now you see another one. Even though Burgess has more of a history of being more of a true safety, very competitive guy. He can match up with tight ends.
Yeah, man, I don't have very many. I don't have very many all-nighters anymore. The Vikings trade their pick to the Saints, so the Saints are now on the clock. Yeah, I don't have too many all-nighters anymore at this point in my life, man. I'm getting too old for that shit. I am too worn out. I got a lot of wear and tear on me in my 31 years. Physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. I have got a lot of wear and tear on me.
Maybe a couple others have a chance. You see the number of guys. Zach Moss on the offense, but they've had defensive guys selected: Jalen Johnson, Julian Blackman, Terrell Burgess, 3 guys in that secondary now. And we still haven't heard from their fine defensive lineman, Bradley Anai, who's another guy very disruptive in the Utah defense, who has a future in the National Football League but has not had his name called yet.
Come on, let's get this going. There's 2 picks left. I swear to God, dude, if they go to a motherfucking commercial break before they finish these last 2 picks, I am going to punch Roger Goodell through my screen. Why Roger Goodell? I don't know. Just because he's the fucking commissioner and he represents the NFL.
Cam Akers from Florida State. Pair him up with Darrell Henderson, Malcolm Brown. Brandon Cooks goes to the
Get some sleep, bro. Don't be. Well, you're young. You can handle it. I used to do shit like that when I was young too. You really, I mean, you know, I say that though, but at the same time, I really should be telling you to do the opposite. Take care of yourself now while you're young, because that shit's gonna affect you later when you're older. The beating you take now when you're young will come back to haunt you when you're older.
Vikings have traded the 105th pick to the New Orleans Saints. With the
Alrighty.
105th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Adam Troutman, tight end, Dayton.
Adam Troutman, tight end. Saints moved up for this tight end.
Troutman, for Kirk, talk about him a couple of times tonight. What a year it is for Dayton Athletics. Only top in their basketball player wins the Wooden Award, and now the first Flyer drafted in the NFL since 1977. That's what you think
the alma mater of John Gruden, the Dayton Flyers.
There you go.
That? Yeah, and this guy lit it up this year, up level for Dayton. I think when he turned some heads is when he had a chance to go to the combine, did really good in some of the drill work, showed tremendous quickness, and then he got a chance to go to the senior.
Yeah, that's about right.
And again, held his own, runs routes well. You can see how soft.
Yeah, I just sleep that long now these days just because I'm old. Although, since I haven't been working and I've just been home, my sleep schedule's actually been pretty consistent, which is nice because I haven't been like nearly as exhausted as I normally am on a regular basis. Still pretty tired. Or I still get pretty tired by the evening time, but although I do smoke a lot of weed as well, so that probably has something to do with it.
Best numbers of any tight end, Maria. It's been a great year.
Yeah, Ray. So we heard Des talking about his route running. Well, how about this? His career started as a
all right, one more pick,
so sometimes the position change,
and then we can wrap this motherfucker up.
And for Adam Troutman, obviously, it has made all the difference.
The first pass I ever ended up catching in my life was my redshirt freshman year after the switch. I played quarterback all of high school. When I got to Dayton, I played quarterback. I was the coaches, and I'm just like, hey, like, I think I could bring a whole new dynamic to the tight end position. You know, I was kind of persistent about it, and about 3 days later, actually, camp, routes on air, ran an over route, dove and caught it, and still to this day is the greatest decision of my life.
Okay, Adam mentioned that he dove and catch it. His mom actually calls him the flying squirrel because he likes to have a lot of daredevil tendencies. But he is the first player to be drafted out of Dayton in 43 years. So like you said, Reese, it's a big day or season for Dayton.
Maria, do you know the last guy was an offensive tackle named Bill Westbell by the Seahawks in the 11th round? What do you think of Trout?
Troutman's going to love playing for Sean Payton. I played for Sean Payton at the New York Giants. I don't know if there's a guy that does a better job of using tight ends the way Sean Payton does. Think about Jeremy Shockey when he was in New Orleans, winning a Super Bowl. Jimmy Graham. He loves these tight ends who are athletic, that can line up wide and outside. Troutman can certainly do that. This is a great target for Drew Brees. And in this offense,
all right, come on, dude. Seriously, fucking Baltimore is up. Their pick is in. It's the last one of this fucking long ass fucking draft event. Let's go.
Good morning. And a wrap up of day 2 of the NFL draft, the final pick of the evening with the Baltimore Ravens.
Finally, Jesus, come on.
Okay, the last pick is in of the 3rd round. Here we go. With the 106th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Tyree Phillips, guard, Mississippi State.
Tyree Phillips, offensive lineman.
The Ravens go with Tyree Phillips, the offensive tackle from Mississippi State.
Fucking psycho.
Anybody, Kirk, the average yards that set an NFL record. Now they have another offensive lineman to help.
Well, there you have it.
Mississippi State over the
Day 2 is now concluded. That is the last pick of round 3, and it is done. It is now 9 o'clock on the West Coast. It is fucking late.
Mississippi State, these last 5 to 7 years, they've created a lot of players.
But it was interesting. Again, to me, a little confusing. I would have done things differently. But hey, man, it is what it is. The Dolphins got the guys that they think are right, and so they got to get it right. You know, it's definitely a make or break, you know, situation for the Dolphins. They are in a, you know, massive boomer bust situation. Oh, he stood up for this.
Filled with excitement, hope, and optimism. The tributes
Fuck
to
you,
America's
Goodell.
first responders, healthcare heroes, and others were heartwarming and inspiring. So please join us tomorrow at noon Eastern for the conclusion of the 2020 NFL Draft.
Dude, he looks like he is struggling hard, bruh.
One Republic, Leslie Odom Jr., and more. See you all tomorrow, and thank you for being with us.
CR tomorrow. He looks like he's about to fucking keel over, dude.
Commissioner Goodell, certainly we want to join in thanking you, all of you who have made contributions to the NFL Draft-a-thon, NFL.com/relief to help in the fight against COVID-19. For our entire college game day,
I don't know.
ABC team, I'm Reese Davis.
Like, I can't tell if that motherfucker is, like, drinking or, you know, like, if he's doing something, if he's just fucked up, or, like, if that motherfucker's sick or something, because that motherfucker does not look well. He does not look well. Yeah, I'm not a huge Goodell fan either. Anyway, all right, man. I am definitely, guys, I'm gonna get up out of here. Like I said, I got some things I got to get to, including my summary for day 2 of the draft, rounds 2 and 3. I am going to be doing. I'll probably do, you know, obviously I'll tie in day 1 a little bit. I'll mention those picks. I'm going to give, you know, the scouting reports for the new players that we got. And, yeah, and that's pretty much it. So look out for that. If they do, you know, post-draft press conferences, with Brian Flores and Chris Greer or, you know, any of the players, then I will do my best to also get those interviews into my video for you as well, so you can check those out. All right, guys, I'm a bounce. Check me tomorrow. I am going to be doing a live stream for tomorrow's finale, you know, the final day. You would think, you know, the Dolphins still have a ton of picks, so we should come up a bunch of times. So the Dolphins will pick a bunch of players, so that'll be cool. We'll be sprinkled throughout. You would think that they're going to be, you know, pretty quick through the picks. I mean, they're still going to want to make sure that it's a fucking 4-hour event or whatever, but they should be, since there's going to be 4 rounds to do and so many picks to get to, they probably will, you know, get through them a bit faster with hopefully less commentary on every single fucking one. So yeah, we'll see. Anyway, join me for that. It'll be cool. And I appreciate you guys, like I said, jumping up in here, chatting with me, hanging out, and all that good stuff. So let's do it again. All right, guys, I'll check y'all tomorrow and see you soon. Fins up.